Chapter 586. The heavy fist technique was not flashy, but it focused on practicality. It focused on concentrating all the power on a single point, and then releasing all the power in an instant. It was simple and effective. However, it also had a special feature, which was that it contained hidden energy. Perhaps when the fist landed on the opponent would feel that he could withstand it and thus let his guard down. Then the hidden energy would enter the opponent's body for a second attack, causing the opponent to be caught off guard and suffer injuries or even perish. When the heavy fist technique was cultivated to the great completion stage, one punch could contain 7 layers of hidden energy, which was equivalent to a punch with the power of 7 punches. Moreover, it would be hidden in the opponent's body before exploding. Its destructive power was even more terrifying and difficult to defend against than 7 punches. This hidden energy was the essence of the heavy fist technique. Ling Xiao felt that although the level of the heavy fist technique was not too high, if it was used properly, it would not be any worse than those red-tiered mystical skills. Ling Xiao memorized the heavy fist technique's mnemonic chant, and then concentrated on cultivating. He used the surrounding trees and rocks as targets, and kept repeating the simple punching motions with his bare arms. He did not circulate his spiritual energy and only used his physical strength to punch. Every day he would punch thousands or even tens of thousands of punches, until his physical strength was exhausted. Punching was not just purely using his strength, he also had to think of ways to circulate his energy to produce hidden energy so that he could achieve the effect of a heavy fist technique, and create an extraordinary and terrifying attack with layers upon layers. After 10 days, Ling Xiao had basically grasped the usage of hidden energy, and after a month he was finally able to produce first heavy fist. At this moment Ling Xiao's upper body was bare, revealing his well-proportioned muscles. He clenched his right hand into a fist, and threw a simple punch towards a tree that could be hugged by a person. Bang! A shallow fist mark was left on the tree trunk by Ling Xiao's punch. The tree swayed slightly and a few leaves floated down. Ling Xiao withdrew his fist and looked at the tree with a calm expression. His punch did not seem to cause much damage to the tree. Who knew after 5 breaths, a bang came from the tree trunk. That tree actually broke in half. This is the power of a heavy punch. One punch is fake and the other is real. Combining the fake and the real, it's enough to win, Ling Xiao muttered to himself, excitement shining in his eyes. After that, Ling Xiao continued to train hard for another month. He managed to cultivate the heavy fist formula to the point where he could release the power of 3 stacks with a single punch. Everything was difficult at the beginning. With Ling Xiao's extraordinary comprehension ability, as long as he thoroughly understood the principles, he would be able to grasp the essence of it quickly. He was getting closer and closer to the imperial ranking list. Ling Xiao planned to leave and register for the imperial ranking list tournament after practicing for a while. Ling Xiao found a low-tier 6th-order yellow-furred ape as his opponent. The yellow-haired ape was an earth elemental spirit beast. It was 7 to 8 meters tall and looked quite powerful. When Ling Xiao approached its territory, the yellow-haired ape immediately revealed a fierce expression. It continuously beat its sturdy chest with its fists and let out a roar. It seemed to be asking Ling Xiao to leave immediately, or else it would not be polite. Ling Xiao raised an index finger at it and laughed lightly. "Big guy, come, let's fight." Or, the yellow-haired ape was provoked, and after punching its chest a few times, it jumped up from the ground and threw a terrifying fist at Ling Xiao's head. It seemed to want to blow up Ling Xiao's head with one punch. Facing a Type 6 spirit beast, Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. Dragon-shaped battle aura instantly rushed out of his body, and a huge golden dragon roared into the sky. At this moment the yellow-haired ape looked at the golden dragon, and its movements seemed to slow down. It seemed to feel the power of a supreme beast king, which made it want to submit to this human. Ling Xiao did not take advantage of the situation to attack. He wanted to fight the yellow-haired ape fair and square. The yellow-haired ape clearly saw that the beast king above Ling Xiao's head was just an illusion. It immediately roared again to overcome the panic in its heart and attacked Ling Xiao. Although the yellow-haired ape was big, its speed was very fast. Its fist instantly arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Before the fist reached its target, a strong wind blew at Ling Xiao's face. Ling Xiao took 2 steps back and shouted excitedly, "Good timing." At the same time he also threw a punch at the yellow-haired ape's fist. Bang! Ling Xiao collided with the opponent head-on. After the first contact, his whole body was sent flying more than 10 meters away, but the yellow-haired ape did not even take half a step back. The difference in strength was very obvious. As expected of a powerful ape spirit beast. Ling Xiao sighed and went up again. Just now he did not use internal force. He wanted to warm up first and then use his heavy punch to see how powerful it was. The yellow-haired ape was annoyed that it could not kill the damn human in one move. It opened its mouth and a strong elemental light bombarded out. The strong energy formed a yellow ribbon in the air and the clouds were blown away. Of course, Ling Xiao would not use elemental attacks against it. He wanted to practice his fist skills. He turned into a series of afterimages and avoided the strong energy bombardment. He went behind the yellow-haired ape and threw a few golden fists at it. The yellow-haired ape's reaction was a bit slow. Its body took a few punches from Ling Xiao, but it did not seem to be injured. It also bombarded Ling Xiao. Bang bang. One man and one beast kept colliding with each other in the air. Every time Ling Xiao punched the yellow-haired ape, his body would be shaken back, but he quickly closed in on the yellow-haired ape and launched a new round of attacks. The yellow-haired ape seemed to be impatient with Ling Xiao's entanglement. All the yellow hair on its body stood up, and a layer of yellow dark force protected its body like a battle armor. Every punch it threw contained incomparable power, and Ling Xiao was shaken back even further. Ling Xiao felt the blood in his body churning, and a few traces of blood came out of the corner of his mouth. That's exactly what I want you to be angry. That's the only way I'll be able to defeat you. Ling Xiao's face lit up with excitement, and his aura rose to a new peak. Dragon-scale armor instantly covered his body, but this armor was different from before. It wasn't just gold but had a colorful sheen to it. It looked like a glazed armor which made it even more extraordinary. Come on, I'll let you taste the power of a heavy punch. Ling Xiao finally got serious. He shouted and his speed was extremely fast. Golden fists blasted at the yellow-haired ape from all directions. The yellow-haired ape also roared and a powerful fist met it. Every punch was as terrifying as a 1,000-pound boulder. Bang bang. Bursts of powerful attribute light splashed, and there was a series of crashing sounds in the air. After exchanging countless punches, the man and the beast finally separated. This time Ling Xiao was blasted back dozens of meters and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The yellow-haired ape was also blasted back 6 or 7 steps, but it did not seem to be injured. In the confrontation between the two at first glance, the yellow-haired ape seemed to have the upper hand. However, not far away, Ling Xiao had an excited smile on his face, as if he did not feel defeated by the yellow-haired ape. The yellow-haired ape was angered by Ling Xiao again, and it slammed its chest again and once again attacked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood in the same place, silently counting in his heart. Just as the yellow-haired ape's fist was about to land on Ling Xiao's head, Ling Xiao wiped away the calmness and sneered, "It's time to explode." Bang bang. Ling Xiao didn't make any move, but the yellow ape's body kept exploding like it was burying a bag of explosives. The yellow-haired ape kept hissing, and its powerful body kept bursting with blood. After a while, the sound of the explosion finally stopped. The yellow-haired ape fell heavily from the air. Bang! Its huge body smashed into the ground and dozens of trees were crushed, causing a thick cloud of dust to rise from the ground. Ling Xiao slowly descended and looked at the yellow-haired ape that was blown to pieces. He lightly flicked his black hair and revealed a proud expression. Not bad. When I cultivate to the 7 stacks, I'm afraid I'll only need 2 or 3 punches to finish it off. I don't need to throw nearly 100 punches like before. Ling Xiao had only cultivated to the 3 stacks and 1 punch was equivalent to 3 punches. At the same time he threw nearly 100 punches which was equivalent to more than 300 punches. The power of these 300 punches exploded at the same time was extremely terrifying. Moreover, it exploded from inside the body. Whether it was a human or a spirit beast, their internal organs were extremely fragile. After receiving such a bombardment, it would be difficult for them to not die. If Heavy Hand Tan Guang did not die, he would be able to see Ling Xiao throw so many punches at once. He would feel proud for this disciple of Ping Yi. Ling Xiao was able to make so many powerful attacks at the same time. Of course, it was related to his 5 attributes. If it was an ordinary person, they would not be able to release the power of the heavy punches to such a terrifying extent. After killing the yellow-haired ape, Ling Xiao's cultivation temporarily fell. When Ling Xiao returned to the place where everyone had settled down, everyone was present. Congratulations to boss, young master, for improving your strength. Everyone could see that Ling Xiao's strength had greatly improved, and they all came forward to greet him happily. Ling Xiao nodded, then his gaze fell on Yi Yunfeng and he praised, "Yunfeng did well. You actually broke through another level in just a short year." Yi Yunfeng took a step forward and cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao. "It's all thanks to Ling Xiao's complete success that I, Yunfeng, am where I am today." Yi Yunfeng had completely recognized Ling Xiao as his boss. It hadn't even been 3 years since he left the Yi family city, but he had already advanced from a high-level king to a high-level Earth sovereign. This speed was as fast as a rocket. It would be a lie if he wasn't happy. The reason he could have the strength he had today, of course, was inseparable from the many cultivation resources that Ling Xiao had given him, especially the 10,000-year stone stalagmite, which had cleansed his body and strengthened his cultivation foundation. This was the reason why he could advance a level in a short period of 1 year. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for him to advance a level by relying on medicinal pellets. It was not only Ling Xiao and Yi Yunfeng who had greatly improved their strength. Bai Yushi finally lived up to everyone's expectations and broke through to the Earth Emperor realm. Ling Xiao gave her another Emperor Ascension pill, which directly allowed her to advance another level to the mid-level Earth Emperor realm. Chapter 587. Kai Xiaoyu was still a high-level Earth Emperor, but her strength was more consolidated. Previously, she had obtained the Evil Emperor's favor, and he had passed her a set of high-level profound skill. This was a cultivation technique that had at least reached the purple level, and he had also given her a new red horsetail high-grade spirit tool. After these days of quiet cultivation, her combat strength should also be outstanding among high-level Earth Emperors. Moreover, she was once known as the Shuro woman. Her killing methods would definitely not lose to anyone. During this Imperial Role tournament, she planned to regain her passion for battle and speed up her comprehension of her own Dao so that she could reach the heavenly venerable stage as soon as possible. She was only in her 40s and she was wearing a 10,000-year-old pearl. She looked to be in her 30s and she was at the peak of her beauty. Moreover, Earth's sovereign realm martial artists under 100 years of age were allowed to participate in the Imperial Rankings tournament, so it was completely possible for her to participate. This could also be considered as a way for her to verify her own strength, as well as an excellent place to improve her own combat power. Only through the baptism of blood would one become a true expert. Only then would she be able to better assist Ling Xiao in dominating an area. After the battle at the Blackwater Gate, the prodigal had successfully reached the advanced 6th level. His appearance had changed slightly and he had become a handsome young man. With a long spear on his back, he looked even more majestic. The savage leopard's strength remained the same, but its energy had increased by quite a bit. It could be said that it had truly comprehended the Devil Saber's 8 forms. With the addition of the level 6 Blood Prison Devil Domain's Generosity World, it wouldn't be a problem for it to fight against ordinary middle-stage mystic thearchs. One had to know that the power of the 8 forms of the demonic blade could be said to be able to destroy heaven and earth. Each form was incomparably powerful. If the savage leopard was completely demonized, it wouldn't be a problem for its combat strength to increase by several times. The wind god had once turned into a demon and used the 8 forms of the demonic blade to defeat all the experts in the world. From this, one could see the terrifying power of the 8 forms of the demonic blade. The Golden Wolf King had come back to life, and its strength had already reached the peak of the mid-6th level. Within a year it would reach the high 6th level and catch up to the prodigal. It was just that, in terms of combat power, there was definitely a huge disparity between them. The Blue Serpent Dragon and the Black Demon Leopard were still at the early stage of the 7th order. No matter if it was a human or a beast, the higher one went, the harder it would be to break through. As for Feng Xianyun and Xianyao, they spent most of their time treating Mad Tooth. Now, Mad Tooth's injuries had recovered, but his mind was still in an abnormal state. After the two of them worked together to treat him, they made good progress. At the very least, the black fur on his body finally fell off, and he gradually became a real human. During this period of time he woke up many times, but he was sealed by the ancient silver needle and couldn't use any energy. He couldn't escape or move at all. Every time he woke up, Cruel Leopard would tell him many things that happened in the past. Mad Tooth seemed to be very sensitive about the past. Every time he talked about it he would show a headache, making it difficult for him to continue listening. Feng Xianyun and Xianyao seemed to be powerless in this regard. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao found it strange. Could it be that Mad Tooth really lost his memory because of qi deviation? Ling Xiao asked Feng Xianyun, why is this happening? Is there really something wrong with his head? Feng Xianyun slightly furrowed her brows and said, his situation is very similar to being possessed by the devil, but I'm sure that he's not possessed by the devil. There are two outcomes to being possessed by the devil, one is a sudden death and the other is madness. However, aside from being bloodthirsty and warlike, most of the time he's quietly thinking about things, and the way he looks at us is very strange. It's as if he can understand what we're saying, but he's not willing to communicate with others and he's lost his memory. However, I feel like he's been sealed and he can't remember anything. Xianyao also said from the side, that's right. If it's just losing his memory with my magic it would definitely have some effect. However, it's useless now. Magic was a light attribute healing skill that could allow people with amnesia to recover their lost memories. Only people with the light attribute could use it. Ling Xiao said, is there really no way to help him recover? There is a way but it's a bit unrealistic. Feng Xianyun said. Savage Leopard hurriedly asked, Madame Yun, what method do you have? Tell me. Feng Xianyun paused for a moment before explaining, a rank 8 alchemist is extremely rare. Even if you can find one they may not help you. And even if they do help, two things will happen after the alchemist's mind is stimulated. The first possibility is that his condition will improve after the stimulation, and the second possibility is that his mind will be heavily damaged again, causing him to have no hope of recovering in this lifetime. He might even explode and die. That's why I said it's a bit unrealistic. Grade 8. Grade 8 alchemist. Everyone revealed a strange expression. Alchemists that had attained this rank were already the most respected existences in the Central Territory. No matter where they went, they would become great figures that the various powers would greet with all their might, and even the 18 great powers would be courteous to them. In the central region, there were only a handful of alchemists who had reached this level. Among the 18 major forces, there were not many who had reached this level. Even those who had reached grade 7 were very rare. The medicine sect, which was as famous as the Black Demon sect, had 2 grade 8 alchemists. They were the pillars of the medicine sect, and the symbol and representative of the medicine sect. Even the people of the martial spirit palace would be modest in front of the medicine sect. The reason why the medicine sect was ranked behind the Black Demon sect was not because their strength was inferior to the Black Demon sect. On the contrary, people with insight would think that the medicine sect's true strength was much more terrifying than the Black Demon sect's. The medicine sect belonged to the category of ancient forces. They had been established for tens of thousands of years without falling. Their people had always been low-key and rarely had disputes with other forces. At the same time they were on good terms with many forces. This was because many forces needed help from the medicine sect to refine high-grade pills. Therefore, if anything happened to the medicine sect, they only needed to send out an order, and countless forces would immediately come to help them. This was the calling power of an alchemist. There were 2 grade 8 alchemists in the medicine sect, and there was one in the martial spirit palace. The other 2 or 3 had always been elusive. It would be extremely difficult to find traces of them. Cruel Leopard revealed a disappointed look. He knew that Feng Xianyun's suggestion was too difficult to achieve. How could he invite in grade 8 alchemist? Even if he were to recover to his peak it would not be difficult for him. Ling Xiao frowned and said, Yun are you saying that as long as I stimulate his sea of consciousness, it is possible for him to recover? Feng Xianyun glanced at Ling Xiao and immediately guessed what Ling Xiao wanted to do. She immediately said, Xiao, don't act recklessly. The sea of consciousness of a saint is extraordinary. I know you can use your spiritual power to attack, but once you are attacked by him, how can you withstand it? Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, It's okay, I have my own plans. He can't hurt me. The key is whether what you said is effective or not. Feng Xianyun knew that it was difficult to change Ling Xiao's decision, so she immediately replied, It's like the 2 situations I mentioned just now. After receiving Feng Xianyun's affirmation, Ling Xiao turned to look at Cruel Leopard and said, This is a gamble, life or death. You choose for him. I can use my spiritual power to invade his sea of consciousness. As for the result, I don't know. Cruel Leopard fell into deep thought, then turned his gaze to Mad Tooth and said, "Good brother, I know you are not willing to live like this for the rest of your life. The two of us still have to fight the world. I believe that you will definitely be able to survive." Then he said to Ling Xiao, "Please, young master." Everyone protected Ling Xiao while Ling Xiao began to use his spiritual power to stimulate his sea of consciousness. At the same time, the Earth Flame Tiger was also summoned. Before, the Earth Flame Tiger was very arrogant and difficult to tame, but now that it was reprimanded by the prodigal brat, it didn't dare to be presumptuous anymore. At least in the face of Ling Xiao's arrangements, it no longer had any complaints or objections. After all, it didn't dare to disobey the orders of the Beast Emperor Prince. Everyone stood guard around Ling Xiao to prevent Mad Tooth from making any strange movements. The vastness of Ling Xiao's spiritual power wasn't something that others could easily imagine. With his spiritual power, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with a grade 8 alchemist. Once his strength increased, he would definitely become an existence of a grade 8 alchemist. Moreover, Ling Xiao was proficient in the mysteries of spiritual power, and his use of it wasn't something that others could understand. Therefore, he didn't fear anything when he attacked Mad Tooth's Sea of Consciousness. Even if Mad Tooth's Sea of Consciousness's spiritual power was equally astonishing, he could withdraw it in time without suffering any backlash. After everything was settled, Ling Xiao turned his spiritual power into a cloud and slowly moved towards Mad Tooth's Sea of Consciousness. Right now, he wasn't using his spiritual power to attack, but to first probe the situation in Mad Tooth's Sea of Consciousness while avoiding harming it. When Ling Xiao's spiritual power invaded Mad Tooth's Sea of Consciousness, Ling Xiao suddenly found that his spiritual power seemed to have encountered some kind of obstruction and was unable to continue attacking. Ling Xiao thought to himself, there's indeed something fishy going on. Following which, Ling Xiao gradually increased his spiritual power in an attempt to remove the obstruction. However, he found that he couldn't do it with his spiritual power in the form of a cloud and mist. Ling Xiao felt that these obstructions might be the real reason for Mad Tooth's memory loss. It seems like I have to be heavy-handed. Ling Xiao made up his mind. He gathered his spiritual power again and turned it into the form of an ice and fire sword. Then he rapidly and violently attacked Mad Tooth's Sea of Consciousness. This was Ling Xiao's 5th-level spiritual power attack. Even an earthly sovereign would be instantly killed by it. He hoped that this would be able to destroy the obstruction in Mad Tooth's Sea of Consciousness. Rumble. The ice and fire sword bombarded a thick iron wall, causing Mad Tooth's Sea of Consciousness to tremble soundlessly. Ah! Mad Tooth let out a scream as he woke up from his coma. Fortunately, he was sealed. Otherwise, he would definitely go crazy and hurt people. Everyone else was on standby, and their gazes were all fixed on Ling Xiao and Mad Tooth. What a powerful Jiasuo, but it isn't unbreakable. Ling Xiao sneered and gathered his spiritual power again. His 8th-level spiritual power turned into countless ice and fire swords, which shot towards Mad Tooth's Sea of Consciousness like a storm. Chapter 588. Ling Xiao's spiritual energy had already reached an unimaginable level. Even the 8th level of spiritual energy was enough to damage an Emperor-level Sea of Consciousness. His attack was aimed at a single location, and countless sword blades bombarded the place like a torrential storm. Without any defenses, even an Emperor-level Sea of Consciousness would not be able to withstand such a violent bombardment, and their Sea of Consciousness would definitely explode. After a series of continuous bombardments, Ling Xiao felt his spiritual energy plummet, and his face became much paler. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, what kind of seal is so terrifying that it hasn't been destroyed? Could it be that my spiritual energy isn't strong enough? Mad Tooth was sealed and could not use his strength, but the screams he let out made Savage Leopard, who was at the side, extremely worried. Savage Leopard prayed in his heart, brother, you must hold on. Ling Xiao continued to increase his spiritual energy, and in the end he had almost used up all of it. Just as he was about to choose to give up, a sudden change occurred. Crack. A small crack was finally blasted open by Ling Xiao's continuous spiritual sword blades. Ling Xiao was just about to use the last bit of spiritual energy to blast the crack a little more. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual energy exploded from Mad Tooth's Sea of Consciousness. Rumble. Ling Xiao's spiritual energy could not be withdrawn in time, and it was directly scattered by the power that blasted out. Ling Xiao felt his Sea of Consciousness shake, and he could not help but let out a scream as he fell backwards. Xiao, young master. The others cried out and were about to run towards Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, a powerful burst of energy erupted. Earth Flame Tiger's voice sounded out. All of you back off, he has broken free from the seal. Boom. The powerful energy caused everything in the surroundings to emit a powerful explosion, and a lot of stone fragments and dust were shaken into the air. Even some of the nearby trees were directly shaken down by the strong gale of energy. Ling Xiao's body was also shaken and thrown far away. Savage Leopard's eyes and hands were sharp, and he quickly caught up to Ling Xiao and caught him. Young master, are you okay? Cruel Leopard asked as he supported Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao shook his head with a pale face. I'm fine. Let's see how Mad Tooth is doing. Fortunately, he had cut off his spiritual power in time. Otherwise, the damage to his sea of consciousness would have been more than this. He silently circulated the healing chapter of the mind-controlling art to stabilize his sea of knowledge and recover his mental strength. At the same time, he looked in the direction of Mad Tooth. At this moment, Mad Tooth's original location was already surrounded by layers of powerful black mist. The dense dark attribute had a strong corrosive effect, corroding the weeds, flowers, and trees to the point that they lost their vitality, causing them to wither one by one. Everyone flew far away. Only the flaming tiger, whose body was surrounded by glistening flames, was not corroded by the black mist. Following a cry of alarm, the black mist quickly spread in all directions, and a series of glittering and translucent needles shot out from the black mist. Swoosh! With a strong force, the thin needle directly sank into a rock not far away. The black mist in the surroundings expanded, and the area within 100 meters became like a black world. How could he break free from the ancient silver needle seal? Has his power already reached the god level? Xian Yao said with a shocked expression. Feng Xianyun shook her head and said, I don't think so. If he had reached the god level, I wouldn't have been able to seal him. I think it's because my cultivation isn't high enough, and the power of the seal isn't strong enough. The energy he burst out just now was very concentrated. Obviously, Xiao just stimulated his sea of consciousness, causing some kind of change in him. His power burst out in an instant, and that's why he forcefully broke the seal. After an unknown amount of time, the black mist once again retracted towards Mad Tooth's location. Then Mad Tooth's figure gradually appeared. At this moment his expression was cold and his aura was awe-inspiring. His old eyes seemed to be restrained and the scarlet gaze was no longer there. It was as if the crazy killing intent on his body had disappeared. The flaming earth tiger glared at Mad Tooth and roared, Loser, do you still want to fight? Mad Tooth glanced at the flaming earth tiger and didn't answer him. Instead he said indifferently, Where is this? Why am I here? His eyes were filled with bewilderment as he scanned his surroundings. At the same time he also took in all the people present at the scene. Feng Xianyun said to the savage leopard, He might have recovered. Go over and take a look. The savage leopard glanced at Feng Xianyun excitedly, and then quickly flew towards Mad Tooth. He shouted, Mad Tooth, do you still recognize me? Mad Tooth raised his head and looked at the savage leopard. He frowned slightly and his expression became extremely blank. He said, Who are you? You actually have emperor-level cultivation. Not bad. The savage leopard's body trembled, and his eyes revealed an excited expression. He said, I'm the demon emperor, your good brother. Mad Tooth, do you still remember me? How dare you? Mad Tooth suddenly became furious. He grunted coldly and raised his hand slightly, and then a powerful force instantly blasted towards the savage leopard. Flaming Earth Tiger, stop him! Ling Xiao shouted hastily. However, Ling Xiao's reminder was still too late, and the savage leopard had already been blasted far away by the force of the attack. The Flaming Earth Tiger instantly collided with Mad Tooth. However, Mad Tooth seemed to not want to be entangled in a battle for too long, and he only exchanged a few blows with the Flaming Earth Tiger before immediately retreating swiftly by a few 100 meters. I don't know who all of you are, but if you dare to speak nonsense again, then even if you have a Saint Realm expert protecting you, I can still kill all of you. Mad Tooth glanced at Ling Xiao and the others with a slightly angry expression as he spoke faintly, and a cold killing intent silently bloomed from him. He seemed to have really recovered his senses now, and even his speech had become much more fluent. Mad Tooth's cold killing intent made everyone feel unnatural all over, as if they had been secretly bitten by a venomous snake. A loser still dares to be so arrogant. The flaming earth tiger couldn't stand being looked down upon by Mad Tooth, so it roared and charged towards Mad Tooth. Flaming earth tiger, come back here, Ling Xiao said aloud. The flaming earth tiger looked at Ling Xiao unwillingly, but ultimately stopped in its tracks. Swoosh. At this moment, a black dot of light flew towards Mad Tooth. Mad Tooth furrowed his brows slightly and grabbed the black dot with one hand. Following that, Mad Tooth's gaze fell on his hand and his expression changed. Blood-devouring demon saber. Cough cough. You can't recognize me, but you should at least recognize it. The savage leopard returned to Mad Tooth with its heavily injured body and coughed up blood. Blood-devouring demon saber. Big brother demon emperor, you died so miserably back then. I must kill that traitor and avenge you. Mad Tooth didn't seem to hear the savage leopard's words. He placed the demon saber on top of his head and laughed wildly towards the sky. A strong killing intent surged out continuously. Everyone had no choice but to retreat far away. Mad Tooth, do you still remember Captain Sophie? The savage leopard revealed a look of ecstasy. Hearing Mad Tooth's words, he was sure that Mad Tooth's consciousness had already recovered, so he had to confirm that Mad Tooth wasn't dead. Sophie. How do you know Captain Sophie? Could it be that you're really Big Brother Demon Emperor's disciple? Mad Tooth finally faced the savage leopard and spoke loudly in excitement. When he first saw the blood-devouring demon saber, he thought that this was just a person who accidentally obtained the item of the Demon Emperor's death. But now that the savage leopard had said a name, he guessed that the savage leopard was the Demon Emperor's disciple. The savage leopard in front of him didn't look like the Demon Emperor anymore, but Mad Tooth couldn't deny that he had a familiar aura when facing the savage leopard. This was also the reason why his palm didn't take the savage leopard's life. Mad Tooth, my good brother, I'm really the Demon Emperor. After the savage leopard cried out in excitement, he calmed down and said, back then you and I were caught peeping at Captain Sophie bathing by the river, and she taught us a lesson, but she didn't kill us. You thought that Captain Sophie didn't kill you because she took a fancy to you, and I thought that Captain Sophie should have taken a fancy to me. That time we even had a fight over this matter. In the end, the two of us made an agreement that whoever could surpass Captain Sophie faster would chase after her and take her as his wife. The savage leopard slowly narrated, his face filled with endless memories. The more Mad Tooth listened, the more his body trembled. In the end, dry tears actually fell from his old eyes. Are you really the Demon Emperor? Mad Tooth looked at the young man in front of him in disbelief. What the savage leopard said just now was the secret between him and the Demon Emperor. Outsiders didn't know about it, and he didn't believe that the Demon Emperor would tell his disciple about it. But how did the Demon Emperor become like this? Wasn't he killed by that traitor? The savage leopard let out a heavy sigh and said, I'm no longer the Demon Emperor, I'm the savage leopard. The Demon Emperor died more than 5,000 years ago. Speaking up to here, he paused for a moment, looked at Mad Tooth and said seriously, back then I wanted to break through to the saint rank, but I was killed by a traitor and almost died. My weak soul attached to the saber and luckily escaped the calamity. Now that more than 5,000 years have passed, I'm no longer me. You can call me the savage leopard now, but Mad Tooth, you're still my good brother. As he spoke, the savage leopard's eyes became misty. He was once a dignified demon emperor, a formidable figure, and also a man with blood and tears. You're really the big brother. After listening to the savage leopard's words, Mad Tooth could finally be sure that the savage leopard in front of him was definitely a good brother who had gone through fire and water with him. Mad Tooth walked toward the savage leopard excitedly. The two looked at each other for a long time, and in the end the two of them gave each other a bear hug. After thousands of years of separation and nearly 10,000 years of brotherhood, they finally fused together again. It was really a touching scene. Ling Xiao looked at the two of them and sighed in his heart, there's nothing more brotherly love than this. Then Ling Xiao waved at everyone and quietly retreated far away. Chapter 589. Savage Leopard and Mad Tooth reminisced for 3 days and 3 nights. Ling Xiao and the others didn't disturb them. After being separated for a few thousand years, everything had changed and everything had changed. It caused them to have too many things of the past that they were unable to speak of in the end. Big Brother Demon Emperor, I didn't expect you to be able to recover your youth. I really couldn't recognize you, but I look like this. It's hard to believe that this is the truth. Mad Tooth sighed. You should just call me Savage Leopard or Big Brother. Everything in the past should vanish into thin air. What's important is that we're still alive. Back then I was blinded by power and made you feel wronged. Savage Leopard sighed. No, I don't blame the demons. I don't blame Big Brother because the difference between our realms is too great. If it were me, I would also have given you the cold shoulder. Not to mention that Big Brother treated me well back then and he even gave me a lot of resources, Mad Tooth replied. Savage Leopard said guiltily, compared to our brotherhood, those resources are nothing. He paused for a moment and then said, that's right, why were you trapped in the 7th stage demon trapping formation by the 10 millennia cold steel? Was it done by a traitor? As Savage Leopard spoke, his eyes revealed a thick killing intent. Mad Tooth shook his head and said, no. I had people set up the 7th stage demon trapping formation to suppress myself in the desolate well. Savage Leopard revealed a shocked expression. He was clearly very surprised by Mad Tooth's answer. Who would have thought that Mad Tooth would actually trap himself in the 7th stage demon trapping formation and turn himself into such a state? Mad Tooth sighed heavily and slowly began to recall. Back then, after that traitor seized your position, he said that you died from breaking through to the Saint Realm, and I accidentally learned from your old subordinates that you were killed by him. At that time I really wanted to return to the Demon Gate and kill that traitor, but I had just broken through to the Emperor Realm, and my strength was really limited. The old subordinates who were loyal to you were all killed by that person, and the rest surrendered to him. My Blackwater Gate was slightly weaker, and the news of me breaking through to the Emperor Realm hadn't spread, so they didn't kill me. But I knew that they would remember me sooner or later. That person is very cautious, and he definitely wouldn't let go of any existence that could threaten him, so I had to increase my strength as soon as possible. I didn't want to take back the empire we conquered, but I just wanted to take revenge for you. Do you still remember the secret realm that we mistakenly fell into? At that time you obtained the inheritance and the blood-devouring demon blade, while I obtained the crazy demon art and some other things. Those things contained the diagram of the demon trapping formation, as well as the experience of quickly mastering the crazy demon art. This is also the reason why I sealed myself in the demon trapping formation. It's just that an accident happened later on that caused me to become like this. Savage Leopard asked, what accident? When I sealed myself in the demon trapping formation, I had already sent someone to leak the news to the main sect that I had died, hoping to dispel that person's vigilance against me. Mad Tooth said this but was interrupted by Savage Leopard. Your decision was ridiculously wrong. If you spread the news, with his cautious personality, he would definitely know that there was a trap. He definitely wouldn't believe that you really died. Big Brother guessed correctly. Big Brother guessed correctly. It was precisely because of this that I attracted so much trouble. At that time I was in the most critical state of cultivation. Mad Tooth's face revealed anger. He paused for a moment before continuing. I relied on the crazed demon art's comprehension of the secrets of rapid progress and spent less than 10 years to go from low-level emperor to mid-level emperor. This speed can be said to be extremely fast. Just as I was about to break through to the next level, that traitor actually came out of closed-door cultivation and personally came to the Blackwater sect. At that time he had actually stepped into the Saint Realm. His cultivation speed was truly unparalleled. Afterwards he found me, and because I was sealed in the demon trapping formation, I couldn't escape. When he took me out of the well, he didn't immediately kill me. That damned bastard actually fed me a magical beast pill. Mad Tooth revealed a monstrous anger as he spoke, especially when he mentioned the demon beast core. His eyes flashed with a strong scarlet color. What, he actually gave you a demon beast core? No wonder. That traitor is really crazy. Savage Leopard's body shook as he loudly cried out in sorrow. He recalled Mad Claw's appearance that was like a human but not a human, like an ape but not an ape, and he understood what was going on. The magic beast pill was an extremely poisonous pill. It was something that could only be cultivated by a 6th-tier poison master and above. It could cause anyone to lose their humanity like a wild beast, becoming a terrifying monster that was neither human nor beast, and Mad Claw was in that state just now. I don't remember what happened after I took the demon beast core, but I only know that because of the demon beast core, I escaped a disaster and reached this level in this state. It really is a blessing in disguise. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to cross the great barrier of the saint level just by relying on the mad demon art. But the demon beast core just happened to make me completely demonized, which is in line with the essence of the mad demon art. I guess that senior didn't think that the mad demon art really needed to be demonized in order to advance. Mad Tooth said with emotion. Ah, that traitor didn't even dream that we two brothers could meet again. In the future I will definitely pay him back 10 times the salary he gave us, so I didn't teach him for a lifetime in vain. Savage Leopard laughed wildly. Mad Tooth nodded and said, we definitely have to take revenge, but the key is that our current strength isn't enough. He already entered the saint level thousands of years ago, and now his strength is probably even higher. It won't be easy for us to defeat him, but we can start from his strongholds and cut off all his claws and teeth. But if we do this, our painstaking efforts from back then, I'm afraid they will also be destroyed. Savage Leopard waved his hand and said, as a human I've already thought it through. Back then our temperaments were too extreme, which caused us to miss many things that were worth cherishing. Now that I can find you again in this life, I have no regrets. Our painstaking efforts no longer belonged to us thousands of years ago. Mad Tooth looked at Savage Leopard in surprise and said, Big brother, do you really think so? Savage Leopard nodded and said, yes, everything is no longer important to me. In this life I just want to have the opportunity to step into the saint level like you and enjoy the pleasure brought by that power. I'll be satisfied. Of course I also want to kick your butt like I did back then. Ah, don't worry, you don't have that chance now. This time I'm already several steps ahead of you, so it won't be easy to catch up to me. Mad Tooth revealed a happy smile. That's not necessarily true. Savage Leopard didn't get angry, and his reaction was full of fighting spirit. By the way, are those people with you your new followers? That big guy's strength is very terrifying. Back then he was the one who suppressed me, right? Mad Tooth asked the question in his heart. Savage Leopard shook his head and said with a smile, how could I have that ability? I'm more like his follower. That's true. That big guy's strength is a bit stronger than mine, and with your current strength you can't control him. Mad Tooth revealed an embarrassed expression. Savage Leopard waved his hand and said, no, that big guy isn't my master. My master is the young man who healed your mind. I was able to recover to my current strength completely because of him. I'm now his follower. Which young man is it? Mad Tooth asked. Ling Xiao, Xian Yao, and the prodigal Chong Yen were all extremely young. He didn't know who had helped him open the obstruction in his sea of consciousness, so he asked this question. It's that young man in black clothes. He's called Ling Xiao, and I, Savage Leopard, have no choice but to admire him. Right now, I'm also willing to be his follower. Only by doing so will my future achievements be much higher than when I was at my peak. Savage Leopard revealed a look of respect from the bottom of his heart. Mad Tooth revealed a surprised expression as he looked at Savage Leopard. He was puzzled. What kind of charm does this young man have to be able to make the proud and arrogant big brother submit to him? Savage Leopard saw Mad Tooth's doubt and immediately said, Mad Tooth, I have a request. I hope you can agree to it. Mad Tooth replied, Big brother, speak. No matter what it is, I will definitely do it for you. Savage Leopard said very seriously, I want you to follow young master and create hegemony together like me. Mad Tooth was slightly stunned, and then he said in a deep voice, Big brother, are you really willing to follow that young man for the rest of your life? His strength is not enough to be a leader. He couldn't figure out what the Savage Leopard was thinking. He was already a dignified saint rank expert now, and he was already a top-notch existence in the Central Territory. It was slightly difficult for him to accept the fact that he had to serve a young earthly sovereign realm expert. Oh, Mad Tooth, you're wrong. Savage Leopard replied and then said, do you know who the other young man in white is? Mad Tooth didn't know why Savage Leopard was talking about someone else, so he immediately shook his head. He is the only successor of the Xuanji sect, and he is this generation's Xianxia. Savage Leopard said. Mad Tooth's body trembled slightly and his eyes revealed a look of disbelief as he said, Is he really this generation's Xianxia? The only disciple of the Xuanji sect who is said to know everything and know everything? Savage Leopard nodded heavily and said, yes, it can't be wrong. Although his current strength is not very good, he has already obtained the true teachings of the previous generation's Xianxia, and the young master I serve is precisely the one he determined to be this generation's holy emperor. Only by following him can we have a chance to set foot in the heavenly realm. This time Mad Tooth could no longer speak. He needed some time to digest what Savage Leopard had said. Because the Xuanji sect was always the most mysterious sect in the central region, they only had one disciple in each generation. They all knew the sky above and the earth below, and they had unfathomable abilities. Every generation's successor would choose one person to assist and achieve supreme hegemony, and the person they assisted would all become an existence of the Holy Emperor. It was said that the reason why the spiritual martial pavilion could stand in the central region for such a long time was because their first pavilion master was once the Holy Emperor recognized by Xianxia, and later he was also a powerful existence that went to the heavenly realm. Chapter 590. Just as Mad Tooth was hesitating, Savage Leopard said another piece of information that made Mad Tooth speechless. Young Master is also a grade 6 alchemist, and he himself knows the soul race's powerful spiritual force attack. With his current strength, I'm afraid even an Empyrean would find it difficult to pose any threat to him. In addition, he also has 2 protective spirit beasts, a rank 6 Golden Wolf King and a rank 7 Blue Flood Dragon. These were all obtained by young Master with his own ability, and you must know that he is only 24 years old this year. Mad Tooth hurriedly asked. Not only is he a grade 6 alchemist, but he also knows the soul race's spiritual force attack, which means he is one of the rarest spiritual force masters on the continent. Savage Leopard nodded and said, otherwise, how could he enter your sea of consciousness and restore your consciousness? Although Mad Tooth was shocked by Ling Zhao's many identities, he still asked doubtfully, could it be that he is the monstrous successor of some large sect or ancient family? Savage Leopard shook his head and said, if he is the successor of one of those large sects or ancient families, then his current achievements would not have been created by himself, and he would not be worthy of my and Xianxia's recognition. He is just a disciple from a grade 8 sect in the northwest. Young Master's Tenbin is astonishing, and his opportunities are even more difficult for others to obtain. His future is definitely not something you can imagine. Perhaps the Holy Emperor is not his end. Mad Tooth looked at Savage Leopard with a complicated expression. In his heart he developed a strong curiosity towards Ling Xiao, but he did not have the heart to submit. After all, people at his level of strength all had unimaginable arrogance, and his state of mind was extremely tenacious. He would not change anything just because of a few words from Savage Leopard. Unless Ling Xiao could overwhelm him with strength, perhaps he would be willing to accept it. Big brother, maybe you're right, but I don't know how long it will take for him to reach that realm. Why don't I go talk to your young master and ask him to leave with me? After we get our revenge, we'll live together. Sometimes we'll cultivate, sometimes we'll travel the world, and we'll taste the leisure that we didn't enjoy in our early years. Mad Tooth persuaded Cruel Leopard instead. Savage Leopard revealed an anxious expression and said, Mad Tooth, listen to Big Brother this time. Only by following young master can we go further in the future. He had already promised Ling Xiao that he would persuade Mad Tooth to chase after Ling Xiao. If Mad Tooth turned back now, he really didn't know how to explain it to his young master. Big brother, there's no need to do this. With my current strength, it won't be a problem for me to find many resources for you to cultivate back to your peak strength. Following him might just be a waste of time, said Mad Tooth. No. Mad Tooth, you and I do not know young master's identity. He is the only disciple of Lord Romantic Evil Emperor who we had always idolized. Savage Leopard lost his cool and roared at Mad Tooth. Whose disciple is Guan? Mad Tooth said disapprovingly. However, when he said that, he stopped and the pupils in his old eyes shrank. He is Lord Demonic Emperor's only disciple? Savage Leopard nodded and said seriously, that's right. A year ago, I saw Lord Demonic Emperor's heroic bearing with my own eyes. Young Master is really Lord Demonic Emperor's successor. Then what's Lord Demonic Emperor's strength now? Mad Tooth asked with a glint in his old eyes. Towards one of the 4 great legends of the Central Region, the Evil Emperor, there were countless people who worshipped him, and Savage Leopard and Mad Tooth were the Evil Emperor's mercenaries and admirers. I'm not sure exactly which realm he's at, but I've seen your battle with the Earth Flame Tiger. With your strength, perhaps. Originally, you wouldn't be able to withstand a single move from Lord Demonic Emperor. He has long since gone to the Heaven Realm, so his strength should have long reached the Holy Emperor's realm. Savage Leopard did not know the Evil Emperor's strength, but based on his many years of experience, he could feel that the gap between Mad Tooth and the Evil Emperor was still very big. In order to make Mad Tooth stay by his young master's side, he had no choice but to bring up the Evil Emperor. If this still couldn't convince Mad Tooth, then he had no other choice. Mad Tooth sighed heavily and said, Lord Demonic Emperor is truly a heaven-sent hero. Even he has taken a fancy to young master. Do you think his judgment would be bad? Savage Leopard asked. Mad Tooth smiled bitterly and said, since Big Brother says that your young master is so good, then I'll try to follow by his side to see if he's as monstrous as you say. If I find out that he's just an idiot, then I'll immediately bring you away. All right. You'll know in the future that Big Brother didn't lie to you. Savage Leopard quickly replied happily. Mad Tooth raised his hand and said, Big Brother, don't be anxious, I haven't finished speaking. He paused for a moment and said, although he's Lord Demonic Emperor's disciple, I'm not following him to be his servant, but to repay him for saving us. Let's set a time limit of 10 years. In these 10 years I can protect his safety, but I won't help him do anything else. If he can make me completely submit within 10 years, then I'll follow him. If he can't make me submit, then how about you leave with me? Mad Tooth was very interested in the young master that Savage Leopard mentioned. He had not thought that the young master would actually be Lord Demonic Emperor's disciple, but this did not mean that he would put down his dignity to be Ling Xiao's servant. The evil emperor was the evil emperor and Ling Xiao was just a disciple. Whether Ling Xiao could become the second evil emperor was still uncertain. No problem, 10 years it is. Savage Leopard agreed readily. He wanted to believe that with young master's ability he would be able to conquer Mad Tooth sooner or later. Thinking back to the time when he followed young master willingly, wasn't he still following young master? After Savage Leopard and Mad Tooth talked about the old days, Savage Leopard told Ling Xiao about Mad Tooth's decision without missing a word. Ling Xiao was very casual about this and said, 10 years it is. After 10 years whether I want him to follow me or not is still unknown. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Savage Leopard could not help but worry about Mad Tooth. He completely believed in young master's words. 10 years might not be a big deal for powerful warriors, but for Ling Xiao it was full of too many unknowns. However, Savage Leopard could imagine that his young master could create many miracles in this time. Fraud, the Moon Emperor list competition will start in one day, right? Where should we go to sign up? Ling Xiao asked Xianyao, who was beside him. Xianyao replied, the North Water region is the territory of the Black Demon sect, so it's not a good idea to be in the limelight here. We can choose to sign up in Blue Sun City, which is close to the North Water region. Blue Sun City is a city directly under the Blue Sun sect, which is a 4th grade sect. Only 4th grade sects or cities directly under the Blue Sun sect, which is comparable to a 4th grade sect, can sign up for the Emperor List competition. Each city will decide the top 10 and then they will go to a designated place to fight. Then the top 10 will be decided there and so on. After many rounds of elimination the last 100 will be decided, and then the top 10 will fight. I see. Then let's not delay any longer. Let's hurry up. Ling Xiao nodded. Ling Xiao and the others rushed out of the big mountain and immediately returned to Baixiong City. Then they were teleported to other cities. After 3 consecutive teleportations, Ling Xiao and the others arrived at Blue Sun City. Although Blue Sun City couldn't compare to a super big city like Wind City, it was still extremely prosperous and bustling. Especially since the Imperial Rankings tournament was about to be held every 10 years, the young geniuses from cities near Blue Sun City all rushed over one after another. These young prodigies rode on powerful spirit beasts as they swaggered through the streets with extremely arrogant expressions on their faces. They were all elites from various cities, and there were also disciples of the 5th and 6th grade sections. There were also some powerful mercenaries and rogue cultivators. These people were all under 100 years old, which was considered young for a strong cultivator. When an ordinary person cultivated to the Earth Sovereign Realm, their appearance would age much slower. For example, Ling Xiao, Xianyao, and the others all broke through to the Earth Sovereign Realm when they were in their 20s. Their appearance would rarely age within 100 years. If they could still break through at an extremely fast speed, when they reached the Heavenly Venerable Realm or the Mystic Tharch Realm, their appearance would not change much and they would still look young. After all, the stronger the expert, the more vigorous their life force, and the earlier they could break through, they would be able to ensure that their appearance would not age. The Emperor List competition had been going on for tens of thousands of years. It was started by the #1 hall in the Central region, the Spiritual Martial Hall. The Spiritual Martial Hall was always the supreme force in the Central region. Even the most famous Black Demon sect did not dare to provoke the people of the spiritual martial hall. This showed how powerful the spiritual martial hall was. The spiritual martial hall proposed the Emperor List competition with the goal of promoting the martial arts in the central region. At the same time, they would take this opportunity to recruit young talents from all over the central region to join the spiritual martial hall. Every time a combat emperor entered the top 100, 30% of them would choose to join the martial spirit pavilion. The rest of them would return to their own factions to further their development. There were also a portion of them who were invited by some major factions to join them. This was also the reason why the Emperor List competition was approved by all the major forces. Every 10 years, there would be third-level combat emperor geniuses joining the spiritual martial hall to replenish the fresh blood. After tens of thousands of years of accumulation, it could be seen how terrifying the spiritual martial hall was. It could be said that the Emperor List competition was a stage where geniuses from all over the world gathered. At the same time, it was also the focus of all the major forces. They would find some good seedlings and let them become the new generation's representatives or representatives. Those geniuses from all over the world would desperately show their strongest side, or fight for glory for themselves, their sect or their family, or fight for more cultivation resources. Every year, the list of the Emperor List competition would be made public. Every Earth Emperor who achieved good results would have the opportunity to become famous in the central region. Earth Emperors who could enter the top 1,000 were the best of the best. Even if they didn't enter the top 100, they would still become the target of the major forces. Therefore, ever since the Emperor List competition was held, it was always very lively. Earth Emperors from all over the world would gather and display their abilities. They fought fiercely in all directions, hoping that one day, their names would be known in the central region. Ling Xiao and the others were also preparing for the Emperor List competition in the Blue Sun City. Chapter 591. Blue Sun City welcomed the busiest day of every decade. Early in the morning, the 10 wide arenas in the center of the city were already surrounded by a sea of people. There was a tall altar in front of the 10 arenas. This was where the distinguished guests of the Blue Sun sect and some of the 5th-grade sects and large clans were watching the battles. In front of each of the 10 arenas, there was an Empyrean elder dressed in the same uniform who was registering. The young and middle-aged earthly emperors began to squeeze forward, preparing to register for the Imperial Rankings tournament. Looking around, there were already hundreds of people lining up in front of the various arenas. In other words, there were thousands of earthly emperors participating in the Imperial Rankings tournament in Blue Sun City. This was only the number of people registering in one city, and there were at least 100 cities in the central region that were doing the same thing at the same time. In other words, there were at least hundreds of thousands of heroes participating in the Imperial Rankings tournament in the central region. Among the hundreds of thousands of heroes, being able to enter the top 1,000 was already considered extraordinary. One could imagine how powerful the war emperors who entered the top 100 were, let alone the slaughter emperors who were in the top 10. In this chaotic crowd, many people who came to watch were loudly discussing something. This year's Imperial Rankings tournament has begun again. It seems that the number of people this time is a bit more than the previous year. Of course. I heard that the rewards this time are much more generous than the previous years. It is said that the war emperors who are able to enter the top 100 will have the opportunity to soak in the enlightenment pool that is jointly controlled by the 18 great forces. Moreover, they will be given some level 6 spirit artifacts and pills for cultivation. It can't be the rewards are so generous? The enlightenment pool is a great place in the central region. It is said that as long as a high-level earthly emperor soaks in there for a day, there is at least a 50% chance that he will comprehend his own Tao and step into the honorable realm. For the past 10,000 years, the 18 great forces have jointly split the spots in there, but this time they are actually willing to share it with these war emperors. This time, the Lord of the Spiritual Martial Pavilion has spoken, and he should give others a chance to become stronger. How could the other forces dare to refute that Lord's words? It seems that this year's Imperial Rankings tournament will be much more interesting than in the previous realms. At this moment there was a commotion on the first arena. A valiant youth riding on a high tier 5 red curly flame tiger dashed towards the registration area of arena number 1. The earthly sovereigns who were in the middle of the ranking and the onlookers all cursed and moved away. Zhong Tong from Brilliant City here to register. The young man ignored the curses of the crowd and shouted at the heavenly venerate who was registering. As soon as he announced his name, it immediately caused quite a commotion. The Sky Sovereign seemed to be used to these arrogant disciples. He immediately glanced at Zhong Tong's strength and wrote his name on a jade platform. He said lightly, "Next." The dazzling city's Zhong clan is a great clan comparable to a 6th-rank sect. Zhong Tong seems to be less than 40 years old, yet he already possesses the strength of a peak mid-stage earthly monarch realm. Coupled with his mount, the Crimson Scorching Tiger, his combat strength is probably extraordinary. He's only a mid-stage earthly emperor, yet he's already so arrogant. I'm afraid he won't even be able to make it through the first round. You're wrong. I've heard of this Zhong Tong before. Although he's only a mid-stage earthly emperor, he has the strength to fight above his level. It's said that a year ago he killed 2 high-level earthly emperors by himself. It can't be he's that strong. However, before Zhong Tong could enjoy the discussion of him, he saw an even greater commotion coming from arena number 3. In midair, 3 white spirit eagles carrying 3 women dressed in pure white satin flew over. These 3 women had upper-class appearances. Each of them had a graceful figure like a snake, and their temperaments were outstanding. There was an extremely cold expression between their brows, giving off a feeling that they were 1,000 miles away. "Ming Clan City, Mingyu, Mingjing and Mingying, please come and register," the woman in the center said in a clear and melodious voice. "It's the 3 sisters of the Ming clan. I didn't expect them to participate in this year's Imperial Ranking Tournament. They're the 3 most outstanding members of the Ming clan's new generation, and they've all reached the mid-stage of the Earth Emperor realm." That's right. They've cultivated the Ming clan's supreme technique, the Bright Moon Mysterious Art, to the large success stage, and they all have the strength to fight above their level. Isn't the Bright Moon Mysterious Art something that only virgins can cultivate? Could it be that the 3 sisters haven't married yet? Lower your voice. If they hear you, you'll be in trouble. That's right, they're still virgins. Who knows how many people want to marry them, but they've all been rejected. It seems like they're participating in the Imperial Ranking Tournament because they want to take this opportunity to choose a man. Why don't you go and participate? Forget it. With my strength as a low-level Earth Emperor, I'll just be a disgrace. As more and more outstanding young talents appeared, the crowd was in an uplifting mood. The registration period was 3 days in total, and the closer it was to the end, the stronger the Earth Emperor would be. Many people wanted to show off, and they immediately attracted attention before the battle even started. Among them, the most popular ones were naturally the 6 great true disciples of the Blue Sun sect. Among these 6 people, there were 2 who had participated in the Imperial Ranking Tournament 10 years ago. It could be said that both of them had entered the top 1,000, and one of them had even entered the top 100, carrying the honorary title of War Emperor. However, that War Emperor had already stepped into the honored stage, and he had only come this time to give his junior brother some momentum. In addition, there were also the 4 great true disciples of the 5th grade sect, the Yuanqing sect. All of them had reached the high-level Earth Emperor realm, and judging from their menacing appearance, it seemed that they were determined to win this battle. There were also many other powers that had sent out their strongest representatives. In addition, there were a few peak Earth Emperors who were close to 100 years old who had also come to participate in the battle. It was obvious that the temptation of the Enlightenment Pool had already forced out some hidden experts who couldn't wait to enter the Sky Sovereign stage. It wasn't until the 3rd day of registration was about to end that Ling Xiao and the others finally appeared on stage. Ling Xiao had always felt that he was a very low-key person, but this time he had changed his usual behavior and came to register in a very high-profile manner. He rode the mid-tier 6th grade Golden Wolf King and strode into the city arena. There were 3 beautiful women with veils covering their faces sitting on the wolf's back, and they were serving Ling Xiao. One of the women handed a sparkling 3rd grade fruit to Ling Xiao, another woman gently massaged his shoulders from behind, and the last woman did nothing but nestled in Ling Xiao's arms. Ling Xiao tried to look as casual as possible. Behind the Golden Wolf King, there was an old man and 4 young men standing solemnly, as if they were his attendants, and they added a bit of an aura to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's handsome appearance, coupled with his lazy expression, made the women around him exclaim in surprise. "Senior sister, look. That person is so handsome. He's so young." Not bad, he looks like he's only in his 20s, but he's already reached the Earth Emperor's strength. This Tenbin is truly powerful. If he had participated in another 10 years, he would definitely be ranked among the war emperors. It's a pity that he came too early. The auras of the 3 women beside him are also extraordinary, and the followers below him are also very handsome. I really wonder where they are from. If he can get into the top 10 of this city, I'll go and seduce him, chase away the women around him, and let him join our family to increase our family's strength. The Sky Sovereign on the 10th arena was already prepared to end the match, but he didn't expect there to be such a flashy person who came to register. He secretly guessed where Ling Xiao and the others came from. Are you all here to register? The Sky Sovereign looked up at Ling Xiao and asked. Ling Xiao got off the wolf's back and cupped his hands towards the Sky Sovereign. Northwest Meteorite City Ling Xiao has come to register. Following that, the 2 girls beside Ling Xiao stepped forward and said, Northwest Meteorite City's Kai Xiaoyu has come to register. Northwest Meteorite City's Bai Yushi has come to register. Xianyao also stepped forward and said, Xianyao has come to register. Yi Family City's Yi Yunfeng has come to register. The Sky Sovereign was stunned for a moment before he quickly wrote down their names on the jade platform. At this moment, a strong commotion sounded out behind them. Did everyone hear that? There's actually someone from a remote place like the Northwest who came to register to participate in the Imperial Rankings competition. What a joke. Isn't the Northwest a small place? It's said that the strongest sect is only a 7th grade sect. How come these youngsters have all reached the Earth Emperor realm? Perhaps they came to the central region and obtained some sort of fortuitous encounter. Look at them just now, they're like nouveau riche, as if they're afraid that others won't know that they're here to register for the Imperial Rankings competition. Maybe that Meteorite City is the territory of some hidden power. Looking at how young they are, it's impossible for them to have such strength without a powerful backer. The names of Ling Xiao and the others had spread throughout Blue Sun City in just half a day. It wasn't because of his flashy appearance, but because the Northwest Meteorite City he spoke of had become the focus of everyone's attention. Most of them were ridicule and disdain, and in the eyes of many, the Northwest was just a small remote place that couldn't be any more avoided. They never thought that there would actually be someone from that kind of place who would register to participate in the Imperial Rankings competition. He even shamelessly reported the location of his ancestral home. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, did not seem to care about the mocking gazes of others. He had definitely made up his mind to become famous in the central region. He hoped that Yun Mingqi would be able to hear his name somewhere and quickly come to find him. That was why he had made such a flashy appearance and caused such a response. Although his reputation had spread throughout Blue Sun City, he believed that it wouldn't be long before everyone in Blue Sun City would remember his name, Ling Xiao. This was because Blue Sun City was not Ling Xiao's final destination, but his starting point. Not long after, when he ascended to the top of the Imperial Rankings, who would dare to mock his origins? Many people in Blue Sun City would probably be proud of this. Master, don't worry, this disciple will definitely not let down your name. Michi, if you hear my name, I hope you can come and find me as soon as possible. Ling Xiao slightly raised his head and thought in his heart. At this moment he was incomparably confident and resolute. He was determined to obtain the position of champion of the Imperial Rankings. Chapter 592. The 3 days of registration had ended, and the number of people that had come to Blue Sun City to register for the competition had actually reached 12,000. This number was practically more than double the amount of the previous years. It was obvious that many people were there for the reward of the Pond of Enlightenment. On the day of the Imperial Rankings battle, the surroundings of the 10 arenas at the center of the city were already filled with a sea of people. All of them had occupied advantageous positions, and they were prepared to witness the situation of the first battle of the Imperial Rankings battle. Many king rank experts had even come with the intention of observing and comprehending the battles, and this was greatly beneficial to their future cultivation and attaining the earthly emperor realm. At the same time, it was also a form of encouragement for themselves to attain the earthly emperor realm as soon as possible, and they hoped that they would be able to participate in the Imperial Rankings battle one day. Besides that, there were also some people that were purely here to watch the show, and there were many that were spies of some powers that hoped to discover some good saplings as soon as possible. There were also many young women that had come with the intention of choosing a husband. In short, the stir caused by the imperial rankings battle this time was already extraordinary. Before the battle began, Ling Xiao had a conversation with Kai Shiyue and Bai Yushi. Yushi, the imperial rankings battle this time is much more intense than we imagined, and it's obvious just by looking at the terrifying number of people that have registered. Moreover, they're all outstanding geniuses from all over the world and their combat strengths are definitely extraordinary. The important thing for both of you to participate in the competition this time is to participate, and you must not force yourselves. If you're no match for them, then surrender as soon as possible. I don't want to see both of you suffer any harm, said Ling Xiao to the two women. Even though he had certain expectations for them in his heart as he was unable to find Yun Mingqi, he cared about and cherished the women by his side even more. Husband, there's no need to worry. With my current strength, I can even fight a peak earthly emperor. On the other hand, younger sister Yushi's cultivation still needs to be consolidated, and her combat experience is slightly lacking, so you have to be more careful, said Kai Shiyue confidently. As a former female Azura, her combat strength and combat experience were naturally extraordinary. Not to mention that she was already at the late stage of the monarch realm, and if she didn't encounter a combat emperor that could surmount realms to fight, then it probably wouldn't be a problem for her to enter the top 1,000 or even top 100. Young master sister, you don't worry about me. I know what to do, Bai Yushi said. Yes, no matter what happens, don't be afraid. You two are outstanding and will definitely attract some arrogant people who think they're good at something. When that time comes, don't be polite to them. Give them a good beating. Even if you're not their match, don't be afraid of them. Young master will support you. Ling Xiao changed the topic. Young talents and beauties from all over the world were gathered here. There would definitely be a lot of self-proclaimed romantic men who would have thoughts about his women. Therefore, Ling Xiao specially told Bai Yushi to be careful, lest Bai Yushi didn't know how to deal with it. As for Kai Shiyue, he was very relieved. The two women nodded, their faces flushed red. Hearing Ling Xiao praise them for their outstanding looks, they were especially happy in their hearts. After a round of reminders, the time for the Imperial Rankings competition to begin was approaching. The rules of the battle were quite different from normal duels. It wasn't that everyone could enter the next round after winning one round. Instead, it was that kind of continuous banker-style competition. The so-called continuous banker style was that the first Earth Emperor to go up would be the banker. Then he would have to win 10 rounds in a row before he could enter the next stage of the competition. If the banker won 5 rounds in a row and was defeated by someone else, then the person who came later would become the new banker. He only needed to win 5 more rounds. Of course, after every battle, one could choose to pause for an hour to recover their combat strength. This was also the only way to show that it was humane. After all, it was quite strenuous for a banker to fight continuously. However, this was the case for the Imperial Rankings competition. What they needed was a true war emperor who could fight for a long time, not an Earth Emperor who could only lose 1 or 2 rounds before collapsing. At the same time, each Earth Emperor could summon spirit beasts below the 5th rank to fight together. However, spirit beasts above the 5th rank couldn't be summoned. Otherwise, this kind of competition would be meaningless. In other words, people like Ling Xiao couldn't summon the Golden Wolf King to fight. However, other people who had spirit beasts below the 5th rank could summon them. The power of the cooperation between humans and beasts would definitely be much stronger than fighting alone. Fortunately, Ling Xiao and the others had already made plans before they came. Kai Shiyue, Bai Yushi and Xianxia had already caught 3 spirit beasts to fight with them. As for Ling Xiao, he didn't find another spirit beast. He was very confident in himself. If he couldn't even deal with such a small situation, how could he become famous in the central region? When Ling Xiao and the others arrived at the contestant area of the arena, it was already filled with energetic Earth Emperors. There were men and women among these Earth Emperors. They had different realms, old and young. They carried spirit weapons in their hands or on their backs that were emitting waves of fluctuations. Looking at their confident looks, it was as if each of them was a monstrous war emperor. The appearance of Ling Xiao and the others immediately attracted the attention of the Earth Emperors. Isn't this the Earth Emperor of the Northwest Meteor City? I couldn't tell that there would be such top-notch talents in such a small place. That's right, those girls are the real best. If we can get our hands on them, hee. No matter what, they came all the way here to register. This courage is naturally not something we can compare to. Maybe they can win 1 or 2 matches and then return to the northwest to announce their great achievements. Haha, this brother is right. Too right, the northwest meteor city is just a fart. Young master, these people are so annoying. Although Bai Yushi was born kind, she was still a native of Meteor City. Hearing such insults from others, she immediately felt infuriated. Ling Xiao patted her shoulder lightly and said, "Don't be angry, these are just clowns, not worth mentioning." As he spoke, he secretly used a few elementary spirit runes and headed towards the few people who had ridiculed him the loudest. Suddenly, as if they were drunk, they began to sway unsteadily on the spot. Their expressions were like idiots as they giggled foolishly, making them look like clowns. The surrounding people acted as if they had seen a ghost and quickly retreated far away. They all looked at the Earth Emperor's drunken dance with inexplicable expressions, their hearts filled with countless doubts. Did you see that? Those people are the consequences of their cheap mouths. Ling Xiao said with a slightly raised voice. Bai Yushi clenched her fists in satisfaction and said, "Young master is right, they are despicable." At this time, everyone looked at Ling Xiao and the others with narrowed eyes. Could it be that they did it? Everyone had an unbelievable thought in their hearts. They must have been fine just a moment ago. How did they suddenly become stupid? After a while, those people regained their senses again, but their movements still maintained the playful appearance from before. Looking at the people who were far away from them, their old faces turned red and they immediately squeezed to the other side. It was also at this time that the sound of gongs and drums shook the sky. Bang bang. The sound of gongs and firecrackers pushed the lively atmosphere of the scene to the highest point. At the same time, more than a dozen figures flew from various corners towards the high altar on the arena. These people exuded a tyrannical pressure, and all the surrounding Earth Emperor felt suffocated. These people's strength was impressively above the mid-level heavenly venerable level. They were all representatives from the most powerful forces around Lanyang City. The one sitting in the middle was, of course, the city lord of Lanyang City, Lin Xiaoguang. Lin Xiaoguang looked like a middle-aged man, and he was the youngest of the people sitting here. His strength had reached the high-level heavenly venerable level and he was one of the best among the crowd. It was rumored that Lin Xiaoguang had participated in the imperial ranking tournament 100 years ago. It was said that at that time he was ranked within the top 1,000 and was only 100 places away from entering the imperial ranking. Unfortunately, in the end he encountered a terrifying imperial exterminator and was defeated. However, his defeat was not unjustified. After all, the imperial killer's strength was too terrifying, and even a battle emperor could only admit defeat if he encountered him. In that battle, although Lin Xiao had been defeated, he had caught the eye of the Blue Sun sect and was dug out by them. In the past 100 years he had been able to achieve the strength of a high-level Empyrean. This Tenbin was indeed comparable to the top 100 war emperors. As Lin Xiaoguang and the others sat down, everyone around the arena quietened down. Lin Xiaoguang glanced at the people below the stage indifferently and said in a loud and clear voice, "Before the martial arts competition begins, I will still explain the rules of the martial arts competition. I will only say it once, those who violate it will be considered as giving up." Following that, Lin Xiaoguang roughly explained the rules. This rule was very simple. The first rule was that neither side could surpass the venerable realm. Once someone was found to be using an artifact to conceal their strength, they would immediately be disqualified and killed on the spot. The second rule was that both sides had to sign a life or death contract before entering the arena. After all, swords and sabers had no eyes, and every move and every second had to be contested. No one would hold back, so death and injury were inevitable. However, if one side surrendered in advance, the other side could not kill them, otherwise they would be disqualified and their cultivation would be abolished. The third rule was that the spirit beasts summoned by the cultivator could not surpass the sixth order. After Lin Xiaoguang announced the general rules, he changed the topic and said, "This time the top 100 Earth Emperors in this city can apply to join my Blue Sun sect and become my Blue Sun sect's deacons. They can enjoy all kinds of cultivation resources, and the top 10 can become my sect's true disciples. They can enjoy the highest level of service and all kinds of pills, profound skills and spirit artifacts can be provided. Therefore please cherish this opportunity." Lin Xiaoguang's last sentence was to advertise for the Blue Sun sect, and at the same time, to rope in new blood for the Blue Sun sect. After all, The 100 people who were able to escape from the 10,000 people here were all extremely powerful, and those who were able to enter the top 10 were all Earth Emperors who were ranked in the top 1,000 in the entire central region. Of course, the Blue Sun sect would be the first to throw out their branches. Otherwise, after they became famous in one battle, it would be difficult for them to compete for these geniuses. In fact, it wasn't just the Blue Sun sect. The local forces would also make such a decision in the imperial ranking competition held in the various large cities. Following Lin Xiaoguang's announcement, the array patterns at the side of the various arenas started to activate. Multicolored light screens enveloped the various arenas. This was also to allow the various Earth Emperors to fight to their heart's content, and at the same time, to prevent their energy from affecting the spectators. Chapter 593. There were 10 arenas and 10 colorful light curtains. These light curtains were comparable to the power of a celestial master. Ordinary earthly sovereign realm experts would not be able to destroy them. The referees on each of the arenas shouted, "Let the Imperial List tournament begin." On the various arenas, figures flew up from different directions. There was no order in the arenas. Whoever went up first and announced their name would be the first to fight. As long as they won 10 matches in a row, they would be able to enter the second round. The others could go up whenever they wanted. However, there were more than 10,000 people in the tournament. The first round would only last for half a month. Those who did not register within half a month would be considered to have forfeited. As the earthly sovereign realm experts entered the arena one after another, a series of rumbling explosions could be heard. The 10 arenas were immediately filled with intense collisions. Smoke rose from all directions and the spectators could not stop exclaiming in surprise. Ling Xiao and the others did not go up immediately. Instead they stayed in a corner and observed the fights. Yi Yunfeng, who was beside him, could not help but say, "Young master, let's go up too." Xianxia had set a goal for him to fight his way into the top 100. He had thought that it was impossible, but after a year of quiet cultivation, his strength had improved greatly. Moreover, he had obtained a high-level Xian skill from the evil emperor. Coupled with the Yi family's ascension technique, he was now confident that he could fight his way into the top 100. Although the ascension technique had a huge flaw and once used he would lose all his spiritual power for 3 days, this problem had been temporarily solved. This was because Feng Xianyun could use the ancient silver needle stimulation technique to restore his weakened body. However, the pain that he had to endure was not something that an ordinary person could bear. Moreover, he could only use the needles twice a month. In other words, Yi Yunfeng could only use the Spirit Ascension chant twice a month. Otherwise, if he continued to use it, his body would be unable to bear the pain and it would cause great harm to his body. The best way was for Yi Yunfeng to comprehend something in this battle and improve the Yi family's ascension technique as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would not be a good idea to continue like this. "We'll let you go up, but we hope that you can clearly see the strength of these people. Otherwise you'll be the ones to suffer," Ling Xiao replied, but his eyes were still on the first arena. "That's right." A young man wielding a spear looked at his opponent in the first ring. His face was filled with disdain as he said, "I, Zhong Tong, can defeat you in a single strike." Zhong Tong's opponent was also a middle-level earthly sovereign. This earthly sovereign looked to be in his 50s, and his fire elemental aura was extremely strong. He had already won 2 matches in a row, and both of them were defeated by a single move. However, his opponents were only low-level earthly sovereign and they were not on the same level. When the middle-level Earth Emperor heard Zhong Tong's arrogance, he immediately shouted, "What's the use of just talking and not doing anything? If you have any strong moves, just come at me. I can kill a small character like you in one move." After the middle-level Earth Sovereign shouted, he immediately took the initiative to strike first. The long sword in his hand shook out countless sword lights, which instantly enveloped Zhong Tong. The sword chi transformed into several spirit beasts and roared at Zhong Tong. The powerful energy caused the defensive formation to tremble slightly. This move was almost an all-out attack from a mid-stage earthly sovereign realm expert. This person's combat power should be in the upper middle level. However, in the face of this move, Zhong Tong appeared extremely disdainful. Layers of dark protection force surrounded his body like an iron wall. Phantoms of iron armor beasts appeared and blocked the sword chi. The surrounding people let out cries of surprise. This is the Zhong family's unique secret technique, the bronze iron body protection technique. That's right. It's said that they need to absorb the blood of iron armor beasts to cultivate this technique to the great accomplishment stage. Once they reach the great accomplishment stage, their defense will be comparable to a high-grade profound artifact or even a low-grade spirit artifact. Looks like Zhong Tong's defense is about to reach the great accomplishment stage. No wonder he's so confident. Not a bad attack, but unfortunately it's useless against me, Zhong Tong said faintly. The long spear in his hand quickly rotated, and an earth-colored spear light shot towards the mid-stage earthly sovereign realm expert like lightning. The mid-stage earthly sovereign realm expert hurriedly retreated, and at the same time he was about to summon his protective spirit beast. Unexpectedly, Zhong Tong's move was just a feint. His real killing move was to attack from behind. He leaped into the air and turned into a spear. The powerful energy caused the surrounding air to whistle. The mid-stage earthly sovereign realm expert quickly gave up on summoning his spirit beast and held his sword horizontally above his head, blocking the spear shadow. Plang. The mid-stage earthly sovereign realm expert only felt a sweetness in his throat. The long sword in his hand was directly smashed away by the powerful energy, and his entire body was sent flying out of the arena. Zhong Tong descended from the sky in a carefree manner. He flicked his hair lightly and said with a very arrogant expression, "Who else wants to challenge this young master?" Zhong Tong's move forcefully suppressed his opponent. His strength already had the strength of an ordinary high-level earthly sovereign realm expert. However, although this move of his was strong, it could not stop the desire of the emperors to fight for the ranking. "I Zhu Kuan will fight with you, little kid," an old man in his 70s shouted. He carried a pair of sickles and leaped onto the arena with a surging aura. The various secret techniques of the central region are indeed powerful. Ling Xiao could not help but exclaim when he sensed the defensive profound skill that Zhong Tong had just used. These are only mid-level secret techniques. Once you meet the outstanding talents of the 18 major forces, your horizons will be broadened. Xian Yao echoed from the side. Well, let's take a look at the situation of the other arenas. Later on we will split up and fight on our own arenas. This way we can avoid running into our own people too early. Ling Xiao replied softly. His gaze fell on the second, third, and fourth arenas. On these three arenas the bankers were impressively the three Ming sisters. The three of them were graceful and had graceful figures. They constantly danced up and down like beautiful butterflies. Not only were they beautiful but they also carried a strong killing intent. The three of them had each won 3 rounds in a row. Furthermore, they had not used their protective spirit beasts so far, which was enough to show that their strength was not inferior to Zhong Tong's. Ling Xiao swept his gaze over the other arenas. Suddenly his gaze fixed on the 8th arena. The banker of the 8th arena was an indifferent young man. He held a cyan longsword in his hand. Balls of cyan energy constantly flashed around him. His eyes were filled with incomparable confidence and pride. He had won 5 rounds in a row. He was the one who had won the most consecutive rounds since the start of the competition. He was also the fastest. The surrounding people all recognized him as Xianxia, one of the 5 true disciples from the Blue Sun sect who were participating in the Imperial List tournament. He was a newly advanced Earth Emperor, specialized in the wood attribute and was good at using a longsword. At this time the 6th Earth Emperor to challenge Xianxia entered the arena. This person also had the strength of a high-level Earth Emperor. He held a split-wave saber and was above a gold-devouring rat of the 5th rank. Without saying a word, the man and beast immediately split up and attacked Xianxia with all their might. Xianxia's expression was still extremely indifferent in the face of the long-range attacks from the man and beast. It was as if he did not care about these attacks at all. Seeing that the attacks were about to reach Xianxia, he began to move. His whole body was like a clone. He actually split into 2 and at the same time, a terrifying sword light slashed out from the left and right, dispersing the attacks one by one. At the same time, the 3rd clone had already stabbed towards the waist of the high-level Earth Emperor from the other side. The high-level Earth Emperor was shocked. He hurriedly returned his saber to meet the attack. Powerful Xian skills were constantly released. On the other hand, Xianxia's sword light was extremely strange. The sword that was supposed to be stabbing forward had turned into a distorted shape. It bypassed the attack of the high-level Earth Emperor and directly pierced the waist of the high-level Earth Emperor. At this time, Only a shadow of Shen stood in the middle of the high-level Earth Emperor. The long sword had already pierced the high-level Earth Emperor's body. He muttered, "Die." After saying that, he waved the long sword in his hand. The high-level Earth Emperor didn't even have a chance to retreat. He was immediately cut into 2 layers at the waist. The strong smell of blood made the people around the 8th arena want to vomit. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao frowned slightly and muttered, "It's actually the doppelganger secret technique." He immediately explained to Ling Xiao, "This is a secret technique unique to the Blue Sun sect. It is said that if one cultivates it to the large success stage, they can split into 12 clones at the same time. Right now, the disciple of the Blue Sun sect can only use 3 or 4 clones, which means that he has only reached the small success stage. However, in the Battle of the Earth Emperor, their clones are indeed a headache. I think that this time at least 2 people from the Blue Sun sect will be able to enter the top 10 of this competition." Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Indeed, if you meet them you must be careful. In fact, only one of their clones is real and the rest are just illusions. The attack power won't be too strong, and the real kill will be at the moment when their real body descends. As long as you can defend this point, their advantage will not exist." After thinking for a moment, he said, "All right, there's not much time left. All of you go down and participate in the competition. I want to see who among you will be the first to obtain the qualification for the second round." "All right, boss, watch me." Yi Yunfeng was full of fighting spirit. He responded and immediately rushed towards the first arena. It was obvious that he wanted to start defeating his opponents from the first arena. After Kai Shiyue and Bai Yushi looked at each other, they walked towards the 5th and 6th arenas respectively. Xian Yao chose the 7th arena. The banker was a tall and sturdy man with the strength of a middle-stage Earth Emperor. Ling Xiao didn't leave his spot. He just quietly watched as they went forward to fight. The prodigal boy at the side did not quite understand and said, "Boss, this kind of competition is so boring. Why do you want to participate? With your strength, playing with them is simply bullying them." Ling Xiao chuckled and said, "Hee, boss is not strong enough to be arrogant. Although this game is a little boring, it is also exciting." At this time, Mad Tooth, who rarely spoke, said faintly, "Historically, the Imperial Rankings competition has always been a battle where elites from all over the world gather. With your current strength, it will not be easy for you to leave Blue Sun City." Mad Tooth had not seen Ling Xiao's true combat strength, but he could tell that Ling Xiao was only a middle-stage Earth Emperor. Even if he was the disciple of the evil emperor and had the strength to fight above his level, it would not be easy for him to go further. Therefore, his words were obviously not optimistic about Ling Xiao and the others. Chapter 594. Towards Mad Claw's comments, Ling Xiao laughed it off and did not react at all. On the other hand, Savage Leopard had an unnatural look on his face. It was obvious that he didn't agree with Mad Claw's comment. After all, his understanding of Ling Xiao was far from what Mad Claw saw on the surface. On the first arena, Yi Yunfeng was already fighting with Zhong Tong, who had a winning streak. Ling Xiao was very optimistic about this battle. After all, Yi Yunfeng was a level higher than Zhong Tong. If he couldn't even defeat Zhong Tong, then he really wasn't worthy of following him. Sure enough, as Ling Xiao had expected, Yi Yunfeng had knocked Zhong Tong off the stage in the 15th move. Zhong Tong was only a middle-stage Earth Emperor, so being able to exchange 15 moves with Yi Yunfeng was already a pretty good result. Since Yi Yunfeng had defeated Zhong Tong, and Zhong Tong's previous 4 consecutive victories were all counted as Yi Yunfeng's, then Yi Yunfeng only needed to win 6 consecutive matches to enter the next round. On the other side, the moment Bai Yushi and Kai Shiyue appeared on the 4th and 5th arenas, they immediately caused the surrounding wolves to scream. "What a beautiful girl. Look at her mature figure. She's really asking for my life. Not bad, but this girl over here is even purer. Looking at her makes me want to hold her in my arms and take good care of her." Seeing them, the 3 sisters of the Ming clan seem much more vulgar. "This kind of woman is the best. When I go up, I'll subdue them." Kai Shiyue's entire body was suffused with a dazzling golden light. With the Hong Fu in her hand, she looked like an ethereal fairy, causing her opponent to be dazed. The opponent swallowed his saliva, his eyes filled with greed as he said, "Little girl, you should go down by yourself. Swords have no eyes, I don't want to ruin your face." Kai Shiyue didn't say much. She lightly waved the Hong Fu in her hand, and countless strands of hair turned into willow threads that flew towards her opponent. The plain Hong Fu did not display much lethality, causing people to be unable to help but have an illusion. The opponent smiled obscenely and said, "Since you want to play with me, then I'll have a good time with you." As soon as the opponent finished speaking, he actually bypassed Hong Fu like a snake and pounced towards Kai Shiyue. This guy was just a middle-level Earth sovereign. He couldn't see through Kai Shiyue's true strength. He thought that Kai Shiyue was a woman with no combat experience. His lecherous hand actually grabbed towards Kai Shiyue's plump chest, and his eyes were filled with greed. The people below the stage all had a look of regret on their faces. It seemed that they were all thinking how good it would be if they were the ones on the stage. However, just as the perverted pig slipper touched Kai Shiyue's chest, the whisk suddenly spun over and burst out with a sharp golden light, stabbing towards the opponent like thousands of needles. That person didn't have time to defend himself. He felt as if his back was being stung by tens of thousands of hornets. The man let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying far away. Kai Shiyue had already taken a few steps back and looked coldly at the man who had fallen to the ground. The surrounding people looked at the person who had been sent flying. Seeing the countless small holes on his back trickling with blood, everyone couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. They were all exclaiming, "This is a rose with thorns. If you touch it, your hand will be pricked. If you don't have the strength, it's better not to provoke it." Kai Shiyue won with a single move. Although she had shocked many of the weaker earthly emperors, she couldn't stop some of the more daring and lecherous people, as well as those who were fighting for the emperor rankings with all their might. As soon as that person was defeated, someone immediately jumped onto the stage to fight her. On the other side, Bayushi's opponent was at the same level as her. They were both at the middle stage of the Earth Emperor realm, and they were both women. This woman's looks were average. When she saw the pure and beautiful Bayushi, her heart immediately surged with jealousy. This woman's attacks were quite ruthless, and she attacked Bayushi's vitals one after another. Bayushi cultivated the Water Moon Divine technique. She dodged gracefully, and the blue longsword in her hand drew a blue light, barely blocking all the opponent's moves. Bayushi had just broken through to the middle stage of the Earth Emperor realm with the help of elixirs. Her realm was not stable yet. Fortunately, the power of her Water Moon Sword technique was extraordinary. Otherwise, she would have been defeated by her opponent. However, the woman obviously didn't want to be entangled too much. After attacking for a long time without success, she immediately summoned her spirit beast. It was a 5th-rank low-level snow wind eagle, and its huge body covered more than half of the stage. "Wind eagle, kill this little girl together with me." The woman was very cruel. She actually wanted to kill Bayushi as soon as she opened her mouth. The silver sword in her hand swung out powerful icicles, smashing towards Bayushi. At the same time, the snow wind eagle above her head also pounced towards Bayushi. The pair of vigorous eagle claws actually grabbed towards Bayushi's head. An ordinary middle-stage Earth Emperor might not be able to resist the joint attack from above and below. Bayushi suddenly revealed a somewhat determined look. She changed her previous soft look and firmly shouted in her heart, "I must not embarrass young master." "Water Moon Mirror Screen," Bayushi exclaimed. The blue long sword in her hand turned extremely delicate, as if she was playing with the Crown Prince's sword. Streams of blue water formed a water screen that was like a full moon, and the water screen bloomed with powerful reflective lines. Swish! The icicles that the woman attacked in front of Bayushi were actually swept back by the full moon water screen. The surrounding people immediately let out an uproar when they saw such a sword technique. Obviously, they were all shocked by this move of Bayushi. The woman was also shocked by the sudden return of the icicles. She quickly used a strong move to shake off her icicles one by one. However, the snow wind eagle above Bayushi's head had already pounced on her. She had no time to attack again. However, before the snow wind eagle's fierce claws could grab Bayushi's head, a snow-white shadow instantly appeared. Squeak! Of course, it was Bayushi's protective spirit beast, the white fox. The small body of the white fox instantly enlarged, and the 5 fox tails also instantly swelled up. The snow wind eagle was startled by the white fox's imposing manner, but it did not stop its attack. It just changed its target to the white fox. Unfortunately, its level was too far apart from the white fox. The current white fox had already advanced from the mid-stage of the 5th tier to the peak of the 5th tier. The 5 foxtails kept growing longer, and in an instant, they wrapped around the snow-wind eagle from 5 different directions. Like a man-eating flower, they bound the snow-wind eagle tightly. The difference between the two was too great. Furthermore, the white fox had the bloodline of a holy beast. Its battle tenbin was much stronger than ordinary spirit beasts. The white fox's tail tore the huge body of the 5th-tier low-stage snow-wind eagle into several pieces. As for the woman who was fighting with Bayushi, she was shocked when she saw that her spirit beast was actually killed. She revealed a look of panic. She was just about to open her mouth to admit defeat, but Bayushi's long sword had already pierced in front of her throat. The woman cried out in her heart, "My life is over." Unexpectedly, the long sword stopped firmly in front of her throat. It did not pierce through her throat. "Admit defeat," Bayushi said indifferently. She was still very soft-hearted after all. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao could not help but shake his head. He thought to himself, "Looks like this lass is still not suitable to participate in any battle." Ling Xiao did not have any intention of blaming her. He knew that this was Bayushi's nature. He also did not want to continue to force her to make any more changes. Otherwise she would not be who she was. On the 7th arena, Xianxia had also defeated his opponent. Moreover, he had only used 5 moves to end the battle. Looking at his calm expression and his elegant and heroic posture as he lightly waved his white fan, there were many women who were yearning for love who screamed for him. Ling Xiao wiped the ground with a faint smile. This fraud is acting cool again. It really makes this young master feel ashamed to be associated with him. If Xianxia had heard this, he would have immediately scolded, "You bastard! How dare I compare with a narcissist like you? Looks like it's time to go on stage," Ling Xiao murmured. Then his gaze fell on the 10th arena. On this arena was a young man, which made Ling Xiao extremely surprised. This young man looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. He had long golden hair and a wild temperament. He held a golden rod in his hand and stood with his hands behind his back. There was an indescribable arrogance on his slightly elegant and tender face. His strength had reached the strength of a low-level earthly emperor. It was likely that no one would believe that he had reached this level of strength at such a young age. They all thought that this person must have consumed some exotic spirit herbs in his early years, which was why he maintained such a look. Perhaps he was already 40 or 50 years old or even close to 100 years old. However, Ling Xiao felt that this young man should be the age he looked on the surface. He was definitely not a person who was more than 10 years old. This was because he could faintly feel that the young man's extremely powerful life fluctuations were contained within his body. As soon as the young man appeared on stage, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. This was because the opponent this young man challenged had already won 4 matches in a row. His strength had reached the high-level earthly emperor, and he was a very tough opponent. No one understood why this young man was so confident that he actually dared to challenge someone who was 2 levels above him. They all felt that this young man seemed to be too arrogant, or perhaps there was something wrong with this young man's brain. "Little boy, this is not a place you should be. If you know what's good for you, go down. This emperor doesn't want to hurt you because you are young and ignorant." The high-level earthly emperor was also kind-hearted and tried to persuade the golden-haired young man. "If you go down, I will spare your life," the young man said coldly to the high-level earthly emperor. "It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't go down," the high-level earthly emperor said somewhat angrily. He immediately blasted out a powerful fist shadow, intending to defeat the golden-haired young man in one move. However, in the face of the high-level earthly emperor's attack, the golden-haired young man showed extreme disdain. Immediately after, he flicked his golden hair and his whole body bloomed with dazzling light. A powerful phantom suddenly appeared. The phantom was impressively a golden spirit ape. It was much more powerful and terrifying than ordinary spirit apes. Its soaring battle intent caused the surrounding people to tremble. This is a sacred battle ape." Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 595. The sacred battle ape was an ancient spirit beast with amazing battle prowess. This kind of spiritual beast was extremely rare. Since ancient times, only a few of them had been discovered. However, each of the sacred battle apes possessed supreme battle power. Even divine beasts were extremely fearful of them and would not easily provoke them. No one had expected that this young man would be able to condense the phantom of a sacred battle ape. Many of the big shots on the high platforms stared at the golden-haired young man, their expressions filled with shock. He must have obtained the essence and blood of a sacred battle ape. Otherwise, how could he condense the phantom of a sacred battle ape? That's right. The sacred battle ape's Tenbin ability increases battle prowess and battle intent. Look at this young man's strength surging. If he becomes a high-level earthly emperor, he will definitely be among the top 10 imperial slaughtering emperors. It's not impossible for him to become the first sovereign. He's too monstrous. I really don't know where this young man is from. He's so heaven-defying. We can't miss out on such a good seedling. When I reported his name just now, I think he's called Yuan Zhantian. When the time comes, we'll have to rely on our own abilities to rope him in. This name really suits him. Seems like he was born to fight. It seems like there should be quite a few monsters in the central region. Ling Xiao sighed and no longer watched the battle on the 10th arena. His figure began to sweep towards the 8th arena. In the 8th arena, Xianxia had already won 7 matches in a row. Until now, no one had been able to break his cloning technique. He almost always killed his opponents with a single move. His methods were extremely cruel. Based on the current situation, he would be the first to advance to the next round of earthly emperors. Xianxia wore an extremely cold smile on his face as he waited for the next opponent to appear. However, he was secretly thinking to himself, could it be that my methods are a little too fierce and no one dares to come up and fight me? However, just as he finished feeling pleased with himself, a figure leisurely strolled up to the arena. Ling Xiao, please advise me. Ling Xiao said to Xianxia indifferently. He said this to let the judge below the arena hear his name and know who he was. After all, there was a list of names on the jade platforms above each arena. Anyone who reported their name could participate. If they lost, the name on the jade platform would be erased. Xianxia looked at Ling Xiao playfully and said, "You're that earthly emperor from Meteorite City in the northwest?" Ling Xiao smiled. "That's right, it's me." At this time, the people below the arena pointed at Ling Xiao, their faces full of ridicule. It was obvious that Ling Xiao would die under Shin's sword. Ling Xiao. At this time, the people below once again pointed at Ling Xiao, their faces full of ridicule. Obviously, they all wanted to see Ling Xiao die under Shin Mo's sword. Then Ling Xiao thanks Brother Shin in advance. Ling Xiao still had a faint smile on his face. Shin Mo's eyes narrowed. Obviously, he didn't understand why Ling Xiao was so bold. However, he just thought that Ling Xiao came up to die. After all, how could a middle-stage earthly emperor pose a threat to him? I'll give you a chance to make a move. Otherwise, you won't have another chance. Xianxia looked at Ling Xiao contemptuously. Hee, since there's such a good thing, Ling Xiao will do as you say. Ling Xiao chuckled. Then with a flash, his ghostly figure appeared in front of Xianxia in an instant and blasted an ordinary fist at Xianxia. Your speed is good, but with this little strength, you're still overestimating yourself. Xianxia curled his lips and said. At the same time, he drew the green sword in his hand and slashed at Ling Xiao. Whoosh. The sword light cut Ling Xiao's body in half. Not good, it's an afterimage. Xianxia raised his eyebrows and immediately became vigilant. Unfortunately, a golden fist landed squarely on his back. Immediately, Xianxia flew out of the arena like a cannonball. Everyone looked at the young man who didn't seem to have done anything, and their expressions revealed strange expressions. Motherf **her, he defeated Xianxia just like that? Xianxia was too careless this time. He was actually tempted by the opponent. It's really not worth it. Isn't that so? Xianxia is a high-level earthly emperor, and that guy from the northwest is only a middle-stage earthly emperor. If he was serious, Xianxia would have killed him long ago. A loss is a loss. Xianxia can only blame himself for being too arrogant. Brother Shin, you admit it. Ling Xiao slightly cupped his hands at Xianxia like a smiling tiger. Xianxia fell onto the arena, still not understanding what was going on. He suddenly jumped up from the ground. Oh, impossible, how could I lose? This must be an illusion, I want to kill that bastard. Xianxia couldn't believe the truth and cried out in surprise. He looked at Ling Xiao with a smile that seemed to be full of ridicule. Then he flew up to the arena without a care for anything else, and the long sword in his hand slashed towards Ling Xiao. Stop. The referee frowned and shouted. The aura of a venerable realm expert swept towards Xianxia. Shin Mo's body trembled slightly, but he still didn't stop his attack. The referee snorted coldly and waved his sleeve. A powerful aura of a venerable realm expert instantly shackled Xianxia. Xianxia instantly created 3 clones. 2 of them were shackled while the other one blasted towards Ling Xiao. Bastard, you're courting death. The referee's dignity was provoked, and he instantly shattered those 2 clones while his other hand smashed towards Xianxia. However, he was still half a beat too late, and Xianxia's true body had already arrived before Ling Xiao. Everyone else thought that Ling Xiao would make a move to defend himself, but what he did was completely out of everyone's expectations. Everyone was dumbfounded. Hey, you've already left the arena. How can you still come up here to kill me? Save me. Save me. Ling Xiao revealed an extremely cowardly appearance and he actually turned around and fled. I'm going to kill a coward like you. You don't deserve to stand on this arena. Xianxia seemed as if he'd gone mad as he charged towards Ling Xiao. Meanwhile, a sonorous voice resounded. Junior brother Xin, stop right now. Unfortunately, this voice was still a moment too late. The referee had directly activated his world and blasted Xianxia flying, causing a strand of blood to spray out in midair. Anyone who dares to look down on the rules of this competition will die, the referee said coldly. Although the Blue Sun sect was the organizer of this year's Imperial Rankings tournament, every referee was sent out by the 18 great powers to supervise. This was to prevent some local powers from abusing their power for personal gain and destroying the fairness. However, the referee had also held back and did not directly kill Xianxia. This could be considered as giving the Blue Sun sect some face. If it had been anyone else, they would have died. A few disciples from the Blue Sun sect quickly carried Xianxia to the side. The surrounding people looked at the injured Xianxia and kept on shushing him. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked towards the 8th arena with a gloomy face. Look, isn't that the 4th and oldest successor disciple of the Blue Sun sect, Zhang Dazhua? That's right, this person is the left-hand sword Zhang Dazhua. Among the successor disciples, he's in his 60s and he's indeed the oldest. It seems like Xianxia's failure has caused his senior brothers to be unable to bear it. That cowardly Ling Xiao probably won't be so lucky as to pick up Xianxia's consecutive victories. Of course. Didn't you see that he actually shouted for help just now? I really don't know if his brain is stuck. Maybe he's just pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Zhang Dazhua has come to challenge. Zhang Dazhua glared at Ling Xiao aggressively and shouted. This young man in front of him had picked up his junior brother's Ping Yi, so he definitely could not let him go. Otherwise, where would the Blue Sun sect's face be? He cursed Xianxia 1,000 times in his heart. He was actually arrogant and wasted the opportunity to advance. Just as Zhang Dazhua was about to attack Ling Xiao shouted at Zhang Dazhua, "Wait." Zhang Dazhua frowned and said, "If you want to surrender, then hurry up and scram." Ling Xiao quickly waved his hand and said, No, I'm saying this first. When I accidentally beat you down, you're not allowed to chase after me like that person just now. Otherwise, I won't do it." Zhang Dazhua said with a dark face, "You can rest assured about that. I'll get rid of you right now. I won't give you any chance." "It's useless for you to say it." Ling Xiao rolled his eyes at him and then said to the referee, "Sir, you have to keep an eye on him. If he loses and doesn't admit it, you have to protect me. We can't take it anymore." The moment he said this, the surrounding people immediately burst into laughter. The referee nodded seriously. "Don't worry, he doesn't have the guts." With Xianxia as an example, the referee was naturally not optimistic about Zhang Dazhua's character. "Alright, can we begin?" Zhang Dazhua said impatiently. He thought to himself, "I must finish off this damned guy in one move." "Wait." Ling Xiao called out again. Zhang Dazhua's expression was ashen as he said, "What's wrong with you now?" "Nothing, I just want to tell you. I'm going to attack." Ling Xiao's words dragged on for a moment. Suddenly, his figure took a ghostly step, and a series of afterimages swept toward Zhang Dazhua. "What did you say?" Zhang Dazhua was still hesitating, but in the next moment, Ling Xiao was already attacking him. His eyelids twitched as he quickly raised the sword in his left hand. Unfortunately, how could Ling Xiao give him the chance? Several golden fists smashed towards Zhang Dazhua's chest like a torrential storm. Bang bang. Zhang Dazhua felt as if his body had been smashed by a 1,000-pound boulder and was instantly sent flying out of the arena. However, Zhang Dazhua was much more clear-headed than Xianxia. Before his body even landed, he endured the pain from the bombardment and stabbed the sword in his hand into the ground. His body once again bounced back onto the stage. You have some skill, but you should still go down for me. Ling Xiao revealed a faint smile as his sea of consciousness formed a few elementary runes and blasted them towards Zhang Dazhua. Zhang Dazhua's sea of consciousness stiffened and his flying body instantly stopped. Bang! His body seemed to have lost control as he once again landed on the ground. This time the surrounding people quietened down. Their expressions were extremely strange. Even the referee's eyes revealed a look of disbelief. Zhang Dazhua was defeated just like that. Chapter 596. Ling Xiao smiled as he cupped his hands at Zhang Dazhua, who had fallen off the stage, and said, I admit it. The dramatic scene made everyone unable to wrap their heads around it. 3 words appeared in their hearts. How shameless! Bastard! Zhang Dazhua roared in anger. Although he had taken quite a few punches from Ling Xiao, he was wearing a high-grade defensive armor, so his injuries were not serious. He was really angry and lost just like that. It was clearly this fellow who had taken the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Ling Xiao instantly revealed a timid expression as he ran towards the referee and said, Lord, protect me. He's preparing to kill again. The referee immediately glared at Zhang Dazhua and said, Hurry up and step down. Zhang Dazhua said to the referee unwillingly, Sir, he used a sneak attack. I'm not convinced. I want to fight him again. Ling Xiao revealed an innocent look and said, Didn't I just say that I was going to attack? Besides, how could there be a sneak attack in the arena? Shut up. If you hadn't told me to stop time and time again, would I have fallen for your trick? Zhang Dazhua shouted in shock. The referee waved his hand impatiently and said to Zhang Dazhua, You can go down now. The moment you enter the arena, it will begin. He is your enemy. If he tells you to stop, then stop. Why are you being so obedient? Is there something wrong with your head? Even if he won with a sneak attack, you can only blame yourself for not being skilled enough. What qualifications do you have to accept the next match? Let's continue with the next match. But Zhang Dazhua still wanted to say something, but the referee glared at him fiercely. He could only turn around and leave the stage unwillingly. However, the moment he left the stage, he glared at Ling Xiao with hatred and sent a voice transmission to Ling Xiao. Bastard, don't even think about leaving Blue Sun City alive. When Ling Xiao heard this, he still had a mischievous smile on his face, as if he did not take Zhang Dazhua's words to heart at all. Ling Xiao had defeated Zhang Dazhua. In addition to Shen Mo's 7 consecutive wins, he now had 8 wins. He only needed to win 2 more matches to advance to the next round of the competition. As for Ling Xiao's cowardly performance, someone quickly stepped forward to challenge him. The one who stepped forward to challenge Ling Xiao was a middle-level Earth Sovereign. He felt that Ling Xiao's 2 consecutive victories were entirely due to luck and despicable means. Therefore, as long as he could defeat Ling Xiao, all 8 victories would belong to him. It would be a waste not to take advantage of this opportunity. My name is Feng Jian. Please advise me. The middle stage Earth Sovereign cupped his hands and called out to Ling Xiao. As soon as he finished speaking, waves of frightening spiritual energy surged out from his long halberd. One after another, congealed snakes charged towards Ling Xiao. This Feng Jian is really despicable. He actually learned from that fellow in the northwest and launched a sneak attack when someone was unprepared. You don't say. This is called giving him a taste of his own medicine. This Feng Jian is at the peak of the middle stage Earth Sovereign. Seems like he picked up Depingy this time. That's right. That fellow from the northwest will definitely lose. You're really despicable. I'm not ready yet. Ling Xiao let out a strange cry and used the cloud shadow steps to skillfully avoid Feng Jian's attack. Before you say that others are despicable, think about what you did just now. Feng Jian coldly snorted and summoned his protective spiritual beast at the same time. A huge Class 5 serpent python instantly landed on the stage and flicked its long tongue. It looked extremely ferocious and frightening. Feng Jian did this for the sake of caution. He could not be as careless as Shen Mo and Zhang Dazhua. The huge serpent python opened its bloody mouth and pounced towards Ling Xiao. Feng Jian surrounded Ling Xiao from the other side. Ling Xiao screamed as he ran, but he did not escape from the stage. Everyone saw a comical scene. One man and one beast continuously chased after Ling Xiao. Every time they would almost catch up to him, but at the crucial moment he would slip away like a loach. In a corner not far from the stage, 6 people were paying attention to Ling Zhao's every move. They were the 6 true disciples of the Blue Sun sect. They were the eldest disciple Wu Lu, the second disciple Lu Yuanque, the third disciple Wen Huang, the fourth disciple Zhang Dazhua, the fifth disciple Bai Menxing, and the sixth disciple Shenemo. The eldest disciple Wu Lu, who had already reached the Empyrean stage, said, "You guys didn't lose by luck. That kid's movement technique is very strange. Just now he used his speed to catch you guys off guard. However, you guys lost so quickly. It's a disgrace to the Blue Sun sect and a waste of a spot to advance." "I'm sorry, eldest senior brother." Zhang Dazhua and Shen Mo both replied with guilty expressions. "Watch carefully. That kid will definitely enter the second round, but don't clash with him for now. Try to get a chance to advance in the second round as soon as possible. When the time comes, we'll take care of him," Wu Lu said faintly. Lu Yingque narrowed his eyes and said, "Leave him to me. Third junior brother and fifth junior brother are the strongest. Leave them to the top 10 and enter the top 1,000 of the imperial rankings." "Alright, second junior brother, you're cautious, so you'll deal with this kid. Remember, you must make sure he stays on the stage forever." Wu Lu nodded. At this time, Feng Jian still hadn't caught up to Ling Xiao. However, he didn't plan to delay any longer. The spiritual energy around his body continued to gather, and the powerful aura caused the light barrier on the top of the light barrier to tremble. "Brat, stop here." Feng Jian sneered and shouted. The long halberd in his hand exploded with a powerful attack. Dance of 100 snakes. Numerous python-like attack energies surged towards Ling Xiao from all directions. Those pythons opened their basin-like mouths wide, looking ferocious as if they would only stop after devouring human blood. Feng Jian's serpent spirit beast also pounced towards Ling Xiao from behind, not giving Ling Xiao any chance to escape. The scene of hundreds of serpents dancing on the stage caused the surrounding people to click their tongues in amazement. In the midst of the chaos, Ling Xiao was still calm and collected. However, his entire body was wrapped in a thin layer of 5-colored armor, looking extremely noble and domineering. Taking advantage of the time when the serpent light enveloped the stage, his figure surged like a ghost. The serpent energy that bombarded his body didn't even seem to be enough to tickle him. His figure passed through the light balls of snakes and pythons, and a golden fist silently blasted towards Feng Jian's chest. When Feng Jian realized something was wrong, he discovered that he seemed to be imprisoned by a powerful energy, making him unable to move. Bang! Feng Jian only felt a pain in his chest, and his entire body flew out like a broken kite. At the same time, Ling Xiao swept towards the serpent on the other side, grabbed its sweeping tail, swung it around and threw the serpent out of the stage. All of this was done before the serpent's energy attack disappeared. Many people didn't clearly see what happened in the stage. When the serpent energy disappeared, they found that Feng Jian and his spirit beast had been smashed out of the stage, and Feng Jian had fainted on the spot. Silence. The surrounding people fell into silence. If Shen Mo and Zhang Dazua's failure was due to underestimating their opponents and carelessness, then what did Feng Jian's failure represent? Now even a fool would realize that the young man in the stage was not as simple as he had imagined. Damn it, we were all fooled by him. This kid is really pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. We didn't even see clearly how Feng Jian was defeated. It seems that he only saw his opponent as weak and let others think that he was easy to deal with. This kid's scheming is not ordinary. There's only one more match, but the closer it is to the last match, the more people will appear to pick up the advantage. I wonder if he can maintain his 9 consecutive victories? The moment it was confirmed that Feng Jian had lost, several figures shot towards the stage at the same time. Feng Puyu, please advise. Hu Yanping, please advise. Zhuo Maochuang, please advise. Shi Zhou, please advise. 4 high-level Earth Emperors landed on the stage at the same time and challenged Ling Xiao. These people were here to pick up the advantage. Once they defeated Ling Xiao, they would be able to obtain Ling Xiao's battle record. Then they only needed to win one more match to advance to the second round. This kind of situation was not uncommon. In every imperial ranking tournament, many people would see this kind of opportunity. This way not only would it save time and effort, but it would also allow them to obtain the best ranking. In such a situation, the referee already had a plan. He walked up with a wooden box and said, "Draw lots. Whoever draws Ling Zhao's name will be able to fight him." The 4 of them knew the rules and walked over to draw lots. In the end, Hu Yanping drew Ling Zhao's name, and he successfully became Ling Zhao's opponent. "Ah, kid, you can go down. I will defend your 9 victories until the end for you." Hu Yanping laughed at Ling Zhao. Hu Yanping had a rough appearance and the muscles on his body were bulging. There were also hideous scars on his arms. It was obvious that he was a mercenary who had been through a lot of fighting. Ling Zhao revealed a charming smile and said, "Thank you, uncle. However, I think it's better to keep the victory for myself. Don't you think so?" "Hee, that's not up to you to decide." Hu Yanping laughed lightly and a spirit beast slowly appeared beside him. Screech. A golden light flashed and a screeching sound lingered in the air. Golden blood rock. The surrounding people cried out in surprise when they saw Hu Yanping's spirit beast. Beside Hu Yanping was the peak rank 5 spirit beast, the golden blood rock. It spread its huge golden wings and swept them coldly. The blood crown on its head was incomparably dazzling, and its eyes flickered with a fierce light. The golden blood rock was a spirit beast that had the bloodline of the 3-legged golden crow. It was a powerful existence that could advance to rank 8, and its combat strength was extraordinary. The golden blood rock in front of them was about to reach rank 6. With its rank 5 combat strength, it was definitely comparable to the strength of a low-level heavenly venerable. Ling Zhao was also attracted by his opponent's majestic spirit beast. He didn't think that his opponent would be able to obtain such a good spirit beast to protect himself. If it was an ordinary opponent, Hu Yanping would probably be able to rely on this golden blood rock to obtain victory. Unfortunately, Ling Zhao wasn't such an idiot. Chapter 597. Kid, admit defeat. Otherwise my golden rock will eat you up. Hu Yanping was very cautious. He had actually jumped onto the golden rock's back, as if he did not intend to make a move himself. He believed that it was enough for the golden rock to deal with Ling Zhao. Although this young master is very afraid of death, the fortune teller once said that this young master would not die in the stomach of a spirit beast, Ling Zhao replied as he slowly flew up. "Stubborn fool, golden rock, eat him for me." Hu Yanping commanded the golden rock. The golden rock let out a cry and flapped its golden wings a few times. Rays of golden light flickered incessantly as its huge body flew toward Ling Zhao. Its sharp beak was filled with bloodlust as it pecked at Ling Zhao. The golden rock was extremely fast. Even an ordinary high-level Earth Emperor would find it difficult to escape. Ling Zhao became slightly serious. Using phantom cloud steps, he left a series of afterimages in the air. He evaded the golden rock's peck and attacked Hu Yanping on the rock's back. However, the golden rock also had its back to the wall. Its huge body stopped abruptly and flapped its wings. Rays of golden light continuously engulfed Ling Zhao. Swoosh. Powerful attacks rang out densely in the air. Plang, plang. Ling Zhao did not dodge. His fists glowed with a powerful golden light as he punched away the feather attacks. What, he actually received that attack with his bare hands. What a strong body. The golden rock's feather attacks are comparable to the bombardment of a high-level Xian artifact. It seems that this fellow has some capital. It seems that Shen Mo and Zhang Dazhua did not lose unjustly. However, it seems that it will not be easy to defeat Hu Yanping with just a strong body. He does have some ability, but I'm afraid it will not be that easy to deal with the golden rock, Hu Yanping murmured, slightly stunned. Immediately after, the gold blood rock flew closer to Ling Zhao, its powerful wings slashing towards Ling Zhao like thousands of blades. The gold blood rock's wings couldn't be compared to the light attribute of the wings. Its sharpness was comparable to some low-grade spirit tools. Ling Zhao ducked and dodged the attack, directly burrowing into Xue Jinpeng's lower abdomen. Hu Yanping felt that this was a good opportunity and immediately shouted, "Golden rock, quickly tear him apart." The gold blood rock did not need Hu Yanpeng's instructions. He had already used his strongest claws to swipe at Ling Zhao. This pair of claws was comparable to a spiritual weapon. Whether it was a human or a spiritual beast, it would be difficult for them to resist its powerful claws. Ling Zhao's body was like a loach as he dodged to the side. A ferocious look appeared on his face as he muttered, "I'll use you to establish my might." As soon as his voice fell, the golden fist in his hand instantly surged with light, and the powerful energy shook the light screen, causing it to flutter. Hu Yanping, who was sitting on the rock's back, immediately became vigilant and cried out, "Golden rock, quickly dodge." Unfortunately, his warning was too late. No, it should be said that Ling Zhao's attack was too fast. A fist carrying an incomparably fierce aura violently punched towards Shui Jinping's abdomen. Bang! Ling Zhao's fist was already comparable to a spirit tool. Even if Shui Jinping's body was strong, it was only at the 5th rank. The gold blood rock's huge body was continuously flipped upwards by Ling Zhao's punches. Bastard, you dare to hurt my beloved rock? I'll kill you. Hu Yanping was furious. He shouted loudly as a heavy hammer appeared in his hand. He leaped down from his rock's back and charged towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao withdrew his fist, but he did not retreat. Instead, he charged towards Hu Yanping. Ling Zhao's extremely fast figure made it impossible for Hu Yanping to catch him. At the same time, before Hu Yanping could attack Ling Xiao, he felt as if his body had been hit by several punches. Just when Hu Yanping sensed Ling Zhao's attack, he discovered that he did not seem to have suffered any serious injuries. Ling Xiao, who was not far away, clapped his hands and lightly sighed, "I'm done. Let's call it a day." Suddenly, Hu Yanping burst into laughter and said, "Your punches aren't even worthy of being my punches. I said that I'll kill you. Go to hell." Hu Yanping finished laughing, and the heavy hammer in his hand began to dance like a golden mountain. The entire arena seemed to be occupied by this golden mountain. The golden mountain seemed to weigh millions of kilograms. With just a light hit, even a peak Earth Emperor would be smashed into meat paste. Golden Mountain Suppression. Hu Yanping shouted loudly as he launched a powerful attack towards Ling Xiao. It should explode. Ling Xiao muttered as if he didn't care about Hu Yanping's powerful attack at all. He still had a calm smile on his face. Bang! Bang! However, before Hu Yanping could display his powerful attack, bursts of energy burst out from his body. Bloody holes continuously exploded from his body. Hu Yanping still didn't understand what had happened. His internal organs seemed to have been blasted to pieces, and his entire body fell backward. Hu Yanping still didn't understand how he had died like this. He clearly didn't feel any injuries when he was hit just now. Following Hu Yanping's death, the golden blood rock also fell from the sky. "My apologies, my dear friend. I was lucky enough to win against you," Ling Xiao said to the dead Hu Yanping with a faint smile. His smile made the people around him feel that he was a bad person. However, under this smile, there was a ruthless and decisive killing intent. This made people feel cold. They were finally sure that this Ling Xiao in front of them was the real deal. He wasn't the kind of person who won by luck. Unknowingly, Ling Xiao had successfully become the first person to advance in the first round. The moment the referee announced Ling Xiao's victory, the surrounding women looked at Ling Xiao and couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Ling Xiao's handsome appearance and valiant strength made him so charming that they couldn't help but fall in love with him. Ling Xiao coquettishly waved to the women below and said, "Thank you for your recognition. Thank you for the support of so many beauties. Thank you for being fair and strict. It was you who gave me strength and allowed me to win by luck." As Ling Xiao's words fell, a large number of people below the arena collapsed. The referee smiled bitterly and shook his head. He sighed inwardly. How did such a monster appear in this year's competition? His skin is as thick as iron and copper. He doesn't know shame. On the high platform, the representatives of the major forces all looked at Ling Xiao. Their eyes flashed with a strange light. When Ling Xiao walked down the arena, he was immediately surrounded by a group of women. "Young Master Ling Xiao, are you free? How about we take a walk together?" "Young Master Ling Xiao, don't go with her. You should come with me. I will serve you well." "Young Master Ling Xiao, there's only one of them. We sisters will serve you together as long as you are willing to join our family." These women were disciples of some small forces or the new generation. They did this not only to choose a man for themselves, but also to rope in help for their sect or family. A man as handsome as Ling Xiao with such strong hands was naturally very popular with women. Ling Xiao only felt that he was wrapped in a lot of gentleness, and a sense of happiness welled up in his heart. His face was full of comfort. After going through a lot of twists and turns, Ling Xiao finally got rid of those women. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, these women are so strong. Even this young master was almost hit by their weapons, and suffered internal injuries. However, just as he got rid of the women, another group of men surrounded him. "What are you doing? Don't tell me you want to use force on this young master? This young master is definitely not gay." Ling Xiao said weakly with his hands covering his chest. Those men's faces turned green, and they immediately explained their purpose for coming. It turned out that these people were also the lobbyists of the various forces. They all said that as long as Ling Xiao was willing to join their forces, they would provide all kinds of resources for Ling Xiao's cultivation. After all, Ling Xiao's ability to fight above his level was already in front of them. It would be strange if they didn't rope in such a battle genius. It was naturally impossible for Ling Xiao to join these forces, so he just casually pulled them over. Ling Xiao returned to the side of the prodigal and the others, and continued to pay attention to the battle between Yi Yunfeng, Bai Yuxi, Kai Shiyue, and Xian Yao. At this time, after Yi Yunfeng defeated Zhong Tong, he won 2 more matches in a row, bringing the number of wins to 6, and was the one with the most wins among them. Bai Yuxi, on the other hand, fought hard and won 2 matches, bringing the number of wins to 4. If not for the help of the White Fox, Bai Yuxi would have been defeated long ago. The White Fox had the bloodline of a holy beast, and it had wisdom and combat power that ordinary spiritual beasts couldn't compare to. Kai Shiyue had 5 wins, only 1 less than Yi Yunfeng. The people who challenged her were all high-level Earth Emperors, but her extraordinary Xian skill was the key to her victory. That Xian Yao was taught by the evil emperor, so it was naturally extraordinary. Xian Yao also had 5 wins, and among them he even defeated a high-level Earth Emperor. Ling Xiao did not expect Xian Yao to also have the ability to fight above his level. Ling Xiao did not know whether the others could go further, but he was sure that it should not be a problem for them to pass the first round. Taking advantage of the free time, Ling Xiao once again set his eyes on arena number 10. That youth called Yuan Zhantian's combat power was indeed astonishing. As expected, he had already won 8 matches in a row. He only needed to win 2 matches in a row to advance. His data was much more beautiful than Ling Xiao's because he was only a low-level Earth Emperor, but he had consecutively defeated 5 middle-level Earth Emperors and 3 high-level Earth Emperors. Furthermore, he did not show any signs of fatigue. Ling Xiao smacked his lips and said, "This guy is too strong." At this time, the prodigal boy revealed a strange expression and said, "That guy seems to have the bloodline of our beast race, but it's not very pure. However, the bloodline Tenbin is very strong." Ling Xiao asked, "He might have refined the blood essence of a battle saint ape. This guy's luck is really heaven-defying." The battle saint ape was publicly recognized as a battle-type holy beast, and there were very few of them. Even if they met one, they might not be able to obtain its blood essence. After all, every saint ape's combat power was terrifying. And how old was this youth? He was actually able to obtain the blood essence of a saint ape to refine. That was why Ling Xiao was so moved. If he didn't die young, he might have become a legendary figure in the future. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Chapter 598. After a day of fighting, Ling Xiao and the others had passed the first round of the competition. However, Bai Yuxi had suffered quite a bit of injury in the last round. Fortunately, it was not fatal. Looking at the injured Bai Yuxi, Ling Xiao's heart ached. He decided not to let Bai Yuxi participate in the second round. After all, let her experience the baptism of battle. In the future, as long as her level rose, she would have the ability to protect herself. In this way, Ling Xiao did not need to worry. "Young master, am I very useless?" In the inn, Bai Yuxi said to Ling Xiao with a pale face. Ling Xiao stroked Bai Yuxi's beautiful hair tenderly and said, "No, my Yuxi is the kindest. It's all young master's fault for forcing you to do things you don't like. It's all young master's fault. You won't blame young master, right?" Bai Yuxi buried her head in Ling Xiao's arms, closed her eyes, and breathed in the unique manly scent of Ling Xiao to her heart's content. She replied indifferently, "Why would I blame young master? I know young master is doing this for my own good. No matter what young master wants me to do, Yuxi will not complain." Bai Yuxi's temperament was like this. Kind, gentle, and to put it bluntly, she was just a little obedient. However, this was also to Ling Xiao. "Don't worry, young master will not force you to do things you don't want to do in the future." Ling Xiao kissed Bai Yuxi's cheek, then carried her to the bed, and let her meditate to recover her spiritual power. Half a month later, the first round of martial arts competition finally ended. Out of the 12,000 people, only slightly more than 1,000 people entered the second round. Over the past half a month, Ling Xiao and the others had been watching the battles every day. They had seen all kinds of powerful earthly sovereign realm experts. Their dazzling Xian skills, amazing secret skills, and various kinds of protective spiritual beasts were truly endless. Among the remaining 1,000 people, 3/4 of them were high-level earthly sovereign realm cultivators, while the rest were mid-level earthly sovereign realm cultivators. Only Yuan Zhantian was a low-level earthly sovereign realm cultivator. He was also the most popular among the emperors. Many forces were trying to find out about his origins, and at the same time, they used all kinds of temptations to rope him into their respective forces. As for what Yuan Zhantian was thinking, Ling Xiao did not know. In the past half a month, Ling Xiao had paid special attention to 7 people. These 7 people were the earthly emperors that Ling Xiao believed had a 70% chance of entering the top 10 of the minor competition. Other than Yuan Zhantian, the other 7 were Wen Huang, Bai Menxing, Tuoba Yuan, Gu Mingzhu, Gu Jiaojiao, Guan Xiong, and Chong Jingda. Wen Huang looked like an extremely refined and handsome man. His cultivation was already at the peak of the earthly emperor realm. He only needed to comprehend his own Dao, and breaking through to the venerable realm was just around the corner. He was one of the true disciples of the Blue Sun sect. Like Xianyao, he was a light attribute martial artist and was good at using the bone fan. He won 10 battles in a row without summoning his spirit beasts. Moreover, none of his opponents could withstand more than 3 moves from him. His strength was extraordinary. Bai Menxing looked ordinary, but his expression was extremely feminine. As a true disciple of the Blue Sun sect, he had the strength of a high-level earthly emperor. He specialized in the water attribute and had already cultivated the Blue Sun sect's secret realm to the realm of 4 clones. However, Ling Xiao was sure that these 4 clones were not his full strength. This was because he appeared to be too calm in every battle. Basically, he would kill his opponents within a few moves, not giving them any chance to beg for mercy. This was completely similar to Shinemo. Tuoba Yuan was a direct descendant of the aristocratic Tuoba family. The Tuoba family was comparable to a 4th-grade sect. Tuoba Yuan was a genius of the new generation in their family. At the age of 35, he already had the strength of a high-level earthly emperor. He specialized in the rare lightning attribute, and his lightning attacks deterred people from approaching him. In all 10 battles he won with 1 move. His combat strength was rather astonishing. Gu Mingzhu was an outstanding disciple of the 5th-grade sect, Wuxia sect. She had a beautiful appearance and the strength of a high-level earthly emperor. She specialized in the wood attribute and had a high-level 5th-grade green pine fox as her protective spiritual beast. The human and beast worked together seamlessly, and she similarly advanced with an absolute advantage. Through observation, Ling Xiao knew that this girl should have many trump cards. However, he would only know how strong she was after the battle. Gu Jiaojiao's appearance was slightly inferior to Gu Mingzhu's, but she was petite and cute. She always had shallow dimples on her face, giving people a feeling of innocence. She always had a bright smile on her face, but her attacks were not soft at all. Her fire control mystic technique made Ling Xiao suspect that this girl should have the identity of an alchemist. This was because her flames should be the fire seed of some kind of beast fire. From this point, it was not difficult to guess. This girl was the daughter of the patriarch of the great aristocratic Gu family. 10 years ago, someone from the Gu family fought his way into the top 100 of the imperial ranking tournament, and that person was Gu Jiaojiao's elder brother. She hoped that she could become a war emperor like her elder brother. Guan Xiong looked like a middle-aged burly man. He was already in his 60s and had the strength of a peak earthly emperor. He specialized in the earth and wood attributes and was also a freelance mercenary. His murderous aura was extremely violent. Normally, his opponent would be frightened by his murderous aura. This guy was extremely abnormal. Before killing someone, he would first kill the opponent's spiritual beast. Unless the opponent admitted defeat in advance, he would not even let the person go. None of the 7 people that died in his hands had a complete corpse. Chong Jingda was the oldest among the 7. He was already 97 years old and was infinitely close to 100 years old. He looked old, but he was a genuine peak earthly emperor. Perhaps he had come to participate in the imperial ranking tournament for the reward of the enlightenment pool. He was proficient in claw techniques and cultivated a set of ghostly movement techniques. He was an expert in close combat. Ling Xiao believed that this Chong Jingda was the most likely person to enter the top 10 of this minor competition. This was because this person was the most cautious and never underestimated his opponent. He was also the most experienced in combat. Although each battle required a long time, his steady style made it harder for him to make mistakes. Apart from these 7 people, there were a few others that Ling Xiao paid attention to. Perhaps these people were also dark horses that had hidden their strength. Ling Xiao was naturally not afraid of anyone here. His goal was not only to enter the top 10 here. He wanted to take the glorious title of First Martial Emperor in the entire central region. The reason why he was observing so attentively was not only to absorb the battle strength and secret arts of these outstanding young talents from the central region, but also to warn the people around him to avoid these people as much as possible. This way there would be fewer unnecessary battles in the competition. The first round of the martial arts competition ended, and the second round of the martial arts competition soon began. Currently, there were more than 1,000 people who had entered the second round. The rules were the same as the first round. Those who won 10 battles in a row would enter the final round. This meant that the top 100 of the minor competition would be born in the second round. Those who could enter the second round were extremely strong. Therefore they were very careful when choosing their opponents. Ling Xiao planned to let the few of them wait until the others had accumulated enough wins before challenging them. This way they could save a lot of combat strength. However, many people had the same idea as them. The speed of the second round of the martial arts competition was much slower than the first round. This was because most people were looking for the weakest opponent to challenge. In the end, Yi Yunfeng could not help but jump onto the third arena. He defeated the opponent who had just won a battle and began to wait for the other 9 people to challenge him. Ling Xiao secretly scolded Yi Yunfeng for being too impatient. However, this was also a good opportunity to hone his combat strength. 9 battles in a row in the second round were quite suffocating. After all of the opponents were extremely powerful. Yi Yunfeng won the first 2 battles with ease. However, when it came to the third battle, he had no choice but to summon his spirit beast. This was also the first time Yi Yunfeng's spirit beast appeared in front of the crowd. His spirit beast was no longer the rank 4 spirit beast that he had brought out from the Yi clan. Instead, it was a peak rank 5 astral yellow lion that he had captured before participating in the imperial ranking tournament. The astral yellow lion was a combat-type spirit beast. It also had a rare sound wave attack, making it difficult for the opponent to guard against it. The man and the beast worked together and won a few more battles. However, as he used up too much energy, Yi Yunfeng had to apply for an hour to recover before the 7th battle. For those who won consecutive battles, they could apply for a break in the middle. Otherwise, not everyone would be able to fight 10 people without being injured or defeated. With the high-level recovery elixir that Ling Xiao had prepared in advance, Yi Yunji's condition was more or less recovered after an hour. At the last moment, Ling Xiao had to remind Yi Yunfeng to be more careful. Yi Yunfeng also realized that there would definitely be many people who wanted to take away the fruits of his victory. Therefore he was 120% vigilant. He had to get through the last 3 battles no matter what. If he could not even get through these 3 battles, how would he be able to enter the top 100 and become a true combat emperor? Yi Yunfeng won the next 2 battles with great difficulty. He suffered many injuries and his combat ability was greatly reduced. If it was not for the power of the astral yellow lion, he would have died a long time ago. In the last battle, a peak Earth Emperor in his 70s or 80s was lucky enough to get the chance to fight against Yi Yunfeng. This peak Earth Emperor was called Hua Fanjing. He specialized in the wind attribute and his protective spirit beast was an advanced rank 5 lunar wind wolf. "Kid, since you have helped me win so many battles, you should admit defeat," Hua Fanjing said to Yi Yunfeng. From his confident expression, it seemed that victory was already in his hands. "If you want to beat me, show me what you are capable of." The golden spear in Yi Yunfeng's hand shook violently and the sky was filled with golden spear shadows that stabbed towards Hua Fanjing. At the same time, the astral yellow lion released a terrifying sound wave that blasted towards Hua Fanjing and the lunar wind wolf. However, Hua Fanjing seemed to be prepared. He used energy to isolate his eardrums from the outside world and at the same time he used the wind attribute to quickly escape from Yi Yunfeng's attack. A silver longsword appeared in his hand, and a series of grey wind blades blasted towards the injured Yi Yunfeng. Swoosh swoosh. Yi Yunfeng's body was blasted by the wind blades several times. Fortunately, he was wearing a spiritual armor that blocked most of the wind blades. However, even though he could block them for a while, he couldn't block them forever. Hua Fanjing used his super fast speed to fight with Yi Yunfeng, exhausting Yi Yunfeng's combat ability. From time to time when Yi Yunfeng's reaction was slow, Hua Fanjing would attack with his sword. Yi Yunfeng's limbs were already injured and his aura was greatly reduced. Just when everyone thought that he would lose, Yi Yunfeng's combat ability suddenly soared. Chapter 599. The Yi family's ascension technique could increase Yi Yunfeng's combat power by 3 times for 2 hours. However, after 2 hours he would not be able to use his spiritual power for 3 days. Now that Yi Yunfeng was at his weakest, he had no choice but to use the ascension technique to increase his combat power in order to win the last round. At the same time he took the opportunity to consume 2 pills to increase his speed. This was also in preparation to catch up to Hua Fanjing's speed. Hua Fanjing felt Yi Yunfeng's powerful aura and was immediately shocked. How can this kid still have strength left? Could it be that he used some secret technique? I have to finish this quickly. Twisting hurricane. Hua Fanjing waved his long sword and a 12-meter-tall tornadoes started to blow. The stone chips on the arena were blown up continuously. More than 10 tornadoes wrapped around the arena, and the cold wind blades caused the surrounding light curtain to shake incessantly. There was a faint sign that the light curtain was not being suppressed. The surrounding people could not help but exclaim. It seemed that Hua Fanjing's move was already his full strength. He wanted to kill Yi Yunfeng to avoid any future troubles. At this moment, a huge spear shadow bloomed from the bottom of the many cold knife-like tornadoes. This spear shadow seemed to want to break the light curtain directly. The terrifying energy shook off many of the tornadoes. Damn it, evil wind! Hua Fanjing cursed and a gust of wind radiated from his long sword. This unique wind radiance belonged to the evil wind and was not an ordinary wind radiance. Its lethality was several times more terrifying than an ordinary wind radiance. It was obvious that this was Hua Fanjing's trump card. Gusts of chilly wind whistled, mixed with countless wind blades and collided with the golden spear shadow. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Waves of terrifying vibrations came from the arena, as if the arena was about to be devoured by these 2 powerful energies. The people in the surroundings were afraid that the sky would be destroyed, so they quickly retreated far away to avoid being affected. Sure enough, cracks appeared on the light curtain. It was obvious that the defensive sky curtain could not withstand the joint attack of 2 peak Earth Emperors. At this moment, the referee by the side of the arena snorted coldly, and his figure swiftly flew into the air. Close. The referee unleashed the energy of his small cube world. The powerful energy once again repaired the light screen that was on the verge of breaking. At this time the attacks on the stage had already dissipated. Both of them were thrown to the edge of the arena by the powerful recoil. Large amounts of blood flowed from the corners of their mouths, and their clothes were already in tatters. Hua Fanjing hurriedly took out a healing pill and swallowed it. Yi Yunfeng was also severely injured, but the duration of the spirit ascension technique had not expired yet, so his combat power was still at its peak. Lose for me. Yi Yunfeng was born to fight. A strong and unyielding will to fight burst forth from him. With a loud roar he raised his spear and attacked Hua Fanjing once again. From the other side of the arena, the golden spear shadow pierced towards Hua Fanjing's head like a roaring dragon. Hua Fanjing was shocked. His hand trembled and the pills fell to the ground. His other hand quickly raised his sword to block the attack. Ding! Although Hua Fanjing had blocked the gigantic golden spear shadow, he had reacted too hastily. The long sword in his hand had been shaken out of his hand, and the golden spear shadow had still heavily smashed onto his body. Puff! Hua Fanjing finally could not withstand it. His body flew out in an instant and a stream of blood spurted out. Looking at Hua Fanjing who had fallen from the arena, Yi Yunfeng stabbed his spear into the arena and could not help but let out a long roar in excitement. As his long roar ended, his whole body slowly fell backward. It was obvious that he had overexerted himself. Carry him down. Ling Xiao wiped a faint smile and said to Savage Leopard. Savage Leopard nodded lightly and immediately flew to the arena to carry Yi Yunfeng down. The Yellow Earth Lion also separated from the Lunar Wind Wolf and retreated with Savage Leopard. After experiencing these 10 battles, Yunfeng can be considered to have begun to move forward on the path of the strong. Xianyao lightly waved his white fan and praised. Yes, as long as the weakness of the spirit ascension technique is resolved, his future achievements will not be low. Ling Xiao lightly nodded and replied. All right, it's my turn. Xianyao nodded his head and flew toward one of the arenas with a light tap of his foot. "My husband, I'm going too." Kai Shua faintly revealed a hint of excitement, and her body swept towards one of the arenas like a swallow. Xianyao went up to fight 3 battles, and in the end he was defeated by Chong Jingda, who Ling Xiao thought was most likely to advance to the top 10. Fortunately, Xianyao did not suffer much damage in the past 3 battles, and looking at Xianyao's indifferent appearance, it seemed that he did not have much desire for this imperial list tournament. Ling Xiao always felt that Xianyao should have some mysterious trump card that he had not used, but he did not intend to ask Xianyao. On the other side, Kai Shua also fell into a bitter battle after 5 consecutive battles. Because the 6th battle was impressively Guan Xiong, a ruthless person who killed without blinking an eye. Ling Xiao really did not expect Guan Xiong to pick Kai Shua, and he secretly felt anxious for her. Guan Xiong held a pair of ghost axes in his hands. This pair of ghost axes had the same attribute as him, earth and wood. "Ha, little girl, Grandpa Guan has taken a fancy to you. Quickly surrender to Grandpa Guan and be his wife, and I will spare your life." Guan Xiong's whole body was full of spiritual energy, and his moves were extremely fierce, forcing Kai Shua to be overwhelmed. Kai Shua frowned and continued to strengthen her attack. Waves of golden hair turned into thousands of golden needles, piercing towards Guan Xiong. A thick layer of yellow earth wall formed in front of Guan Xiong, blocking the incoming golden needles. At the same time, the 2 axes in his hands continued to smash towards Kai Shua. 1 earth and 1 wood dual attribute attacked from the left and right, forcing Kai Shua to retreat step by step. Caught off guard, the silk on Kai Shua's waist was cut by the strong light, immediately revealing a light golden armor inside. Guan Xiong revealed a wretched smile and said, "What a pity, if I didn't wear the armor, I would be able to see the snow-white skin inside." "You pervert, die." Kai Shua shouted angrily and summoned her colorful divine bird. Screech. A loud and clear cry instantly resounded through the sky, and a divine bird flashing with 5-colored light appeared in the sky. Finally willing to summon the spirit beast? Guan Xiong's ferocious face was filled with disdain. He was originally a mercenary and he often fought with spirit beasts in the forest. He was not afraid of spirit beasts of the same rank, not to mention that he himself had a rank 5 high-grade spirit beast. However, he felt that he didn't need to summon his spirit beast to face this little girl. "Kill him for me." Kai Shua ordered the colorful divine bird. 1 man and 1 beast began to attack Guan Xiong. Kai Shua's hair seemed to be able to grow infinitely long as it wrapped around Guan Xiong. It wanted to tie him up and then let the colorful divine bird kill Guan Xiong. Watch me break you." Guan Xiong coldly snorted, and with a swing of his axe, several huge wooden shadows blocked Kai Shua's red hair. At the same time he jumped with 1 foot and stabbed towards the colorful divine bird. "I'll kill you first, you mongrel bird." Guan Xiong exploded with powerful spirit energy, and waves of earthy yellow color formed terrifying stone spikes that pierced towards the colorful divine bird's abdomen. The 5-colored divine bird let out a high-pitched cry as it flapped its 5-colored wings continuously. Countless feather attacks flew towards Guan Xiong like countless blades. The colorful divine bird was now a peak rank 5 spirit beast, and was only a step away from rank 6. There was no doubt about its divine power. However, Guan Xiong naturally had confidence in himself since he dared to take the initiative to fight. When Guan Xiong faced the countless feathers, a shield silently appeared in front of him. This shield flickered with a powerful light, and waves of elemental energy dissolved the feathers one by one. It was a mid-tier 6th order defensive shield. "Mongrel bird, die for me." A shield blocked the 5-colored divine bird's attack, and Guan Xiong shot out from behind. His 2 axes slashed through the air, and the dual attributes of earth and wood were like giant boulders falling from the sky, but also like several giant wooden stakes smashing down. The colorful divine bird couldn't dodge in time, and was hit by the boulders and wooden stakes. Screech. The colorful divine bird's huge body was hit and kept retreating, and it let out a series of screeches. Kai Shua attacked from behind and shouted, "Bird, hold on." Hong Fu fiercely swept towards Guan Xiong, but Guan Xiong retreated in time to avoid Kai Shua's attack from behind. "Without the help of the mongrel bird, little girl, you're nothing to be afraid of." Guan Xiong revealed a sinister smile, and his 2 axes exploded with a powerful elemental light, bombarding Kai Shiyue. Rumble. The 2 high-level earthly emperors fought, and waves of elemental light collided, producing powerful explosions. Kai Shiyue was inferior to Guan Xiong, and her spirit energy wasn't as thick as his. After a dozen moves, Kai Shiyue's body was bombarded many times, and many of her clothes were damaged. Her white and rosy arms began to be exposed. Guan Xiong licked his lips. What beautiful skin and flesh. I believe the inside is even more tempting. Beauty, just give in. After saying that, Guan Xiong's axes slashed down at Kai Shiyue. The pressure of Mount Tai sent Kai Shiyue flying. Puff. Kai Shiyue fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her delicate face was pale. Just as Guan Xiong attacked again, the colorful divine bird recovered and returned to protect its master. Unfortunately, Guan Xiong didn't intend to let it go this time. With the help of the spirit shield, the feathers couldn't cause any damage to Guan Xiong. After 2 moves, the colorful divine bird was fiercely split in half by Guan Xiong's axes, and blood dyed the sky. Bird. Kai Shiyue let out a sorrowful cry. This colorful divine bird had followed her for many years, but it was actually split in half, which made her heart ache. Haha. A 5th-rank spirit beast is only so. Guan Xiong laughed wildly. Then he put away his axes and clawed at the chest of the seriously injured Kai Shiyue. From the looks of it, he wanted to take advantage of Kai Shiyue's chest before winning. How dare you? How dare you touch my woman? You're courting death. Not far away, a figure's anger surged up in an instant. Chapter 600. Not far away, Ling Xiao, who was watching Guan Xiong flirt with Kai Shiyue, released a terrifying aura. The people standing next to him felt an awe-inspiring killing intent. They felt a chill in their hearts and quickly retreated far away. Ling Xiao wanted to use his spiritual force to instantly kill Guan Xiong, but the Great Formation might sense it, and the hidden experts in the surroundings might notice it. This was against the rules, so he didn't want to cause these troubles for the time being. However, the anger in his eyes seemed to want to tear Guan Xiong apart. Fortunately, Kai Shiyue was not without room to resist. The red horsetail whisk in her hand kept spinning, and strands of whisk flew towards Guan Xiong's hand like silk. If Guan Xiong insisted on grabbing her chest, his hand would definitely be crippled by the whisk filled with spiritual force. What a shrewish woman, but I like it. Of course, Guan Xiong wouldn't joke around with his hand. His body tilted and his hand no longer grabbed Kai Shiyue's chest. Instead, he touched Kai Shiyue's head and pulled the ribbon that tied her hair. Without the binding of the ribbons, her beautiful hair scattered down like thousands of willow branches. Kai Shiyue quickly retreated. Her fluttering hair didn't look messy at all, but it gave people a breathtaking feeling. Many of the surrounding wolf beasts couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn it, I can't stand it. This woman is too beautiful." No wonder Guan Xiong, this old pervert, is so greedy. No matter who has this level of calamity, their lifespan will be shortened by 10 years. Why would it shorten their lifespan by 10 years? I think it will shorten their lifespan by at least 50 years. If they sleep with this woman every night, no one will be able to sleep peacefully. She seems to have come with Ling Xiao from the northwest. I didn't expect there to be such a beauty in the northwest. TSK too beautiful. Grandpa Guan, I can't stand it anymore. Guan Xiong didn't care about his image in front of everyone in the hall and shouted obscenely. At the same time, he pounced on Kai Shiyue again. Kai Shiyue was ashamed and angry. She wanted to fight Guan Xiong again, but Ling Zhao's voice sounded in her ears. Admit defeat immediately. Kai Shiyue bit her lips and reluctantly retreated, shouting, I admit defeat. She never disobeyed Ling Zhao's words, not to mention that she was no match for this pervert in front of her. Even if she fought with her life, she wouldn't be able to cause any damage to him. Her pitiful bird had been killed. Guan Xiong wins this battle. The referee's cold voice sounded. Guan Xiong, who was about to reach the rosy cloud's moon, had no choice but to immediately stop. His face revealed an expression that showed that he was not satisfied yet as he said, Little naughty girl, don't go. Grandpa Guan will find you after he wins a few rounds. Kai Yu glared at Guan Xiong and said, Guan Xiong, I want you to be my husband here. Guan Xiao Guan was and laughed. Your husband? Guan, she Guan Xiong, Guan too. As soon as he finished speaking, a suave figure flew over from the sky. Ling said, Tian, King, and Tian Xiao said, Ting to Ling, with Ling said, you can leave first. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and replied. When familiar people saw Ling Xiao's expression, they knew that someone was going to be unlucky. You're her husband? That Earth Emperor from the Northwest? Guanxiong asked with a look of disdain. That's right, I am Ling Xiao, the Earth Emperor from the Northwest. Ling Xiao replied coldly. The anger in his heart had already begun to burn. You can begin. After Kai Shiyue went down, the referee immediately announced the start of the match and retreated to the side. Because Kai Shiyue had won 5 matches before, as long as Ling Xiao defeated Guanxiong, he would obtain this result. If Guanxiong defeated Ling Xiao, then his victory would reach 6. Brat, as long as you kowtow to me 3 times, call me Grandpa Guan and give your woman to Grandpa Guan, I will spare your life. How about it? Guanxiong crossed his arms in front of his chest and asked Ling Xiao with a smile. He had heard of Ling Xiao's deeds in the first round. He had actually pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger and defeated the 2 successor disciples of the Blue Sun sect. Perhaps in the eyes of others Ling Xiao was quite strong, but in Guanxiong's eyes, Ling Xiao was not worth mentioning. Although there was only one level of difference between a middle-stage Earth Emperor and a high-stage Earth Emperor, the gap between the two was not small. Moreover, Guanxiong had 2 attributes, so the spiritual energy in his body was twice as dense as an Earth Emperor of the same level. At the same time, his many years of experience in the jungle made him not afraid of anyone, not to mention an Earth Emperor who was 1 level lower than him. In his eyes, it was as easy as crushing an ant. You could say that he was arrogant, but he had the qualifications to be arrogant. After all, he was an Earth Emperor who had grown up through slaughter. He was not someone that those pampered disciples of sects or young masters of aristocratic families could compare to. Even if you kneel down and kowtow to me and call me Master Ling, I will not let you go. Ling Xiao laughed coldly, and a murderous intent was finally released unscrupulously. Good. You are the only person who dares to talk to Grandpa Guan. Watch Grandpa Guan break your 3rd leg first. Guanxiong responded a few times and a powerful high-stage Earth Emperor aura pressed down on Ling Xiao. At the same time he flew up and kicked at the place where Ling Xiao's trousers were. It seemed that he was really going to cripple Ling Xiao's 3rd leg. Facing Guanxiong's attack, Ling Xiao did not dodge. At the same time he also raised his leg and met Guanxiong's kick. If you actually dare to fight me head-on. You have guts. Guanxiong sneered in his heart. His kick had been infused with the earth element. In a head-on clash he was not afraid of anyone. In his eyes Ling Xiao's kick would definitely be crippled. Crack. Ah. The 2 feet collided with each other and sure enough, there was a crisp sound of bones breaking, followed by a blood-curdling scream. However, this scream did not belong to Ling Xiao but to Guanxiong himself. Guanxiong held onto one of his legs and retreated. His face was covered in cold sweat and he thought to himself, what a hard leg. This guy is strange. The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. It turned out that Guanxiong had suffered a great loss in close combat. Ling Xiao still had a sneer on his face. Didn't you say that you were going to cripple my 3rd leg? Why did you break that leg first? Such a useless leg. Why don't I help you break your other leg as well? As soon as Ling Xiao's voice fell, his figure began to move at an extremely fast speed. Guanxiong did not hesitate. With a single kick he immediately flew into the air. With his ghost axe in his hands, a chilling killing intent began to rise. Come. Grandpa Guan will kill you today. Guanxiong roared. He had not expected that Ling Xiao's physical body would be so strong that he could break his own leg. However, this did not make him feel afraid. Instead, it aroused his murderous intent. Guanxiong's 2 axes continuously struck out with dual attributes. The powerful energy drowned out the entire arena. Rumble. Ling Xiao completely ignored these attacks. His body dodged left and right, completely avoiding all of the attacks. He had already arrived at Guanxiong's side, and he once again sent a kick towards Guanxiong's other leg. Guanxiong's reaction was extremely fast. One of his ghost axe chopped towards Ling Xiao's leg. He revealed a sinister smile. I don't believe that your leg can be stronger than my ghost axe. Ling Xiao's leg did not stop, but a layer of sparkling 5-colored dragon scales had appeared on it. Clang. When the leg and the ghost axe collided, the sound of metal clashing rang out. The ghost axe, which was a low-level spirit artifact, had actually been kicked into a huge hole by Ling Zhao's leg. This is impossible. Guan Xiong hurriedly cried out. He could not help but cry out in alarm. The expressions of the spectators were also extremely exaggerated. Their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets and their mouths were as big as fists. Even the representatives of the various factions on the high altar could not help but stand up, their faces filled with shock. Who would have thought that Ling Zhao's leg would be even harder than a spirit artifact? Ling Zhao did not pay attention to the crowd's reactions. His speed soared once again. In an instant he was in front of Guan Xiong and he kicked out again. This time Ling Zhao's speed was extremely high. Even a low-level Empyrean might not be able to match his speed. By the time Guan Xiong reacted, Ling Zhao's leg had already reached his feet. No. Guan Xiong desperately wanted to escape, but it was already too late. Another sound of bones breaking and another heart-wrenching scream. The surrounding people felt their hair stand on end. Guan Xiong broke his leg again and his body fell heavily from the sky. This ruthless person who had always been favored by everyone to enter the final round, had 2 of his legs crippled so easily. No one dared to imagine it. The expressions of the 6 Blue Sun sect disciples kept changing. No one knew what they were thinking. The eldest disciple Wu Lu said, "Yunque, don't provoke him in this round." The second disciple Lu Yunque nodded and said, "Yes, eldest senior brother." Zhang Dazhua and Shinemo, who were defeated by Ling Zhao, looked at Guan Xiong with a broken leg. For some reason they felt fortunate in their hearts. The strongest, when Huang waved his bone fan and said, "His physical body is so terrifying. It seems that he must have cultivated some kind of body-tempering secret technique. However, even if his physical body is comparable to a low-grade spirit artifact, I wonder if he will still be so arrogant when he encounters a high-grade spirit artifact?" Bai Menxing said indifferently, "Why don't we wait for the final round and let me fight him?" Wu Lu glanced at Bai Menxing then looked at Ling Zhao who was on the stage. In the end he shook his head and said, "Everything is for the sect's glory. You and Wen Huang break into the top 100 battle emperors first, then think of a way to deal with him." Bai Menxing could only nod his head lightly but in his heart he was thinking, "Ling Zhao, right? I hope you can endure until the top 100 battle emperors." In a corner, a handsome man and a delicate and heroic woman were also watching Ling Zhao. "Brother, this person is so powerful," the woman praised. "And his physical body is very strong. If you meet him, don't choose to fight him in close combat. You must attack from a distance," the man replied indifferently. "And I understand. No matter how powerful his physical body is, it is not as powerful as my purple demon fire. If I meet him, I will definitely roast him into a pig's head," the woman said with a mischievous tone as she clenched her fist. Chapter 601. After breaking both of Guan Xiong's legs, Ling Zhao didn't take advantage of the situation to attack again. Instead he looked down at Guan Xiong coldly and smiled. "Didn't you say you wanted to break my 3rd leg? What else do you have? Don't admit defeat or else I'll look down on cowards like you." Guan Xiong lay on the ground enduring the pain and quickly swallowed a few pills. His eyes were filled with anger. He couldn't remember how long it had been since someone had looked down on him like this. Even an Empyrean would have to measure their strength before saying such words. "Don't worry, Grandpa Guan won't let you down." Guan Xiong gritted his teeth and shouted. With a push of his hands he flew up again. At the same time he shouted, "Earth Hedgehog, come out." Following his shout, a yellow shadow suddenly appeared and an ear-piercing sound rang out. It was as if it was the sound of a sharp weapon cutting through the eardrums. Squeak squeak. A winged hedgehog the size of a small hill appeared in front of everyone. Its sharp beak was as sharp as a blade, and the bone spurs on its body were as ferocious and frightening as sickles. A pair of fleshy wings were constantly flapping, and a pair of small mouse-like eyes were filled with cunning. Guan Xiong landed on the winged hedgehog's head, the only place without bone spurs, and shouted, "Kill him for me." At the same time the ghost axe in his hand attacked Ling Zhao with a powerful Xian skill. Ling Zhao was the first person to force him to summon his spiritual beast. He was determined to kill Ling Zhao to vent his anger. Although Guan Xiong's legs were broken, his spiritual power was still there. His attack was not something an ordinary high-level Earth Emperor could compare to. The winged hedgehog's small eyes kept darting around, trying to catch Ling Zhao's figure, ready to deal a fatal blow at any time. Sure enough, when it saw Ling Xiao fly out of the attack, its sharp beak quickly stabbed towards Ling Xiao's chest. Its mouth was the same as its bone spikes. It was as hard and sharp as a low-grade spirit weapon. Moreover, its mouth was good at sucking blood. If an ordinary person was stabbed, it would definitely be able to suck the opponent's blood clean in a short period of time. Its sharp beak pierced Ling Xiao's chest, but it didn't pierce through Ling Xiao's body as expected. Go to hell. Guan Xiong seemed to have expected this and swung his axe at Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao quickly grabbed the sharp beak of the winged hedgehog with one hand, while his other hand immediately blocked the axe light. Ling Xiao's ancient Emperor Divine technique had already reached the 4th transformation, and his unique origin returning technique had advanced to the 6th level, the crystallization stage. His body's defense was already invulnerable to swords and spears, and impervious to fire and water. Guan Xiong's axe didn't cause any damage to Ling Xiao's hand. Just when Guan Xiong was about to chop down a second time, Ling Xiao had already ruthlessly smashed the sharp beak of the winged earth hedgehog that had been stuck in his chest. Squeak! The sharp beak of the winged earth hedgehog was forcibly smashed by Ling Xiao. It let out an ear-piercing cry and its body shook violently. Guan Xiong, who was sitting on its head, was almost thrown off. This also caused him to be unable to attack Ling Xiao. You killed my woman's spirit beast, so I'll first destroy your ugly spirit beast. Ling Xiao said faintly. The aura around his body continued to soar, and his entire body condensed into a 5-colored crystalline dragon scale armor. Ling Xiao's first punch landed on the winged earth hedgehog's slender eye. Squeak! Another shriek rang out, and the slender eye directly caved in, fresh blood gushing out incessantly. Following that, Ling Xiao's figure began to flash around the winged earth hedgehog at an extremely fast speed, his golden fists constantly swinging. Ding dang dang dang. His fists constantly smashed on the winged earth hedgehog's bone spurs, producing the sound of weapons clashing. Then bone spurs could be seen breaking off from the winged earth hedgehog's body. The winged earth hedgehog let out a series of pitiful cries, and its body constantly thrashed about as if it had gone mad. Guan Xiong, who was on its back, anxiously shouted, "Earth Hedgehog, hold on, I'll help you." Guan Xiong finally brought out his trump card. He threw away the ghost axe in his hand and a new pair of ghost axes appeared in his hands. This pair of ghost axes was obviously more extraordinary than the previous pair. The fluctuations of their attributes were greater, and the spirit beast phantom in the air constantly roared. This pair of ghost axes was a high-grade 6th-grade spirit weapon that Guan Xiong had specially prepared for this Imperial List tournament. He originally wanted to wait until the Battle of the Thousand Strong to use it, but now it was no longer up to him. Mountains crumble, thousands of trees fall. Guan Xiong's legs couldn't move, but he could still use his own spirit chi to fly up from the winged earth hedgehog's back, and the 2 axes blasted out a powerful blow. This was a joint attack of the earth and wood attributes, and it was currently his most powerful move. The earthy yellow energy smashed down like a collapsing mountain, and tens of thousands of trees collapsed and surged forward. This move of Guan Xiong actually contained a bit of the power of Dao, and it was a terrifying attack that was about to condense his own small universe. The surrounding people let out an uproar. This has already surpassed the attack of an Earth Emperor, and it can at least be considered a full-strength attack of a half-step exalt. I'm afraid that kid in the northwest will have a hard time withstanding it. That's hard to say. Don't forget that kid has a ghostly movement technique and he might be able to dodge it. In the face of absolute power, everything is in vain. It will be difficult for him to escape such a powerful attack with his movement technique, unless he runs out of the arena. A mid-stage Earth Emperor is able to force a peak-stage Earth Emperor to this extent. He should be proud. Rumble. The powerful attack drowned the arena, and the surrounding light curtain shook incessantly and cracks appeared on it. Fortunately, the referee repaired the light curtain in time. Ah, that damn bastard is finally dead. Seeing that there was no one in front of him, Guan Xiong immediately laughed out loud. He felt that Ling Xiao must have been smashed into pieces by his move. Don't worry, you're the damned bastard. Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded from behind Guan Xiong. Guan Xiong was shocked. Just as he was about to escape, he found that his shoulder was grabbed by a strong hand. Pachakata. 2 consecutive sounds of bones breaking rang out, followed by 2 extremely tragic screams that sent chills down everyone's spines. Guanxiong's arms were directly broken by Ling Xiao. "Oh right, I forgot that you still have a third leg. It's useless to keep that useless leg, so I'll help you cripple it," Ling Xiao said with a faint smile on his face. Guanxiong's eyes were filled with fear. Only now did he realize that he had kicked a steel plate this time. He only had one thought, and that was to quickly admit defeat. Only then could he save his life. Without thinking, he opened his mouth and shouted, "I admit." However, before he could finish his words, a fist ruthlessly smashed into his mouth. Guanxiong's mouth was slapped crookedly by Ling Xiao, and a few of his teeth fell out with fresh blood. "Hee, I know you've admitted your mistake, so accept my punishment." Ling Xiao's smile was like a demon from the depths of hell, causing everyone to feel that it was too deep and terrifying. Ling Xiao mercilessly stomped on the bottom of Guanxiong's third leg. This time Guanxiong fell from the sky like a dead dog. The scene immediately became deathly silent. At first, when Ling Xiao registered, everyone only treated him as a joke. In the eyes of the people of the central region, the Northwest was just a desolate place. How strong could the earthly emperor that came from there be? However, in the first round of the competition, their opinions of Ling Xiao had slightly changed. However, they felt that Ling Xiao had only won by playing tricks. Therefore, their impression of Ling Xiao was not too deep. However, now that ruthless Guanxiong's 4 limbs had been crippled, no 5 limbs had been crippled, they thoroughly felt that this earthly emperor from the Northwest was actually so valiant, so terrifying, and so ruthless. "I'll spare your dog life for now. Wait until I get rid of your beast first." Ling Xiao kicked Guanxiong's mouth again to prevent him from admitting defeat. Guanxiong's intestines were green with regret. He really wanted to shout out and admit defeat, but his mouth had already been kicked crooked and was unable to move. His heart sank to the bottom. Ling Xiao stared at the winged hedgehog that had yet to die. Under his continuous bombardment, all the bone spurs on the winged hedgehog's body were broken, and even its wings were forcibly snapped off by Ling Xiao. The originally ferocious and ugly spirit beast became even uglier, but it did not have the slightest bit of intimidation. "Disappear from me," Ling Xiao said coldly, smashing the winged hedgehog to Guanxiong's side, and then flew into the air. He spread out his palms and golden spirit energy surged forth like a swallow returning to its nest. Then he smashed this powerful golden spirit energy down from above. Rumble. The huge energy caused the arena, which was made of 1,000-year-old rocks, to collapse. Guanxiong and the winged hedgehog, who had long been crippled, were blasted into nothingness. The surrounding ground shook from the impact, and the defensive light screen of the arena burst open once again, scaring many people into retreating far away. This energy has actually reached the level of a heavenly venerable. The referee's old eyes twitched and he hurriedly flew into the air again, deducing the small square world and tightly guarding the light screen. When everything had vanished, the arena returned to its tranquil state. A tall figure slowly landed on the arena, a faint smile still hanging on his face, as if he had not used any strength at all, and had not done anything at all. Next, his words caused a large number of people to fall to the ground. He scratched the back of his head, looked at the referee and said, "Sir, this arena is so damaged I don't need to pay for it, right?" Ling Xiao's expression was very innocent, and his expression was very serious, as if he was really afraid of being punished by the referee. The referee's expression darkened and he waved his hand saying, "It's fine, even if you destroy this place, no one will come looking for you to pay for it." "That's good. That's good." Ling Xiao showed a lucky look as he patted his chest. The people below cursed in their hearts. This guy is too shameless. He killed someone and yet he's still pretending. Chapter 602. The news of Ling Xiao killing Guanxiong instantly caused a sensation in the 10 arenas. Guanxiong, a peak Earth Emperor, a powerful expert who had the chance to enter the top 10 of this competition, was actually killed by a middle-stage Earth Emperor. Moreover, he didn't even manage to injure the other party at all. From today onwards, the name of Ling Xiao would spread throughout Blue Sun City and all the surrounding forces. Only now did everyone realize that Ling Xiao was truly a terrifying Earth Emperor. He would definitely be in the top 10 of this competition. It was inevitable that he would be ranked in the top 1,000 in the entire central region, and it was also quite possible that he would be ranked in the top 100. They all muttered in their hearts, "So the Earth Emperor of the Northwest is the most underestimated expert." Ling Xiao defeated Guan Xiong and held Kai Xiaoyu's previous 5 consecutive victories in his hands. Next, he only needed to win 5 more matches before he could advance to the 3rd round. However, a strange situation occurred. The other 9 arenas were fighting fiercely, but there were no challengers on Ling Xiao's arena. Sir, what's going on? Ling Xiao anxiously ran to the referee and asked. What do you mean? The referee asked. No one came up to challenge me. Ling Xiao replied. Isn't that good? The referee replied. Is this good? I only won 5 matches and there are still 5 matches left. If no one comes up to challenge me, wouldn't I have no chance to advance? Ling Xiao said unhappily. When the referee heard Ling Xiao's words, he suddenly laughed out loud and said, Hee, you don't have to worry about that. If no one comes up to challenge you within 2 hours, then it will be considered that you have advanced directly. Really? Ling Xiao asked with a doubtful expression. The referee nodded his head in affirmation. This time Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He was really worried that no one would come up to challenge him, causing him to be unable to advance. It turned out that no one came up to challenge him within an hour. However, when Ling Xiao finished asking this question, a high-level Earth Emperor came up to challenge him. This high-level Earth Sovereign was also a mercenary and had the same fearless spirit. He felt that Ling Xiao was just a middle-stage Earth Sovereign and he only had a strong physical body. He, on the other hand, had a high-grade 6th-rank spiritual weapon. As long as he chose to attack from a distance, he did not believe that he could not blast this middle-stage Earth Sovereign off the stage. The temptation of winning 5 matches in a row was still very great. The high-level Earth Sovereign immediately summoned his spiritual beast, which was an 8-clawed black spider. This high-level Earth Sovereign had his own strategic deployment. From the very beginning, he ordered the 8-clawed black spider to spit out countless spider webs towards Ling Xiao. This 8-clawed black spider's spider silk was comparable to a high-grade profound artifact, but it had one more function compared to a high-grade profound artifact, and that was its high flexibility. Anyone who was caught in it would find it hard to get rid of it. Moreover, it would spit out more and more until it bound the opponent to death. The high-level Earth Sovereign hoped that this 8-clawed black spider would help him capture Ling Xiao. At that time, would Ling Xiao not be defeated? The idea of a high-level Earth Sovereign realm expert made the surrounding people wonder if Ling Xiao would be defeated just like that. However, in the end, the high-level Earth Sovereign was disappointed. Because not only did the 8-clawed black spider fail to bind Ling Xiao for him, but Ling Xiao also broke all 8 of its claws. Only its mountain-like body fell on the stage and let out a strange cry. It could no longer fight. The high-level Earth Sovereign launched a series of long-range attacks from the side, but Ling Xiao cleverly avoided all of them. In the end, the high-level Earth Sovereign wanted to admit defeat before Ling Xiao attacked him, but Ling Xiao did not intend to let him slip away so easily. Ling Xiao raised his speed to the extreme. Before the high-level Earth Sovereign admitted defeat, he punched the high-level Earth Sovereign in the mouth, rendering him speechless. In the end, Ling Xiao did not kill the high-level Earth Sovereign. He just knocked out all his teeth and threw him off the stage. The high-level Earth Sovereign covered his toothless mouth with a mouthful of blood and left with a sobbing tone. Someone took the lead to challenge Ling Xiao. Not long after, another high-level Earth Sovereign stepped onto the stage. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao also knocked out all his teeth and threw him off the stage. The surrounding people cursed in their hearts. This guy is too abnormal. Why does he only knock people's mouths? After 2 people lost their teeth, many Earth Sovereigns finally recognized Ling Xiao's abnormal strength. In the last 3 matches, no one dared to challenge him. Ling Xiao won 7 matches and advanced to the top 100 of the minor competition. Ling Xiao's battle record was not the most dazzling. There were also 4 people who advanced directly without fighting all 10 matches. These 2 were Blue Sun Sex Wen Huang by Menxing Tuoba Yuan and low-level Earth Sovereign Yuan Zhantian. Like Ling Xiao, Wen Huang won 7 matches and no one came forward to challenge him. As for Bai Menxing, no one came forward to challenge him after he won 6 matches. Tuoba Yuan's result was the most dazzling. He advanced directly after he won 5 matches. Yuan Zhantian advanced after he won 8 matches. Although young Master Ying's advancement was the most dazzling, it did not mean who was stronger. Instead, it meant who had the most ruthless methods and made the opponent the most afraid to challenge him. Among the 5, Tuoba Yuan's deterrence was the highest because he was like a thunder god. Once he made a move, It was as if there were countless thunderbolts listening to his summons. His opponents, be it humans or spirit beasts, were all killed by the thunderbolts. Bai Mensheng, who was second only to Tuoba Yuan, was a cold-faced killing god. His opponents were all killed by him. As for Wen Huang and Yuan Zhantian, they were also merciless. Those who fought with them were all killed. Compared to these four people, other than the way Ling Xiao killed Guan Xiong, he won the other two matches rather gently. Ling Xiao, Kai Shiyue, Bai Yuxi, Xian Yao and Yi Yunfeng participated in the Imperial Roll Tournament. Now only Ling Xiao and Yi Yunfeng could enter the top 100 of the minor competition. Ling Xiao's horizons were truly broadened by how intense the competition in the Imperial Rankings tournament was. Many earthly sovereigns had sacrificed their lives here for the glory of the ranking. Ling Xiao finally understood why the central region was so full of martial arts. Apart from the vast territory and abundant resources, it was also closely related to the traditional combat test. Many people valued glory more than their own lives. This imperceptibly caused many people to cultivate with all their might from a young age. In the top 100 tournament, Ling Xiao and Yi Yunfeng successfully advanced again. Ling Xiao, of course, advanced with an overwhelming victory. His name began to spread. As for Yi Yunfeng, he was not as impulsive as before. This time he challenged an opponent with 8 consecutive victories and defeated him. In the 9th match he barely defeated his opponent after a bloody fight. In the 10th match he had no choice but to use the Yi clan's soul ascension technique again to defeat his opponent. However, he was heavily injured just like in the 2nd match and almost died. This time the top 10 of the Lanyang City tournament were finally decided. These 10 people were Ling Xiao, Yi Yunfeng, Wen Huang, Bai Mensheng, Tuoba Yuan, Gu Mingzhu, Gu Jiaojiao, Yuan Zhantian, Zhu Mao and Qing Yongping. There was no need to introduce the first 8 people. Zhu Mao was the chief true disciple of the 5th grade sect, Yuanqing sect. He was at the peak of the earthly sovereign realm and specialized in the fire attribute. His protective spiritual beast was a red coiled flame tiger. Qing Yongping came from an unknown aristocratic family and was the one who was the least favored among this group of people. However, he had defeated Chong Jingdao, whom Ling Xiao had always thought was the most stable. It was also after that battle that Qing Yongping was revealed to everyone. After the tournament ended, the losers gradually left. The top 10 people each received some rewards. These rewards were nothing more than some 5th grade healing elixirs and 100,000 high-grade mysterious crystals each. When it was time to distribute the rewards, Lanyang City's Lin Xiaoguang announced that they would gather in 5 days and head to the ancient battlefield, the Abyss of War. The reason why the Abyss of War was called the ancient battlefield was because it was the place where many supreme figures of the imperial family died 100,000 years ago. Back then, in order to devour each other's territories, the 4 empires finally sent their experts to the territories of the 4 empires to fight it out. Almost all the supreme figures of the imperial family were gathered in that battle. The battle between them was a disaster that could destroy the world. Fortunately, they had already set up a spatial formation to isolate that part of the world. After that battle, not many supreme figures came out of that place alive. That place was named the Abyss of War by the people. After that battle, the 4 empires suffered great losses. The sects and great clans that rose later began to divide their territories and no longer listened to the empire's orders. Gradually, the 4 empires began to decline and gradually disappeared from the stage of the central region. In an inn in Lanyang City, Ling Xiao and the others were all inside. We'll be heading to the Abyss of War in 4 days. Do you have any instructions, divine fraud? Ling Xiao asked Xian Yao. Xian Yao gently waved his white paper fan. What instructions can I give you? Let nature take its course. He then paused and looked at Yi Yunfeng. Yunfeng was lucky to make it into the top 10. As for whether he can become a true combat emperor, it will depend on whether he can make up for the weakness of the ascension technique in the Abyss of War. Otherwise, the Imperial Ranking Tournament will be his grave. Yunfeng, you better think carefully. Xian Yao was not exaggerating, he was merely stating a fact. Yi Yunfeng could only be described as stumbling to get into the top 10 of the minor competition. If he had met the other 8 people who advanced, he would not have been so lucky. Advisor, the Spirit Ascension art is a secret technique of the Yi family. For many years, the ancestors of the Yi family have tried to make up for its weakness, but they have never been able to. How do you expect me to perfect the Spirit Ascension art? I'm not as smart as the eldest, said Yi Yunfeng bitterly. It was not that he did not want to perfect the ascension technique, but countless ancestors of the Yi clan had tried to do so in the past 10,000 years, but they had all failed. He did not have the confidence to surpass them. Xianyao smiled faintly. Fate is determined by the heavens. The Abyss of War is an ancient battlefield where many supreme figures have fallen. Your fate lies there as well as the fate of the Yi clan. Whether you are a dragon or a snake will depend on this competition. However, it is also extremely dangerous there, so it is up to you to decide whether to enter or not. Yi Yunfeng replied without hesitation, I've already come this far, so of course I want to see how far I can go. Even if I die in the Abyss of War, it will be my glory. Chapter 603. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. The top 10 earthly sovereigns of the minor competition gathered together once again. The 10 earthly sovereigns stood solemnly. 10 powerful auras shone brightly on the high altar. The 10 of them had proven their strength through killing over and over again. None of them would submit to anyone easily. Although they did not compete with each other, they wanted to use their powerful auras to overwhelm each other. Apart from the 10 of them, there were 11 judges on the high altar. They were all heavenly venerable realm cultivators, and one of them had reached the half-step sovereign realm. The half-step sovereign realm elder was Wang Zhongqiu, the leader of the team heading to the Abyss of War. Wang Zhongqiu glanced at the crowd coldly and said, The 10 of you are in the top 10 of the minor competition, which means that you are among the top 1,000 earthly sovereigns in the central region. All of you are qualified to head to the Abyss of War to compete for the title of 100 Battle Emperor, Imperial Exterminator, or First Sovereign. However, the moment you step into the Abyss of War, you are destined to be on a path of no return. Even a heavenly venerable realm cultivator might die in there. If you withdraw now, you will only be considered as forfeiting the round. Then you will still be ranked among the top 1,000 earthly sovereigns. Once you enter the Abyss of War, you will not be able to come out until the appointed time. So you must consider this carefully. After hearing Wang Zhonghua's words, everyone remained calm and did not show any signs of stage fright. It seemed that none of them wanted to withdraw. All right, since none of you are withdrawing, then we will head to the Abyss of War immediately. Wang Zhonghua looked at everyone with satisfaction and took the lead to fly in a certain direction. The others followed behind him. They were heading to the Lanyang city governor's mansion. There was a special channel there that led directly to the Abyss of War. Usually there would be experts guarding it. No one would dare to use this channel without permission. This channel was different from an ordinary transmission channel. It could only lead to one destination and could not go anywhere else. At the same time, the distance between the two locations was rather large, so the beast cores needed were of a higher grade and quantity. After everyone entered the transmission channel, the half-step sovereign threw dozens of 6th-grade beast cores into the card slots. Then a powerful light screen bloomed and enveloped everyone, forcefully transporting them to an unfamiliar place. When everyone landed, a cold and desolate aura instantly assaulted their noses. The 10 earthly sovereigns looked over and were all shocked. In front of them was a wasteland filled with flying sand, rocks, weeds, broken weapons, armor, skeletons. This place was simply like the scene of the end of the world, and it was filled with deathly stillness and desolation. If a person were to stay here for a long period of time without seeing a trace of people or feeling the slightest vitality of nature, they would probably become a madman. This really is the ancient battlefield. Yunfeng gulped and sighed. Ling Xiao nodded sympathetically. Yes, the 4 empires fought to unify the central region, but in the end, all of their powerhouses died here. What a pity. Yunfeng replied from the side, That's right. When the 4 majestic empires were still around, the central territory was at its peak. There were countless venerable rank experts, and emperor rank experts weren't as rare as they are now. Meanwhile, Wang Zhonghua's words interrupted their conversation. This is only the periphery of the Abyss of War. The real Abyss of War isn't as simple as it seems. Wang Zhongqiu sneered. After a pause he added, There's a gathering place in front. Hurry up and follow. Wang Zhonghua took the lead and flew forward, and the others quickly followed. The gathering place was just a dilapidated city. As they approached the city, everyone sensed that there were many powerful auras in the city. As the group approached, a hearty voice rang out, Brother Wang, you're finally here. Your group really made people wait for a long time. I had no choice. I had to wait for the results of the competition. Wang Zhongqiu replied with a smile. Alright, let's cut the crap. Let the little fellows come in first. There are still many fellows who haven't arrived yet, the person replied straightforwardly. The group of people flew into the city and landed on an open space. When everyone looked around, they noticed that there were hundreds of earthly sovereigns sitting in different corners. Their eyes were filled with hostility towards them. Needless to say, these were the top 10 earthly sovereigns. You can all wait here. Once everyone's here, I'll announce the rules. At that time, you'll all be able to enter the chaotic abyss of war. I wish you all good luck. Wang Zhongxiu's mission was complete, and after saying that, he immediately left. Ling Xiao and Yi Yunfeng found a place to sit. Just as they sat down, an elegant fragrance assailed their nostrils. Can I sit with you? A graceful and sweet voice rang out. Can I sit with you? Ling Xiao and Yi Yunfeng looked up and saw a beautiful girl standing in front of them. This girl seemed to be only 16 or 18 years old. Her tender and beautiful face had shallow dimples, making her look extremely lovable. Her beautiful hair was tied with a red silk scarf, with a sparkling and translucent hair branch inserted into it. She exuded an elegant and refined temperament. Ling Zhao's eyes lit up and he instantly regained his composure. Yi Yunfeng, on the other hand, revealed an infatuated expression. It is our honor to sit with Miss Gu, Ling Xiao said as he stood up. Yi Yunfeng also jumped up. Yes. Miss Gu, you sit. At the same time, he used his spiritual power to sweep away the dust on the ground. It was obvious that Yi Yunfeng could not resist the girl in front of him. This girl was one of the two girls who came with them from Lanyang City, Gu Jiaojiao. Gu Jiaojiao sat down without any pretense, then patted the seat beside her. You guys sit too. Ling Xiao and Yi Yunfeng sat down once again. However, the two of them maintained a certain distance from Gu Jiaojiao. If it was any other time, Ling Xiao would definitely squeeze next to Gu Jiaojiao instead of keeping his distance. What he did now was to create an opportunity for Yi Yunfeng. Gu Jiaojiao's appearance and figure were both excellent, but the women around Ling Xiao were better than her, so there was no reason for him to take Yi Yunfeng's woman into his harem. After all, he had to leave some soup for his brother. However, when he saw that Yi Yunfeng was sitting so far away from Gu Jiaojiao, he immediately glared at Yi Yunfeng and cursed in his heart. This kid really doesn't know how to flirt. Gu Jiaojiao's gaze fell on Ling Xiao. Brother Ling, why are you sitting so far away? It's fate that we were able to enter the top 100 together. Come sit with me, I have something to discuss with you. As she spoke, her charming eyes intentionally or unintentionally cast flirtatious glances at Ling Xiao. Faced with the temptation of such a beauty, Ling Xiao's heart was itching, but he didn't want to hurt Yi Yunfeng's feelings. He could only pretend to be stern. Miss Gu, if you have something to say, just say it. I can hear you. Gu Jiaojiao's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise and she immediately said, if that's the case, then I'll say it directly. She paused for a moment, then continued, there are many dangers in the abyss of war and the competition is even more intense. In order for us to enter the ranks of combat emperors, I would like to accompany Brother Ling and take care of each other. What do you think? That's not very convenient. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before replying. He was pleased with himself. Could it be that my charm has increased again? Yi Yunfeng hurriedly gave Ling Xiao a look, as if he couldn't wait for Ling Xiao to immediately agree. Gu Jiaojiao continued, Brother Ling, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. Listen to me first. In the abyss of war, the battles of the top 1,000 will not be like the small competition, but rather they will be distributed in the form of missions. Whoever completes the most missions will be ranked higher, and because of this, many Earth Emperors will team up to complete missions. Not only that, some of the stronger Earth Emperors will even steal missions from other Earth Emperors. So if we team up, we will have a better chance of protecting ourselves and entering the top 100. Gu Jiaojiao had a combat emperor elder brother, so she was very familiar with the situation. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment. Since Miss Gu doesn't mind staying with us two men, then let's go together. Just don't be afraid of being implicated by us. Gu Jiaojiao revealed two shallow dimples. Brother Ling is too modest. Who doesn't know that you are strong? Jiaojiao is lazy, Brother Ling should take care of me. Gu Jiaojiao's words were very direct, and her tone revealed a desire to please Ling Xiao. Yi Yunfeng, who was at the side, revealed a depressed expression. Ling Xiao spread out his hands. Miss Gu, you know that I am only a mid-level Earth Emperor. My brother is much stronger than me, so he is the most suitable person to take care of you. As Ling Xiao said this, he gave Yi Yunfeng a look. No matter how stupid Yi Yunfeng was, he knew that Ling Xiao was helping him. He immediately patted his chest. Yes, Miss Gu, don't worry. With me Yi Yunfeng here, no one will dare to have any ideas. Gu Jiaojiao's beautiful eyes flashed with imperceptible disappointment. Then I will have to trouble brother Yi. She muttered unhappily in her heart. Damn Ling Xiao, how dare he look down on my charm. I hope he won't ask me for help when we get inside. Miss Gu is too polite. Yi Yunfeng replied happily, his heart filled with gratitude towards Ling Xiao. Miss Gu, there are a few strong fellows who came with us. Why didn't you join forces with them but the two of us who are the weakest? Ling Xiao asked with doubt. Ling Xiao didn't think that his charm was boundless and could attract people to throw themselves into his arms. Gu Jiaojiao chuckled. I think brother Ling is a good person. He wouldn't bully a little girl like me, right? Ling Xiao's face turned green and he thought to himself, so this young master has become a good person. Just as Ling Xiao, Yi Yunfeng and Gu Jiaojiao were chatting happily, trouble came knocking before they entered the chaotic abyss of war. Chapter 604. There were a total of 5 people walking towards Ling Xiao and the other 2. These 5 people were releasing powerful auras. At a glance, one could tell that they were all high-level earthly sovereign realm experts. 3 of them were even at the peak of the earthly sovereign realm. Jiao Jiao, I didn't expect to see you here. This is great. A young man with a sinister aura called out to Gu Jiaojiao with a warm smile. This young man looked to be in his 30s. He was dressed in luxurious clothes that exuded a noble aura. The smile on his face looked amiable, but it gave off a feeling of hypocrisy. This was because his cold and arrogant eyes had already betrayed his arrogant and conceited personality. Gu Jiaojiao looked at the young man and frowned. Don't call me so intimately. I don't know you. The young man still had a smile on his face. Jiao Jiao, are you still angry about what happened 3 years ago? That's a little petty. Don't flatter yourself. You're not worthy of my attention. Gu Jiaojiao snorted with dissatisfaction. Alright, let's not talk about that anymore. Now that we can meet again in the chaotic abyss of war, it proves that we are fated. Why don't you come with me? I can guarantee that you can enter the top 100 and become a combat emperor. The young man was not angry and immediately changed the topic. Gu Jiaojiao said impatiently, Sorry, I already have an ally. Girl, don't be insensible. It's your honor that Grandmaster Wanyan has taken a liking to you. A peak earthly emperor beside the young man shouted. This peak earthly emperor had a ferocious look on his face. He carried a large saber that flashed with golden light on his back. His aura was extremely vigorous and his killing intent was no weaker than that of Guan Xiong, who had been killed by Ling Xiao. One look and anyone could tell that he was a ferocious person. Jiao Exin, don't say that. I've known Jiao Jiao for a long time. I understand her temper. She's just saying that to annoy me. The young man had a good temper and tried to persuade Jiao Exin. He then looked at Yi Yunfeng and asked, Are you Jiao Jiao's ally? The young man's eyes were filled with savagery as if he did not see Yi Yunfeng as a threat. Of course, Yi Yunfeng would not show any weakness in front of the woman he liked. He immediately stepped forward to block Gu Jiaojiao and said, Yes, I am Miss Gu's ally. Since Miss Gu doesn't like you, please leave. With his boss by his side, Yi Yunfeng was not afraid of these people at all. If he had to face them alone, he would have to carefully measure his strength. The young man raised his brows and dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. He immediately looked at Gu Jiaojiao and said, Jiao Jiao, although this fellow's strength isn't bad, it doesn't seem to be enough to protect you. Why don't you join our camp? Gu Jiaojiao obviously didn't want to be entangled with him any longer. She immediately turned her pretty face away and ignored the young man. Being ignored, Yi Yunfeng said unhappily, Why are you so thick-skinned? Miss Gu doesn't even want to stay with you, so why are you pestering her? How dare you speak to Master Wanyan like this? Jiao Xian, who had spoken just now, shouted. Spiritual power surged from his body and a golden fist flew towards Yi Yunfeng. Yi Yunfeng did not expect that the other party would dare to attack here, so he could only hurriedly block with his fist. Bang! The 2 fists collided. Yi Yunfeng could not gather his strength in time and was knocked back a few meters. Jiao Exin, on the other hand, was still in place, his expression full of disdain. Yi Yunfeng was at a disadvantage in front of the woman he liked, so he immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. Scoundrel, don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you have more people. Yi Yunfeng circulated 10 levels of spiritual power, and rays of golden light flashed continuously. A huge golden fist smashed towards Zhao Exin. Light of the firefly, break for me. Zhao Exin seemed to be full of confidence and also blasted out a golden fist to meet the attack. Boom. The powerful golden spiritual power collided with each other, producing a deafening explosion. Many earthly emperors in the vicinity of the battle immediately retreated far away. These earthly kings had no intention of making a move. Instead, they wore strong smiles as if they wanted to watch a good show. After the two powerful moves collided, Zhao Xian's body emitted a strong murderous intent, and his eyes were filled with bloodthirst. Brat, this is the end of your journey. You have no place in the abyss of war. After shouting, he leaped into the air and the golden broadsword on his back instantly flew out. The powerful golden light was like a full moon that dazzled everyone's eyes. Soaring blade. The powerful shadow of the blade seemed to tear the sky apart as it slashed towards Yi Yunfeng from above. Zhao Exin seemed to be determined to kill Yi Yunfeng. This attack was filled with 10 levels of spiritual power, which was quite terrifying. The earthly kings who could enter the top 1,000 were all very strong, and Zhao Xian's true strength was enough to enter the top 500. At the same time, he also had the qualifications to become a combat emperor. Although Yi Yunfeng was a high-level earthly king, there was still a big gap between him and Zhao Exin. He met the attack with his golden spear, and a series of spear shadows blocked the huge golden broadsword. However, his entire body was smashed into the wall of a dilapidated house, and he even broke through the wall and fell into the house. When the surrounding people saw this scene, their expressions changed slightly. They looked at Zhao Exin with vigilance and they all thought to themselves, this person is a strong opponent. Haha, this kind of trash can participate in the battle of the abyss of war. Simply ridiculous. Zhao Exin laughed coldly in midair. At this time the young man once again said to Gu Jiao, Jiao, look, how can this useless trash be your ally? You should follow me. Gu Jiao's willowy eyebrows knitted together. She didn't think that Yi Yunfeng would win, but she didn't expect that Yi Yunfeng wouldn't be a match for him. This made her extremely disappointed, so she could only look at Ling Xiao. Even if I don't have an ally, I won't choose you. Gu Jiao hesitated for a moment, but in the end she didn't drag Ling Xiao down with her. She felt that Ling Xiao might be strong, but there were 5 of them. He alone might not be able to solve this problem for her. Why do you have to be like this? The young man sighed. After pausing for a moment he said, actually, you know how I feel about you. As long as you agree to marry me, we will definitely become a high-grade alchemist couple that tens of thousands of people admire. Don't you think that this is a wonderful feeling? The young man's expression was fanatical, and it was obvious that he was very stubborn about his thoughts. Gu Jiao's expression revealed extreme disgust. Disgusting. You should talk to other women. Boom. Just now, when Yi Yunfeng entered the house, a powerful golden light burst out, causing the house to collapse. A golden shadow instantly appeared in mid-air. I want you dead. Yi Yunfeng glared at the nearby Zhao Exin, and a raging fire burned in his heart. Then he held the golden spear and charged at Zhao Exin. If you want to die, then I will grant your wish. Zhao Exin released his aura again and charged at Yi Yunfeng. The 2 balls of golden light constantly bombarded each other, producing a series of muffled sounds in the air. Waves of sharp metal energy splashed in all directions. The remaining energy could not cause any harm to the people below. Yi Yunfeng used all his strength this time, and even used his high-grade Xian skill to fight Zhao Exin to a draw. This caused the young man below to look a little surprised, and the 3 people beside him were also a little surprised. What a powerful Xian skill. It's actually able to close the distance between us. Looks like I can't hold back anymore. Once I kill him, his Xian skill will be mine. Zhao Exin was secretly planning to kill Yi Yunfeng. Golden Blade Heaven Seizing Slash. Zhao Exin forced Yi Yunfeng away, and the spiritual power in his body gathered in an instant. The golden spiritual power around him gathered together, and the golden blade in his hand slashed out several times. Each slash carried an incomparably sharp aura, as if it wanted to directly cut this part of the world in half. This slash clearly contained a bit of the concept of Dao. Yi Yunfeng revealed a dignified expression, and the golden spear continued to strike out like a violent storm, trying to block these slashes. However, the difference in strength still made it difficult for him to do as he wished. Damn it, I can't use the Spirit Ascension art anymore. Yi Yunfeng cursed in his heart. He had already used the Spirit Ascension art twice during the minor competition. Although his potential had been stimulated by Feng Xianyun and his spiritual power had recovered, he would not be able to use the Spirit Ascension art for a short period of time. At this moment, it was very difficult for him to block, and the web between his thumb and forefinger was shaken to the point of bleeding. There was also blood at the corner of his mouth. If this continued, he was afraid that even if he did not die, he would probably be seriously injured. If that kid with the spear doesn't have any other trump cards, he will probably lose. I didn't expect him to enter the top 1,000 with such strength. Seems like he was lucky to pass. Sometimes luck is also a part of strength. That Zhou Xian's strength is not bad. I didn't expect him to rely on a kid who is a bit weaker than him. I really don't understand. Puff. Under the wild attack of the golden blade, Yi Yunfeng's long spear was shaken out of his hand, and his entire body was ruthlessly sent flying. A mouthful of blood sprayed all over the sky. Useless trash, go to hell. Zhou Xian obviously did not intend to let Yi Yunfeng go. His entire body was like a goshawk pouncing on a rabbit as he chased after Yi Yunfeng. At the same time, the golden blade slashed towards Yi Yunfeng once again. Just as the golden blade was about to slash Yi Yunfeng's body, an afterimage flashed past, and Yi Yunfeng disappeared under the golden blade. Zhou Xian's eyelids twitched and he immediately shouted, "Who dares to be nosy?" He still wanted to kill Yi Yunfeng and snatch his spatial ring, but he did not expect that there would be someone who dared to obstruct him at this critical moment. This really made him quite unhappy. There was no one else who could save Yi Yunfeng, but it was definitely Ling Xiao. He has already lost, so why are you so ruthless? Ling Xiao said indifferently. At the same time, he stuffed 2 healing pills into Yi Yunfeng's hands and placed him on the ground, allowing him to heal on his own. Are you his friend? Zhou Xian looked at Ling Xiao and asked. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "No, I'm his boss." Chapter 605. Haha, you're his boss? I'm going to laugh myself to death. Your brother is a high-level cultivator and you're only a mid-level cultivator. How did you manage to sneak into the chaotic abyss? I really don't know what your opponents are doing. Today Zhou Xian will send you 2 on your way. Zhou Xian laughed disdainfully as he charged at Ling Xiao with a burst of spiritual energy. The people around him were the top 10 experts who had stood out from the various minor competitions. Among these people, except for a few who were not at the high-level earthly sovereign realm, the rest were at the high-level earthly sovereign realm, and most of them were at the peak of the earthly sovereign realm. If Yi Yunfeng, who had just become a high-level Earth Emperor, was lucky enough to enter the top 10, then it would make sense. However, it was extremely difficult for a mid-level Earth Emperor to enter the top 10. Therefore, the emperors looked at Ling Xiao with doubt. They weren't as simple as Zhou Xian thought. They weren't stupid enough to think that Ling Xiao had cheated to enter the abyss of war. After all, no one would dare to do such a thing. However, Ling Xiao acknowledged him as Yi Yunfeng's boss, and Yi Yunfeng's strength was above Ling Xiao's. This made them wonder if Ling Xiao really had some amazing trump card. Perhaps he was just bluffing? Just as Zhou Xian's golden saber was about to slash down on Ling Xiao's head, a purple flame rushed over from afar. The raging purple flame carried with it a scorching power, smashing the golden saber shadow to the side. Then a delicate voice shouted, "Are you done? Don't blame me for being impolite." Gu Jiaojiao finally couldn't help but make a move. Her body was surrounded by purple flames and she looked very seductive. The young man at the side was even more envious. He licked his lips and said, "Jiao Jiao, come with me. These 2 pieces of trash aren't suitable to be your allies." Gu Jiaojiao glared at the young man and said, "Wan Yenshu, give up. Even if I were to be an ally with anyone, I wouldn't choose you." After she finished speaking, she jumped to Ling Xiao's side and looked at Yi Yunfeng guiltily. "Is he all right?" Ling Xiao smiled and said, "It's fine. It's a good thing to let him train a bit more." Judging from his expression, he didn't seem to care about Yi Yunfeng's injury. However, those who were familiar with him could tell that Ling Xiao's smile meant that someone was going to be in trouble. "Haha, you trash, your words are really pleasant to hear. Why don't you let me help you temper yourself?" Zhou Xian saw Wan Yenshu give him a look and immediately laughed. At the same time, a golden palm slammed down on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao only had the strength of a middle-stage earthly sovereign, and Zhao Exin didn't know that Ling Xiao had the means to kill people of a higher realm. When Huang, Bai Mensheng and the other earthly sovereign who came with Ling Xiao all narrowed their eyes at Zhao Exin. They all knew that Zhao Exin wouldn't have it easy. Gu Jiao wanted to stand in front of Ling Xiao, but she found that her shoulder was pressed down by a strong hand. Then a person took a few steps forward to meet the golden palm. The golden palm shadows smashed onto the human figure. No. Gu Jiao couldn't help but cry out. Rumble. A powerful energy exploded and a burst of soil and sand was sent flying. You have some courage. You actually dared to take my palm. However, even a high-level earthly sovereign would be injured after taking my palm, let alone a middle-stage earthly sovereign like you, Zhao Exin said to himself disdainfully. In his eyes, Ling Xiao was definitely dead. When everything disappeared, Zhao Exin's pupils shrank and he couldn't help but exclaim, "He's actually fine?" The surrounding people were also shocked when they saw this scene. Obviously, they were also surprised by this result. They saw that Ling Xiao, who had been hit by the powerful golden palm, was still standing in the same place intact. It was as if the palm had not caused any damage to him at all. Ling Xiao gently twisted his neck and his eyes burst out with extreme contempt. "You're not even worthy to tickle my itch." After a pause, he raised his middle finger at Zhao Exin and lightly shook it. "You keep calling us trash, but I think you're worse than trash. You dare to look down on me? This emperor will kill you." Zhao Exin's old face turned red. He roared and slashed at Ling Xiao with the broadsword in his hand. A slash through the air. A terrifying saber light slashed towards Ling Xiao's head. Even if Yi Yunfeng blocked this move, he would suffer a great loss. It was obvious that Zhao Exin planned to finish off Ling Xiao with a single slash. The surrounding earthly emperors looked at Ling Xiao seriously. They all wanted to know if this mid-stage earthly emperor could withstand this slash. If he couldn't, then they would think that Ling Xiao was just bluffing and didn't have any strength. If he could withstand this move, then when they entered the abyss of war, they would have to take this mid-stage earthly emperor seriously. After all, those who could fight above their level would all have extraordinary tenbin and trump cards. They wouldn't treat him as an ordinary opponent, but as an opponent of the same level. Otherwise they would be the ones to suffer. Not far away there were several half-step emperors watching everything that was happening in the city from the sky. A half-emperor couldn't help but ask, "Brother Wang, did you really not violate the rules this time? You actually brought a low-stage earthly emperor and a mid-stage earthly emperor?" Wang Zhongqiu, who brought Ling Xiao and the others over, stroked his beard and smiled. "Brother Li, you worry too much. I, Wang Zhongqiu, am not someone who would do such a thing. They all came here based on their original strength. If you don't believe me, just watch. Especially this kid, even I can't see through his true strength. Is he really that strong?" The half-emperor asked doubtfully. "I guess that Zhao Exin will lose in less than 3 moves, Wang Zhongqiu said with a smile. "All right, let's see what this mid-stage earthly emperor is capable of." The saber light shone brightly and the sharp metal chi slashed towards him. Facing the incoming saber light, Ling Xiao's expression didn't change at all. He stomped on the ground with one foot and flew towards the saber light like an eagle flapping its wings. Swish. Suddenly, a powerful light appeared around Ling Xiao's body. The energy of this light was much more vigorous than that of an ordinary high-level earthly emperor. "Break for me." Ling Xiao's eyes burst out with a strong light as he concentrated his strength on his fist and punched towards the saber light. "What, you dare to use your fist to fight against my saber energy? You really don't know what's good for you," Zhao Exin exclaimed and then revealed a look of disdain. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could take this saber attack with his bare hands. Just when he thought that Ling Xiao's fist was about to be destroyed, an ear-piercing sound was heard. Bang! When Ling Xiao's golden fist came into contact with the saber light, it made a sharp sound of impact. The powerful golden saber shadow was actually cracked by the fist, and in the end the saber energy directly disappeared into nothingness. What? How is this possible? What a powerful physical body. No wonder he could make it into the battle of the top 1,000 with the strength of a mid-stage earthly emperor. Interesting, it seems that Zhao Exin has met his match. Unfortunately, his strength is still a little weak. If he had reached the high-level earthly emperor, I'm afraid that he would have a place in the battle emperor or imperial killer. The surrounding earthly emperors were all astonished. and even the half-step emperors not far away revealed astonished expressions. "What's this kid's name?" one of the half-step emperors asked Wang Zhongqiu. "Ling Xiao, an earthly emperor from a small place in the northwest." Wang Zhongqiu didn't hide anything. After all, this list would be made public sooner or later. "He's actually from the northwest? I didn't expect that there would be such a genius there. Not bad, not bad." Another half-step emperor revealed a look of admiration. "What, could it be that Brother Huang is interested in him?" Wang Zhongqiu asked. "Hee, let's talk about it when he enters the top 100 battle emperors." The half-step emperor replied with a smile. "Haha, when he becomes a top 100 battle emperor, I'm afraid that it won't be your turn." Another laughed. Zhao Exin looked at the saber light that was shattered by Ling Xiao and was shocked, but he quickly regained his composure. "You have some ability, no wonder you're so arrogant. However, don't think that you can be so arrogant just like that." After shouting, the golden saber in his hand once again shone brightly, and it was the sign of another powerful move. "Do you think that I'm a soft sieve that you can pinch as you please?" Ling Xiao sneered as he muttered. In the next moment he took strange steps and quickly arrived at Zhao Xian's side. Zhao Xian's eyes jumped. He didn't expect Ling Xiao's speed to be so fast, and he immediately slashed at Ling Xiao with the golden saber in his hand. Ling Xiao also used his fist to meet the attack. "This emperor doesn't believe that you can withstand my golden saber." Zhao Exin roared fiercely, and the golden light on his saber blossomed incomparably dazzling. It was very obvious that this saber had condensed 12 layers of his energy. Clang! The saber and fist clashed and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Zhao Xian's low-grade spirit artifact, the golden saber, was actually smashed open by Ling Xiao's golden fist. Before Zhao Exin could react, Ling Xiao's fighting spirit soared and he shouted in shock. "My little brother can only be taught a lesson by me. You who are even worse than trash, are not qualified to teach him a lesson." After shouting, an afterimage remained in place, and his real body appeared on the other side of Zhao Exin, and his fist fiercely smashed at Zhao Xian's face. Puff! Zhao Exin was hit hard and his whole body flew to one side and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Ling Xiao didn't intend to let him go just like that. His figure flashed like lightning again and he once again chased after Zhao Exin and he madly punched. Bang bang! Ling Xiao's fist kept smashing at Zhao Xian's face. Zhao Exin was instantly stunned. He didn't expect Ling Xiao's speed to be so fast and every punch made him dizzy, and he didn't even have the slightest strength to fight back. In the end he was ruthlessly kicked by Ling Xiao, and his whole body flew in the direction of Wan Yenshu like a cannonball. "How dare you!" Another high-level Earth sovereign beside Wan Yenshu cried out in alarm. He flew over and wrapped Zhao Exin with a gentle force, intending to catch Zhao Exin. Unexpectedly, the force of Ling Xiao's kick on Zhao Exin was so terrifying that it actually scattered the force of that high-level Earth sovereign. That high-level Earth sovereign had no choice but to personally catch Zhao Exin. In the next moment his body was still forced back several steps before he could stop. His heart was in a perilous situation. The expressions of the surrounding people also changed greatly. "All of you come at me together. This young master will first deal with you guys who are even worse than trash," Ling Xiao said as he looked coldly at Wan Yenshu and the others like a golden god of war. Chapter 606. Ling Xiao's voice was like a clap of thunder, and everyone in the ruined city could hear it clearly. Gu Jiaojiao's beautiful eyes looked at the tall and slender figure, and her heart inexplicably trembled a few times. She thought to herself, "He doesn't look strong but his combat strength is amazing. How charming." The high-level earthly sovereign who caught Zhao Exin brought him back to Wan Yenshu's side. At this moment, Zhao Xian's face had been beaten into a pig's head, and his facial features were completely distorted. Seeing this scene, their faces turned ashen. Then the high-level earthly sovereign put his finger into Zhao Xian's nostrils, and his expression changed as he said, "Grandmaster Wan Yenshu, Zhao Exin, he's dead?" What? Not only Wan Yenshu but the other two earthly sovereigns beside him also cried out in alarm. Zhao Xian was a peak earthly sovereign, and among all the earthly sovereigns his strength was at least in the top 500. How could he be beaten so badly by Ling Xiao and even directly die? The surrounding earthly sovereigns looked at Ling Xiao in a different light. Wan Yenshu frowned and sighed softly. Looking at Ling Xiao in the sky he said indifferently, I hate it when people shit on my head. Meng Li Meng Feng, kill him for me. Avenge Zhao Xing. The other two peak earthly sovereigns beside Wan Yenshu simultaneously pounced at Ling Xiao. One of them had the fire attribute and the other had the wind attribute. They emitted a strong aura that was not inferior to Zhao Xian's. In fact, it was even stronger. Boy Dai. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you killed Zhao Xian. Meng Li shouted with a ferocious look on his face. The two wheels in his hands emitted bursts of powerful fiery light, and the fiery light formed fiery rings that wrapped around Ling Xiao. Meng Feng took the opportunity to use his wind wielder. A strong gust of wind blew around him, and the scorching rings of fire flew towards Ling Xiao with great speed. The terrifying ring of fire was like a comet, so fast that it was difficult to dodge. Meng Li and Meng Feng were brothers and both of them practiced the combined attack technique. This attack was a combination of wind and fire, and even an opponent of the same level would have a hard time dodging it. Dozens of powerful rings of fire turned into a sea of fire, burning Ling Xiao within. The powerful flames seemed to form a world of fire. Meng Li was still adding fire spiritual qi, and Meng Feng was cooperating with him to turn the momentum of the fire into a prairie fire. A large sea of fire formed in mid-air, as if it was burning the clouds and steaming the sky. Even a celestial master would be at a disadvantage if he were to take this move, let alone an earthly sovereign like you. Meng Li murmured confidently. Gu Jiaojiao's expression became incomparably worried. From Ling Xiao's battle, she knew that Ling Xiao cultivated the metal element, and the fire element just happened to restrain the metal element. She was really afraid that Ling Xiao would commit suicide this time. However, the next moment, a strange scene appeared. Ling Xiao opened his mouth and shouted, "Absorb!" Whoosh! The powerful flames actually drilled into Ling Xiao's mouth at an extremely fast speed. What? How is this possible? He actually swallowed the flames. This can't be an illusion, right? How could he absorb the flames? This middle stage earthly sovereign is not simple. The surrounding earthly sovereigns all revealed expressions of even more horror than before. How could they believe that someone could swallow the flames? Only those almighty beings with the fire element would have such an ability. Moreover, Ling Xiao was only a middle-stage earthly sovereign, and he cultivated the metal element. Everyone understood the principle that fire could restrain metal, but the scene in front of them made them unable to understand. The half-step sovereigns not far away revealed expressions of shock. Meng Li and Meng Feng's expressions were incomparably shocked, and they secretly cursed, "What a freak." When the last wisp of flames entered Ling Xiao's mouth, he lightly smacked his lips and said, "The taste is really bad." The surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air. Obviously they were all shocked by this scene. Ling Xiao's gaze fell on Meng Li and Meng Feng and he said disdainfully, "If you have any other strong moves, just use them. Otherwise you won't have a chance." Meng Li and Meng Feng looked at each other and were about to make another move, but Wan Yenshu's voice stopped them. "Meng Li, Meng Feng, come back." Wan Yenshu shouted. Meng Li and Meng Feng glared at Ling Xiao unwillingly, and then descended at the same time. Ling Xiao looked at Wan Yenshu with some astonishment. "Do I have to make a move myself?" After Meng Li and Meng Feng descended, Wan Yenshu flew up like a swallow, and he only stopped when he reached the same height as Ling Xiao. "How should I address you, brother? I am Wan Yenshu." Unexpectedly, Wan Yenshu's attitude changed, and he revealed a warm smile as he spoke to Ling Xiao. Those who didn't know better would think that Wan Yenshu was an amiable person. The surrounding people couldn't help but sigh at how fast Wan Yenshu's attitude changed. Ling Xiao couldn't quite get used to it and he replied, "Ling Xiao of the Northwest." "So it's Brother Ling. It's an honor to meet you." Wan Yenshu politely cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao. Gu Jiaojiao, who was below, made a vomiting gesture and muttered, "What a disgusting person." The reason why she hated Wan Yenshu was because she felt that he was too fake and his character was too despicable. Ling Xiao didn't know what Wan Yenshu was playing at and he bluntly replied, "Although I, Ling Xiao, have some fame, it's not at the level where you've been looking at me for a long time." Wan Yenshu didn't get angry and he maintained a faint smile as he said, "Brother Ling, you must be joking. With your current strength, I'm afraid that you'll be one of the top 100 battle emperors. Jiao Jiao has indeed chosen an excellent ally." He paused for a moment and then continued, "Brother Ling, it can be said that we didn't get to know each other through Discord. Here are a few pills to make up for my mistakes." As he spoke, a bottle flew out of Wan Yanshu's hand. Ling Xiao grabbed the bottle in his hand and opened the cap. A burst of strong pill fragrance instantly filled the air. Ling Xiao glanced at the medicinal pill that was flowing with sparkling and translucent spiritual energy and said, "Fifth stage living pill. Ah, you're quite knowledgeable. This is a living technique pill that I personally refined. I'm sure it will help your little brother recover faster," Wan Yanshu proudly said. "You refined it yourself? Are you a fifth-tier alchemist?" Ling Xiao asked in surprise. Wan Yanshu smiled but didn't say anything. Instead, Meng Li loudly said, "Grandmaster Wan Yan is a genius alchemist from the Wan Yan family in the Eastern Flame region. He successfully became a fifth-tier alchemist not long ago." Wan Yanshu lightly scolded Meng Li. "Meng Li, don't be so arrogant. I was just lucky." When he said this, his face was full of arrogance and complacency. For someone his age to become a fifth-tier alchemist, he was already a rare existence in the central region. The people around him had followed him precisely because of his status. When the surrounding people learned of Wan Yanshu's identity, they were slightly moved. So he's from the Wan Yan family. How can he be so arrogant? I don't think he's more than 50 years old, but he's already at the fifth tier. I'm afraid that only those alchemist families can compare to him. He's trying to curry favor with Ling Xiao. Could it be that he wants to recruit Ling Xiao? I don't think so. He might just be interested in Ling Xiao's strength and wants to form an alliance with him. So you're a fifth-tier alchemist. I've been disrespectful, Ling Xiao said with a strange smile. Wan Yanshu waved his hand and said, "It's just a fifth-tier alchemist. It's not worth mentioning. On the other hand, Brother Ling's strength is amazing and I admire it. I wonder if Brother Ling is interested in following me into the abyss of war?" "Follow you?" Ling Xiao asked in surprise. Wan Yanshu replied, "That's right. As long as you follow me, I can immediately raise you to the high-level Earth Emperor realm." After he said that, a golden pill appeared in his hand and a strong medicinal effect instantly spread out. This medicinal effect was clearly several times stronger than the medicinal effect of the living technique pill just now. Even people nearby could clearly smell it. This is a metal attribute Emperor Ascension pill. As long as you're willing to follow me, this pill is yours. Once I become a sixth-tier alchemist, it'll be easy for you to become a heavenly sovereign. What do you think, Brother Ling? Wan Yanshu asked with a tempting expression. He felt that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to resist this temptation. Had an Earth Emperor from the Northwest ever seen such a high-grade pill? Even if he had, he might not be able to obtain it. Moreover, with his status as an alchemist Tenbin, he believed that any knowledgeable person would choose to follow him. Even Ling Xiao was no exception. Haha. Suddenly, a maniacal laughter rang out, and Yi Yunfeng's figure shot up into the sky. "You're actually tempting my boss with such a trashy pill? I really don't know if you're retarded or crazy." Who is Ling Xiao? He was a sixth-tier alchemist. If he wanted to become a high-level Earth Emperor or a heavenly sovereign, it wouldn't be difficult for him. However, Ling Xiao didn't want to rely on pills to advance. He wanted to rely on his own strength to advance. That way he would be able to build a solid foundation. Yi Yunfeng knew Ling Xiao's background, so he couldn't help but laugh. In his eyes, how could Wan Yanshu compare to Ling Xiao? Wan Yanshu glanced at Yi Yunfeng, who had recovered, and ignored him. Instead, he continued to speak to Ling Xiao. "Brother Ling, do you think the same as your little brother? This is the Emperor Ascension pill, and it's not easy to buy it even with Xian crystals. Moreover, my Wan Yan family is a well-known family in the central region. It's not a disgrace for you to follow me. You better think carefully." It had to be said that Wan Yanshu had the ability to win people's hearts. His words were quite enticing. Ling Xiao chuckled and gently squeezed his hand. Bang! The living technique pill that Wan Yanshu had just given him turned into a pile of powder in his hand. "This kind of pill is indeed too trashy. How dare you call it a fifth-tier pill? You're a disgrace to a fifth-tier alchemist. Even if you want to be my follower, you're not qualified," Ling Xiao said indifferently. Wan Yanshu's face instantly darkened and he said gloomily, "Ling Xiao, you really don't know what's good for you? Cut the crap. All of you can come at me together. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance," Ling Xiao said indifferently with a wave of his hand. Chapter 607. Just when everyone thought that Ling Xiao would choose to rely on Wan Yanshu, Ling Xiao crushed the fifth-grade elixir into powder. This made all the earthly sovereigns feel extremely pained. Even though they were all from big sects, this kind of fifth-grade elixir was not an ordinary commodity. They couldn't figure out whether Ling Xiao's backer was too strong or not. Or was Ling Xiao putting on an act and acting like a big shot? How could he be so dismissive of this high-grade elixir? Wang Yanshu hadn't expected that Ling Xiao would be so ruthless. He had actually destroyed his elixir in front of everyone. This was a blatant slap to his face. Moreover, Ling Xiao had said such ruthless words, which made the anger he had been suppressing soar. I gave you face but you don't want it. The three of you attack together and kill him for me. Wang Yanshu, who had already shed all pretense of cordiality, instantly turned into a man-eating wolf. He immediately landed on the ground and shouted at the people around him. Three powerful forces erupted in an instant. Meng Li, Meng Feng and another person called Lan Qin attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. A majestic aura soared into the sky, creating a series of whistling sounds in the air. Fiery Wind Fiend. 9 Hammer Chain Strike. Meng Li and Meng Feng also launched a joint attack. Thousands of fire arrow blades shot toward Ling Xiao. The speed of the fire arrow blades was as fast as a meteor. They were so fast and swift that it was impossible to defend against them. Lan Qin used a pair of hammers. She turned her body quickly and the 9 hammer shadows, which were as heavy as 10,000 kilograms, smashed toward Ling Xiao. The three of them attacked with all their strength. They didn't dare to hold back because they already knew that Ling Xiao's combat strength was extraordinary. If they were careless, they would be the ones to die. Ling Xiao clenched his fists and muttered, I'll let you guys have a taste of the power of my heavy fist. Then a series of afterimages flashed by. The fire arrow blades and heavy hammers all hit the afterimages, but they couldn't hurt Ling Xiao's real body. Ling Xiao's speed was comparable to a peak earthly sovereign when he only used Cloud Phantom. Coupled with a little wind attribute, his cultivation was already comparable to a half-step venerable. If he flew at full speed, even a low-level heavenly venerable might not be as fast as him. Therefore, the three of them didn't cause any trouble to Ling Xiao. After dodging these attacks, Ling Xiao pounced on Meng Li, who was the closest to him, with a fierce momentum. His golden fist blasted towards Meng Li. Big brother, be careful. Meng Feng was also a wind-type cultivator. He was barely able to see Ling Xiao's figure. At the same time, he thrust the spear in his hand towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao ignored Meng Feng's attack and mercilessly punched Meng Li. After a few punches, Meng Li was sent flying and Ling Xiao was stabbed a few times by Meng Feng. However, Meng Feng's spear light couldn't break through Ling Xiao's defense. Ling Xiao turned around and pounced at Meng Feng. Meng Feng was shocked. The spear in his hand turned into countless spear shadows. He poured all the spirit energy in his body into it and shouted, Even if you're made of iron, I'll kill you. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Ling Xiao turned into 4 shadows and attacked Meng Feng from different directions. These 4 figures were very realistic, making it difficult to tell which one was real. Bai Mensheng, who was watching the battle from afar, exclaimed, Doppelganger. When Huang shook his head and said, No. His afterimages are different from our doppelganger techniques. Maybe he's not a single attribute earthly sovereign. Could it be? He's also wind attribute? Bai Mensheng guessed. When Huang nodded and said, This kid is really a strong opponent. Meng Feng looked at Ling Xiao, who had been split into 4, and panicked. He didn't know which one he should attack. Bang bang. Meng Feng felt a pain in his back. His whole body was smashed to the ground from the sky. Lan Qin saw that Meng Li and Meng Feng were sent flying by Ling Xiao. She immediately called out, Steel armored dragon, come out. A gigantic beast silhouette instantly appeared below Lan Qin. It was a tier 5 armored dragon. However, the steel armored dragon was an earth attribute spirit beast. Moreover, it hadn't advanced to the 6th order, so it couldn't fly. It could only fight on the ground. Lan Qin naturally wouldn't choose to fight with Ling Xiao in the air. She instantly landed on the steel armored dragon's back. Brother Meng, how are you two? Lan Qin quickly rode the steel armored dragon to Meng Li and Meng Feng's side. The two of them stood up awkwardly. Meng Li glared at Ling Xiao and said, We're fine. His fist energy is only SO. That's right. We're not. Meng Feng echoed from the side. Unexpectedly, before Meng Feng could finish speaking, several powerful energies exploded from within his body. Bang bang. Not only Meng Feng but even Meng Li, who was beside him, suffered the same fate. The two of them seemed to be dancing. Their bodies kept twisting and turning. Muffled sounds kept exploding and bloody holes kept appearing on their bodies. Lan Chen, who was closest to them, was shocked by this scene and quickly retreated far away. How could this be? Meng Feng didn't understand what was going on. His body fell heavily to the ground. Meng Li's ending was no different from his. When they were hit by Ling Xiao, they felt a lot of pain and suffered some internal injuries. However, it wasn't as bad as they thought it would be. Who knew that their bodies would suddenly produce several terrifying destructive energies that directly blew up their internal organs? Lan Chen looked at the dead Meng Li and Meng Feng with a look of disbelief. He swallowed hard, and his mount seemed to sense its master's fear. It couldn't help but take a few steps back. Master Wanyan, what should we do? Lan Chen asked Wanyan Shu. Wanyan Shu was also shocked by the strength Ling Xiao had displayed. For a moment, it was as if he didn't hear Lan Chen's cries. Master Wanyan. Master Wanyan. Lan Chen called out repeatedly. Stop shouting. I'll send you on your way. It'll be his turn soon, Ling Xiao said faintly as he appeared in front of the steel-armored dragon at some point. Bastard. Steel-armored dragon, kill him for me. Lan Chen knew that there was no way out. He might as well give it his all and immediately shouted at the steel-armored dragon. The steel-armored dragon roared like a heavy truck. Its huge body twisted and its huge tail swept towards Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao's body was strong, he naturally couldn't fight a spirit beast that was famous for its strength without using his full strength. He leaped up lightly and his golden fist punched towards Lan Chen, who was on the steel-armored dragon. Lan Chen had long since prepared his defenses. Layers of powerful earthy yellow nether protection force formed in front of him, and the steel-armored dragon also displayed its elemental defense. This was equivalent to having 2 layers of defense in front of Lan Chen. With such defenses, it would be difficult to hurt him unless it was a fierce attack from a spirit artifact. Unfortunately, he had encountered Ling Xiao, whose body was as strong as a spirit artifact. His golden fist carried a sharp edge and it pierced through the layers of defense like a spiral drill. You want to kill me? You'll have to pay the price. Lan Chen was also forced into a corner, and an exquisite arrow appeared in his hand. The arrow carried an incomparably strong killing intent, and the few arrows emitted an incomparably sharp and bloodthirsty feeling. When Ling Xiao first saw this arrow, he felt a little scared. This is the hairy chasing arrow. A hairy chasing arrow that's comparable to a low-tier 7th spirit artifact? I didn't expect this person to be able to obtain such a rare spirit artifact. It seems that Ling Xiao isn't having a good time. Not bad, the hairy chasing arrow can track the enemy's aura until it hits the enemy. In the central region, only the high-tier spirit artifact master of the spiritual martial pavilion can forge this hairy chasing arrow. It's just that the materials needed are extremely rare, so there are only 5 of these hairy chasing arrows in the central region. Every arrow will be used up. The surrounding earthly kings all looked at the arrow in Lan Chen's hand enviously and discussed among themselves. From their words, it was obvious that they knew the origin of the hairy chasing arrow and its power. Wanyan Shu also didn't expect Lan Chen to have such a good item. He immediately licked his thick lips, and his eyes revealed a greedy look as he said, I have to think of a way to get this good item. Die. Lan Chen locked onto Ling Xiao's aura, and the hairy chasing arrow in his hand shot out a green arrow. Swoosh. The green arrow brought with it a dazzling light, and the arrowhead carried an incomparably sharp aura as it shot towards Ling Xiao. So fast. The corner of Ling Xiao's eyes twitched and he immediately retreated. He had already sensed that this arrow was definitely not something simple. Although he was very confident in his body's defense, he didn't take this arrow as a joke. Ling Xiao's figure flashed repeatedly, trying to shake off the arrow. However, the arrow seemed to have a mind of its own, and it would automatically change direction and chase after Ling Xiao. No matter how Ling Xiao dodged, he couldn't shake off its pursuit. It's impossible to shake off the hairy chasing arrow. Lan Chen laughed proudly. Not far away, Gu Jiaojiao reminded him loudly, Brother Ling, that hairy chasing arrow can capture your aura. You have to find a way to destroy it. Gu Jiaojiao really wanted to help Ling Xiao, but she knew that a man's face was comparable to his dignity. If she made a move, it would damage Ling Xiao's face, and that would only make Ling Xiao feel disgusted. Therefore she could only remind him. Can capture my aura? Ling Xiao murmured, his body still constantly flashing to avoid being hit by the hairy chasing arrow. If it was an ordinary Earth Emperor or even a half-venerable, they would have been caught by the hairy chasing arrow's speed. The reason why Ling Xiao was able to last until now was all because of his cultivation of the wind attribute. Perhaps the ice and fire sword can destroy it, but it's not the time to use it. Ling Xiao secretly calculated in his heart. He didn't want to reveal his true strength in front of so many people. Perhaps this will work. Suddenly Ling Xiao thought of another plan. The aura on his body instantly retracted, shrinking from the original Earth Emperor to the King stage, then the Spirit Master. Finally his aura completely disappeared. At this time Ling Xiao had already landed on the ground. This was the ability to completely conceal one's aura after mastering the concealment technique. It was the most suitable technique for concealing one's strength as well as for ambushes and assassinations. His aura. Lan Chen's expression suddenly turned ugly. Sure enough, after Ling Xiao's aura disappeared, the arrow seemed to have lost its direction. It actually lost its luster and fell from the sky,